Get ready for it.
In the beginning of the story, we see Ushio and his father, who was a priest. His father was telling him about the 500-year-old temple of this village, in which a legendary spear is worshipped, and this spear actually belongs to a yokai hunter, but yokai is such a monster, who are invisible. But Ushio was not believing his words, so his father gets angry. Today Ushio's father was going on a trip, so he asks Ushio to take care of the temple and get the book out of the warehouse. After some time Ushio goes to the warehouse to get the book, where he notices a secret door. Seeing this, Ushio tries to open it, but in this process, he also falls down. Just then he sees a yokai behind himself and gets very scared, but there was a spear in his body, which only humans can remove, and in fact, this yokai has been imprisoned here for 500 years. Now Ushio understands that this spear is the beast spear, about which his father was telling. Yokai asks Ushio to remove the beast spear out of his body, because after this he will be free. On this Ushio asks, "What will you do after getting free?" Then yokai says that I will eat you first and then turn this whole place into a living hell, as I did before. Upon hearing this, Ushio refuses to release him. Then yokai says, "Okay, I won't eat you." But Ushio still refuses to set him free, because after that he can become a threat to humans. After this Ushio comes to the school, where we see his friend Inoue and his classmate Nakamura. But Ushio forgot to bring her notebook. Now Ushio starts thinking about yokai in school as well. Then it turns out that Ushio is pretty good at football, but he has interest in drawing. After the school, Ushio returns home, but he was still thinking only of yokai. Just then Nakamura comes here with Inoue to get her notebook, but at the same time, Ushio starts seeing small creatures all around, while Inoue and Nakamura could not see anything, so he immediately comes to yokai and starts asking about it. Hearing this, yokai starts laughing and tells that in these 500 years my aura had gathered in this place, but because of you it has spread all around, so little yokai are getting attracted towards it. However, you have come in contact with my aura, so you have started seeing them before others. Just then Ushio hears Nakamura and Inoue screaming. Now he starts worrying about them. Then yokai says that you will not be able to defeat them, but I can help you with this, for which you have to free me. At this time Ushio does not have any other option. That's why, he agrees to it and removes the beast spear out of its body. But yokai attacks him, because he wants to eat Ushio and his friends. Hearing this, Ushio slams beast spear down in anger, after which, it connects to his soul energy, and yokai is shocked to see this, because Ushio held the beast spear in his hand and he looked exactly like yokai hunter, who defeated him 500 years ago. Seeing this, yokai starts running and agrees to keep his promise. The little yokai had surrounded Nakamura and Inoue and began to fuse together, but yokai and Ushio attack together and all the little yokai get destroyed. That's when Ushio realizes that the beast spear can talk to him and learns that it works by converting a human soul into energy, whose only goal is to hunt yokai. After this yokai starts leaving from here, but Ushio doesn't let him go. Because of his aura, more monsters can come. Hearing this, yokai gets angry, but because of the beast spear, he could not do anything about it, and Ushio names him Tora. Suddenly Nakamura and Inoue see Ushio, but yokai was only visible to Ushio and he starts thinking that he will eat Ushio first as soon as he gets a chance, while Ushio was also thinking about killing him. After this Tora is watching TV, in which he sees a samurai and attacks the TV, considering it to be real, due to which Ushio gets very angry. Next day Tora also comes to school with Ushio, but no one was able to see it except Ushio. Suddenly a football comes towards him, which Tora destroys in a moment, and everyone is surprised to see this. Because of this, an argument starts between the two. Tora says that the beast spear is in your hands, that's why I'm not doing you anything, but I'll eat you when I get a chance. Hearing this, Ushio also talks about killing him. Just then Nakamura and Inoue arrive and yesterday's incident seemed like a dream to them. Nakamura and Inoue then go into the old school building along with some students, from where they had to collect the book. They see a statue of stone here and Nakamura goes to see it closely, but suddenly light burns in the eye of the statue. However, no one pays much attention to this matter and everyone starts collecting books. Just then some power starts getting activated inside the statue. Ushio and Tora are inside the classroom. Then suddenly, a sound starts coming from Beast Spear, and Ushio understands that it wants to tell him something. Just then, there is an explosion near the old building. Seeing this, Ushio immediately comes there, where he sees that a student has started turning into stones. Then Tora says that this is related to Rock Eater. Ushio then searches for Nakamura and Inoue, but the two and other students were not anywhere. After some time, the police also comes here and the news of the disappearance of 5 students spreads, but everyone feels that some kidnapper has kidnapped them. However, Ushio knows that this matter is related to a monster, so he starts asking Tora about it, but Tora refuses to help him, because he does not want to be involved in any of his matter, and starts talking about killing him again. Hearing this, Ushio gets angry at him. After this, Tora fights with him, but because of Beast's spear, he is unable to do anything, so Tora agrees to tell him everything. He then tells Ushio that rock eaters are very powerful. They take humans inside their barrier and after turning them into stones, eat them, but it is not easy to defeat them. At the same time, Rock Eater has also taken Nakamura and Inoue inside his barrier, but even the police officers could not see. Now, Rock Eater tries to scare them, but Nakamura was not giving up in front of him. That's why Rock Eater attacks her, and turns her into a stone. Now Ushio had decided to defeat Rock Eater, so he breaks the barrier with Beast Spear and attacks Rock Eater, but Rock Eater also attacks him and Beast Spear falls away from Ushio. Just then, Ushio sees that Nakamura and others have also turned into stones, but Tora was not helping Ushio. However, Rock Eater has captured Ushio. Now the barrier starts closing, so Tora goes out, but Ushio did not have Beast Spear in his hand, so he was unable to do anything. Now Ushio begs for Tora's help and asks him to take Nakamura and Inoue away. Tora is shocked to hear this, because Ushio was thinking of others even in this condition. Now the Rock Eater starts turning him into stone. Tora then takes Nakamura and Inoue out of the barrier, but Ushio was badly trapped in front of Rock Eater. Seeing this, Tora says that you should have thought of yourself first. Then Ushio says, "You will never understand." After this, the Rock Eater goes to eat Ushio. Just then Tora remembers that Ushio is his target, so he decides to stop Rock Eater, but Rock Eater capture him also. Seeing this, Ushio starts thinking about Beast Spear. Then suddenly the Beast Spear starts flying on its own, and frees Ushio from Rock Eater. After this, Ushio tries to stop the barrier from closing with the help of the spear, while Tora attacks Rock Eater with his lightning power. After this, Tora comes out with Ushio, and everyone gets surprised seeing this. But Rock Eater also transforms himself into the centipede demon and comes to attack again. Tora then tells Ushio that you have to put your sleeve on the spear and attack its left eye. Hearing this, Ushio does exactly the same and attacks Rock Eater in both. Now everyone is surprised to see this. After this, Ushio saves all the students, and Rock Eater is killed. But now this news had gone viral everywhere and Tora was very happy to see himself on TV. The next day Ushio's father comes back and starts telling him about the monster again, in which there had been a fight between monster and hunter for 4 days. After that, Hunter was able to stab the monster with Beast Spear, and he was imprisoned at one place. Then Hunter became monk, from where Ayatsuki bloodline originated. That's why Ushio's father forbids him to open any underground door, but he don't know that Ushio has freed the monster already. Just then his father sees the Beast Spear in Ushio's hand, so he immediately comes to check the warehouse, and shocked to see the open door of basement. After this, Ushio goes to see the painting made by an artist named Hanyu. Meanwhile, Ushio also sees a strange painting of a girl, which Hanyu had made before his death, and this painting was actually for his daughter Reiko. But Tora was looking at this painting in a strange way and starts saying that, whoever has made this painting, he has become a curse for humans, because he is a demon. After this, Ushio comes to the school, where Ken-chan beat him very hard, while Tora was having a lot of fun watching this. Just then a girl comes here and says, "Leave him and you can kill me if you want." Now seeing her, Ushio remembers Hanyu's painting, and recognizes that this girl is Reiko, but then some students start talking that she has attempted suicide 4 times. Now Ushio requests Reiko to model for his painting, but Reiko denies it and says that, "If you follow me then you will also die." But Ushio does not take her words seriously. Then suddenly, a truck is about to hit him, but however, he saves himself with the help of Beast Spear. Just then Tora sees an evil spirit leaving from here. After that we see Reiko, who was saying that, "Father, please stop doing all this." Now Ushio comes to Nakamura and asks her, "Did something strange happen to Reiko?" Then Nakamura tells that when Reiko came to our school, she didn't talk to anyone. Apart from this, she also forbid the boys from following her. But whoever did not listen to her, they used to die in an accident in a mysterious way. After that she also tried to commit suicide several times. But however, she survived every time. Apart from this, she also warned Nakamura to not to come near her, and said that a demon lives with me. Now knowing all these things, Ushio is shocked. But while returning home, Ken-chan stops him and tells to stay away from Reiko. Ushio then asks, why Reiko lives alone? Ken-chan then tells that Reiko's mother ran away with someone betraying her father Hanyu. Due to which, Hanyu got a big shock, and from then Reiko started feeling sad. Then after some days, Hanyu also gave up his life while making a painting, and since then strange incidents started happening with Reiko. In the next scene, Hanyu's demon comes out of the painting and starts saying that Reiko is only mine. That's why I won't let anyone come near her. The next day, school has a dance practice for a festival, but Reiko was only watching from distance. Seeing this, Ushio asks her to dance with him. Now Reiko tries to refuse him. But however, Ushio convinces her to dance. Then suddenly a tornado comes here and Hanyu's demon starts attacking on Ushio. Seeing this, Reiko requests him not to do so, and Ushio understands that this is the root of all trouble. After this, Hanyu comes to attack him. But Tora comes in front of him and says, don't even try to touch my food. After this, Tora attacks on him with his lightning power. Due to which, Hanyu runs away from here, and now Ken-chan also understood the whole thing. But it was all because of Reiko. So she decides to commit suicide. Seeing this, Ushio uses the beast spear, and along with Ken-chan, saves her from falling down. But Hanyu also came to save her, and he doesn't want to see Reiko with others. So now Reiko asks Ken-chan to let go of her. But Ken-chan refuses and says that, I was not with you during your bad times. But today it will not happen. Hearing this, Reiko comes upstairs with him. But Hanyu thinks Reiko has also betrayed him. So he comes to his painting with Reiko and Ken-chan. Seeing this, Ushio tries to attack him with beast spear, but it was having no effect. Then Tora starts saying that his human soul is at the base of the painting. So to kill the demon, you have to attack there. Just then Hanyu also grabs Ushio and starts taking him inside his painting. But Tora doesn't help Ushio, because he didn't call for help. However, Tora gets very angry, because he wanted to eat Ushio himself, so he saves everyone and asks Ushio to stab at the painting. But just then Reiko comes to save her father, and the spear goes through her body as well. Seeing this, Ken-chan and Ushio get upset. Then Tora reveals that the beast spear was made only to kill the monsters, so nothing will happen to Reiko. After this, Hanyu's painting gets destroyed, and Hanyu's soul tells Reiko to find her happiness. Then his soul disappears, due to which Reiko's painting becomes colorful, and finally Reiko also starts smiling. But Ken-chan doesn't know about Ushio and Tora's true identities. We see a construction site, where some workers were about to remove a stone from a place, but an old man forbids them to do so, and says that there is such a thing under the keystone, which you can't even think about. But the workers do not listen to him and start removing the keystone, under which there were also some boxes and their shapes were strange. However, the workers remove the keystone from here, because of which all the boxes below it get opened, but no one could understand what this thing was all about. Just then suddenly a flying head comes out from inside the box and it attacks a worker. Seeing this, everyone gets scared, but then more flying heads come out from the rest of the boxes as well. Now seeing them, everyone try to run away, but flying heads attack them and kills everyone. After this, the flying head starts saying that we want Hazaki Mikado's head, because she sealed us here. The next day Ushio gets a letter from his father, in which his father said that do not try to find me. Just then the news comes that a tragedy has happened at the National Highway construction site, where something has killed all the workers. Now knowing about this, Ushio gets very angry. Meanwhile, Tora was thinking that I have not been able to eat even a single human yet. Then Ushio angrily calls him and starts saying that you have killed those construction workers, haven't you? After this, Ushio starts attacking Tora, because he thinks that no one can do this except Tora. But actually Tora didn't do this, so he also gets angry and attacks Ushio with his lightning power. But Beast Spear does not let anything happen to Ushio, and now Ushio also comes to attack at a faster speed. Seeing this, Tora moves away and starts saying that, I'm going to another place to eat humans, but remember that I will definitely eat you one day. After this, Tora goes to the city to eat the humans. On the other hand, Inoue had free time today, so she decides to go out. Now Ushio also went out to find Tora, and during this, he comes to that construction site, where the tragedy happened last night. Now the old man was trying to explain to the police officer that Gammon-sama had awakened, which were sealed in these boxes, and the old man also shows the police officer the story written about it, but the police officers do not listen to him. Just then Ushio sees a picture of a lady in this book. He then asks the old man about her. Then the old man explained that her name is Hazaki Mikado, and she was a great psychic, who sealed Gamin-sama using a keystone. Suddenly Ushio notices that Hazaki Makoto looks exactly like Inoue. On the other hand, Gamin-sama is looking for Hazaki Makoto, because they want to take revenge on Hazaki Makoto. But now Tora has also come to the city and he sees many people on the highway. That's why Tora comes on the highway to eat them. But during this, a car hit him and he was not visible to anyone. Because of this, Tora angrily attacks with his lightning power. On the other hand, Inoue has also come to the city. The old man then begins to tell Ushio about the story of Gamin-sama and Hazaki Makoto. He tells that it started with Shirazu Hill, from where the man who passed at the night did not survive. Seeing this, people also sought help from spiritualists. But in spite of this, people continued to die there and everyone had lost their hope. But then Hazaki Makoto came there and used the keystone to seal Gamin-sama. But she had said that the keystone should never move from here. Now in the city, Gamin-sama mistook a girl for Hazaki Makoto and killed her. But later they learned that the girl was not Hazaki Makoto. Now Ushio asks the old man if there is a girl like Hazaki Makoto, what will happen then? On this the old man says that Gamin-sama will kill her. On the other hand, Tora goes to attack a child, but he is unable to notice the glass. That's why he gets hurt. Just then the child gets very scared seeing Tora, but his mother could not see him. After this Tora wants to eat other people, but these people were wearing perfume and makeup. That's why Tora does not eat them, because he can't handle the smell of perfume. Now Ushio calls Inoue, but she was not answering. So Ushio calls to Nakamura and learns that Inoue has arrived in the city. Ushio immediately starts searching for her, because she looks like Hazaki Makoto. So Gamin-sama can attack her. On the other hand, Tora sees Inoue. She was not wearing makeup and any metal. That's why Tora decides to eat her. Now he goes to attack her. Just then he realizes that there are some other monsters here as well. Meanwhile, Gamin-sama goes to attack Inoue. But at the same time Ushio attacks them with Beast Spear, and tells Inoue to run away. Then suddenly Gamin-sama come to attack again. But Ushio protects Inoue this time too and drives her away. Due to this, Gamin-sama get angry on Ushio and comes to attack him. Seeing this, Ushio goes to attack them. But Gamin-sama stopped the Beast Spear easily and throw him in the car at high speed. After this Gamin-sama come to attack Inoue. Seeing this, Inoue runs for her life and hides in an elevator. Here Ushio had fainted. But now Gamin-sama were behind Tora's food, so Tora also becomes visible and goes to kill Gamin-sama. Now Inoue was very scared seeing these monsters. Just then Gamin-sama again tried to attack her, during which, Inoue starts falling down from the building. And a Gamin-sama comes to eat her. But Tora still saves her and Inoue is scared to see Tora. After this Tora starts saying that this girl is my food, so don't even try to touch her. Seeing this, a Gamin-sama comes to attack her, but Tora kills him in a single attack. Meanwhile, Inoue starts running away from here. Seeing this, some Gamin-sama capture Tora and the rest go after Inoue. But now Inoue does not go among the people to save herself. Because of this, the lives of other people will also be in danger. Tora explains to Gamin-sama that the Hazaki Makoto you want to take revenge on. She is dead long ago, but Gamin-sama does not agree to Tora and feels that he cannot be freed from his captivity. Hearing this, Tora frees himself in a moment and kills him. Meanwhile the other Gamin-sama surround Inoue and start attacking her. Seeing this Tora comes to save her. But now Gamin-sama attack him and starts talking about defeating him. Hearing this, Tora gets angry and attacks them with his lightning power. Because of which no Gamin-sama can stand in front of him. But still a Gamin-sama saves himself and comes to attack Inoue. But at the same time Ushio attacks him with Beast Spear. Because of its power, this last Gamin-sama also gets destroyed. Today Inoue is shocked to learn about this truth. But now Tora cannot eat Inoue, so he silently wants to run away. But Ushio stops him and also apologizes for blaming him. On this Tora starts saying that I had already tried to tell you, but you are very stupid. Hearing this, Ushio gets angry and the two start fighting with each other. But Inoue pacifies both of them and she had listened to both of them, so she gives Tora a hamburger to eat. Seeing this, Tora says that yokai only eats humans. On this Inoue says that this thing is more delicious than humans. After this the scene of Hong Kong is shown, where two monsters were in front of a man, and they killed many people. Now seeing him, both the monsters come to attack, but he stops them very easily. And now one of these monsters knows that he is actually Hayu, who is a powerful exorcist. Then a monster again goes to attack Hayu. But this time Hayu casts a spell on him, because of which the monster returns to its true form, and Hayu kills him in a moment. Seeing this, the other monster tries to run away. But Hayu catches him too. Now the monster starts begging for his life, but then Hayu sees a small child's shoe in the midst of the blood, and learns that they have killed a small child as well. Now because of this, Hayu gets very angry and puts his spell on him too. Then the monster starts saying, "Who cares of a child?" But on hearing this, Hayu angrily kills him too. It is then revealed that Hayu has been in search of a monster for the last 15 years. Just then he watches the news of Tora. Seeing this, Hayu starts saying, "That's him," and now Hayu leaves for Japan to find him. The next day Ushio was sleeping, during which Tora tries to eat him again. But Beast Spear warns Ushio, so Ushio protects himself. After this he angrily goes to attack Tora. But today Tora is able to put a scratch on his face. And today Tora understands that, when Tora is not connected to Beast Spear, then he remains a normal person. After this he comes to attack Ushio. But now the Beast Spear starts moving on its own. That's why Tora can't do anything. But now Ushio gets angry, so Tora runs away from here. On the other hand, Hayu has come to Japan from Hong Kong. Now Ushio was upset by Tora's actions, so he decides to kill him. Meanwhile, Hayu sees some people, who were bullying a child and his father. Seeing this, Hayu injures them and goes to kill them. But at the same time Ushio stops his attack. Then Hayu looks at Tora's shadow over him, and starts thinking, is it his shadow? After this, Hayu angrily attacks Ushio and starts asking about the monster. But Ushio do not understand what Hayu is talking about. Hayu then throw Ushio on the ground, and says that I just saw a monster's shadow behind you. But Ushio was enraged by such act and refuses to tell anything. Seeing this, Hayu goes to kill him. But Beast Spear stops his attack and now Hayu is surprised to see it, because he also knew about it. After this Hayu calms down. Then Ushio tells that I found it in my warehouse. Apart from this, it also guides me. Hearing this, Hayu kneels in front of him and apologizes for his mistake. He then tells Ushio about himself and starts asking about Tora while showing him a picture. Seeing this, Ushio asks, "Why do you want to find him?" Then Hayu tells him that I was living happily with my wife and daughter earlier. But one night when I came back to my house, that day my wife did not respond to me, and as I opened the door, a monster tried to attack me. But he had killed my wife and daughter already, so I took the hard training of exorcist, so that I can kill that monster with my own hands. Now Ushio also feels sad to know about this. But Ushio knows that Tora hasn't done this, because he was imprisoned in the warehouse for the last 500 years. However, Ushio starts thinking that Tora thinks about eating me all the time, and today he scratched his face too. So Ushio tells Hayu about Tora, because in this way he will get rid of Tora. Now after a while Hayu finds Tora, after which Tora appears in front of it and Hayu starts saying that I was dying to meet you. But Tora doesn't understand what Hayu is talking about. Then Hayu starts talking about killing him. So Tora also gets angry and a fight starts between the two. But Hayu is also as powerful as Tora. After this Tora uses his lightning power, but Hayu stops it very easily. Seeing this Tora is shocked. Then Hayu attacks Tora with his weapon, whose wires were very strong. Seeing this, Tora tries to be invisible. But despite this, Hayu was able to see it and starts attacking it. Ushio comes to school, and today all the students were going to get the report card. But at this time, Ushio was thinking about something, because of which his teacher get angry on him. On the other hand, Hayu and Tora have badly injured each other. But Hayu was thinking of taking revenge on his wife and daughter even in this condition. Meanwhile, Tora was thinking that he shouldn't have left Ushio's side. Now Tora once again attacks with his lightning power. But Hayu stops at this time too and attacks Tora. Ushio comes out after class is over, but he seemed very frustrated and Nakamura was waiting in front of him. After this Ushio starts going to his house, but Nakamura follows him and angrily starts saying that you also can hit me, so that your frustration will end. Ushio is quite surprised to see this. After this Nakamura leaves from here. Now Ushio realizes a big mistake by this. On the other hand, Hayu has badly injured Tora. But right now Ushio comes here and starts telling Hayu that your family was not killed by Tora. But Hayu doesn't understand this. Then Ushio tells him that Tora was imprisoned in my basement for the last 500 years. That's why your family must have been killed by other monster. After this Ushio says sorry also, and says that I should have told about this earlier. But now Hayu gets very angry over this and he still feels that Tora has killed his family. That's why he wants to kill Tora. But Ushio protects the Tora and shows him the scratch of his face, in which there were marks of 4 claws, whereas the scratch with Hayu only had 3. Then Tora starts telling Ushio that I did not ask for your help. To this Ushio says that he wants to kill you for that mistake, the mistake you haven't made. Ushio then puts the beast's spear down, and tells Hayu that you can kill me if you want. But Hayu doesn't see anything at this moment, because he wants to avenge his wife and daughter anyway. Seeing this, Ushio stands in front of Tora to protect him. Then Tora asks Ushio, "Why do you want to save me?" On this Ushio says that you have also saved me before. Just then Hayu angrily attacks with his lightning weapon. But Ushio blocks this attack on himself and angrily hits Hayu with a powerful punch. But Ushio was badly injured in this. Seeing this, Hayu realizes his mistake. Now after a while Ushio regains consciousness and Hayu tells him that you are very careless, because you came right in front of my weapon. Then Ushio says that Tora is my responsibility, but only I want to defeat him. Hearing this, Hayu smiles, and now he will stay in Japan for some time, because Beast Spear attracts monsters. That's why, he might get that monster, who killed his family. Then Ushio asks Hayu to tell more about Beast Spear. On this Hayu says that gradually you will come to know about it yourself. After this Hayu leaves from here. In the next scene Ushio was sleeping, then Tora comes to eat it. But there were many bandages on him, that's why he doesn't eat him, and says that the hamburger was more delicious than you. Ushio, Nakamura and Inoue went on a summer vacation, where Nakamura's grandpa had a shop. But Ushio and Nakamura start fighting with each other here too. Tora also came here and now he goes out to enjoy ocean. Meanwhile, a boy mess up with Ushio's luggage. Seeing this, Ushio gets angry at him, but then Nakamura also comes here and asks Ushio to let go him. After this she explains to the boy that he should not do such acts, but the boy mischief with her too and runs away. Now Ushio, Nakamura and Inoue come to the beach shop, where Nakamura's grandpa tells them that the boy's name is Tatsuya, but after losing his mother, he started doing such mischief. On the other hand, Tora had gone too far in the ocean. Then all of a sudden it feels like someone is there, so Tora asks who is here. Then a voice asks, "Are you Nagato Bimaru-sama?" On this Tora says that 500 years ago I had this name. After this Tora tells him to come out, after which a mysterious man comes out and his name was Uzumatu, who manages sea monsters and it has been a long time doing so. Hearing this Tora asks, "What do you want from me?" Uzumatu then asks for his help to destroy a monster, whose name is Ayakashi, but this is a huge monster, whose body is made from the souls of people who died in the sea. But now Uzumatu does not have the strength to stop him, so he begs Tora's help in this. Hearing this Tora gets ready, because he also wants to see how powerful Ayakashi is. On the other hand, Tatsuya started playing mischief again, due to which Ushio gets very angry, and now Tatsuya leaves from here crying. Just then some people start bullying him break his toy, but now Nakamura comes here and beats them all. Now Tatsuya starts crying, because this toy was given to him by his mother. Here Tora has come into Ayakashi's barrier, but at the same time Ayakashi comes out of the water. Seeing his very big body, Tora is scared. After this Tora tries to attack Ayakashi, but his lightning was slipping on its surface. That's why nothing happens to Ayakashi. Then Ayakashi attacks Tora and catches it in his jaw. Seeing this stops Uzumatu Ayakashi's jaw from closing, but Tora's paw was slipping, because of which he could not come up. Now Tora gets upset because of this, but then it misses Ushio. Tora then tells Uzumatu about Ushio and asks him to bring Ushio here. After this Tora uses his lightning power and goes inside Ayakashi. On the other hand, Nakamura has fixed Tatsuya's toy, for which Tatsuya says thank you, and now both of them go to enjoy on the boat together, but at the same time Ayakashi swallows them. That's when Ushio hears Uzumatu's voice and he appears strangely in front of Ushio. He then tells Ushio that Tora needs your help, because right now he is in Ayakashi's stomach. On hearing this, Ushio goes to get the beast spear. Just then, Inoue calls Ushio Ayatsuki Ushio and tells her that Nakamura is in danger. But now Uzumatu was surprised to hear Ayatsuki Ushio's name. Now Ushio talks to Nakamura, then Nakamura tells that we are inside the stomach of a giant snake. Just then he learns that Tatsuya is also with Nakamura, and now Ushio promises to save them. But Tatsuya was very scared, so Nakamura calms him. Because of fear he will lose his hope. But now Tora was also at this place. Suddenly some monsters surround Nakamura and Tatsuya. Seeing this, Tora uses his lightning power and save both of them. Here Ushio also enters into Ayakashi's barrier with Uzumatu, where Ayakashi comes in front of him. Seeing this, Ushio tries to attack with Beast Spear, but nothing was happening to Ayakashi. Seeing this, Ushio breaks its barrier and enters inside its body. On the other hand, Tora appears in front of Nakamura and Tatsuya. Seeing this, Nakamura pretends not to be afraid, so that Tatsuya doesn't get scared too much. Nakamura then starts telling Tatsuya that Ushio does not have mother like you, so when anyone tells anything about his mother, he used to get very angry, but when my father came to know about this, then he do something with Ushio? After that he stopped beating others. Now suddenly a ship starts going inwards, and it is revealed that Ayakashi wants to eat them. Seeing this, Tora saves Nakamura and Tatsuya. But now Tora was not able to fly, because the barrier has reduced his power. Then Ayakashi starts pulling it backwards. But now Ushio comes here and saves them from going inside. However, during this Nakamura had fainted and Tora was holding her with the help of his hair. Now seeing this, Ushio gets very upset and asks Tatsuya to help her. But Tatsuya was scared. Then Ushio tells that I also was like you. But one day someone said that my mother always watches me. After that my life changed. Hearing this, Tatsuya gets courageous and goes to grab Nakamura's hand. But suddenly Ushio's hand gets separated from the spear. And during this time the cloth in it gets torn, after which the beast's spear suddenly starts flying and attacks Ayakashi's eye. Seeing this Ushio takes the beast's spear, and Tora starts running at high speed with the help of his lightning power. During this Ushio tears Ayakashi's entire body. After this Ayakashi gets destroyed and some light starts coming out from it, which was the soul of those who died in the sea. That's when Ushio tells Tora that your real name is Nagato Bimaru. But Tora does not like this name. Today Tora saved Nakamura and Tatsuya's lives, for which Ushio thanks him. Now after some time, Nakamura regains her senses, but she could not believe that Ushio had killed that big snake. Then Ushio says that the creepy monster has saved you. But then Tatsuya comes here and as a thanks gives him the gift given by his mother, after which Ushio and all his friends go back from here. Now we see a flashback. When Uzumatu heard Ayatsuki Ushio's name, he started saying, "You are the son of this woman, who is still alive and breathing." Ushio was shocked to hear this, so as soon as he comes home, he gets angry at his father Shigure, and starts saying that I heard that my mother is still alive. Also yokai hate them. Then Shigure asks him, "Have you been using beast spear often?" On this Ushio tells that I have killed many monsters with help of this, because of which it is becoming even more powerful. But Ushio gets angry and starts asking where is my mother, if she is. Then Shigure tells, well, just then a call comes and Shigure starts leaving from here, because some urgent matter had arrived. Seeing this, Ushio starts fighting with his father, during which Tora also comes here and Shigure sees him too. But now Shigure runs away from here with high speed. Seeing this, Ushio gets into thinking. After this, Ushio goes in courtesy to find his mother, but he doesn't get any information there. On the other hand, Shigure comes to some place, where some goblins have kidnapped a girl. Now goblins try to attack Shigure, but he defeats them very easily and seals them in a place. In this way the life of the little girl is saved. But Shigure now comes to his seniors, and tells them that Beast Spear is pulled free. Hearing this, all the seniors get scared and start asking who has removed Beast Spear. Shigure then tells that my son Ushio has done this and he calls that yokai Tora. Hearing this, the seniors get shocked, because only extraordinary man can wield the beast spear. Apart from this, the monster hasn't even killed Ushio. Then Chief calms down everyone and tells Shigure that, if your son has pulled the beast spear, then he will not be able to live a normal human life. After this the seniors decide to evaluate Ushio, so if he is unworthy, then these people will give beast spear to one of them, whom these people have raised. Hearing this, Shigure says that I want to evaluate my son myself and I hope there is no need to kill that yokai. But if my son is really not capable and that yokai is evil, then I will kill them myself. Now the chief accepts his decision, but the seniors did not want to give this responsibility to Shigure. Now the chief tells Shigure that the beast spear is pulled free, so this may be a sign that Hakumen no Mono has revived, so if any mistake happened, then that will not be forgiven. After this Shigure agrees to it, but now seniors also decide to do something in this matter. The next day Shigure comes back to his house, but Ushio starts asking about his mother again. But now seniors monks were also coming towards Shigure's house. Now Shigure asks Ushio, what are you going to do about your mother? Then Ushio says that I don't know anything about my mother, but now I want to face the truth, no matter how much trouble I have to face for it. Meanwhile, Shigure gives Ushio 1.2 million yen. Now seeing this Ushio gets angry, because he thinks that his father wants to settle this matter. Shigure then says that don't get the wrong idea, because that's travel money. But Ushio doesn't understand anything. Then Shigure says, who is your mother, and what is she doing? You will have to find out about it yourself. So Shigure tells him to go to Uncle Hokkaido. That's when Ushio asks, is the thing related to mother so complicated? On this Shigure says that this matter is more complex than you think, which you can't even imagine, but Ushio still decides to find out about his mother. Suddenly Shigure changes his dress and starts calling Tora. After this Tora also appears. Shigure then says that I have got the order to seal you, and now Shigure challenges Tora. After this Tora also accepts his challenge, but Ushio could not understand anything. Now both get ready for the fight and Tora attacks with his lightning power, but Shigure stops it very easily. On seeing this, Ushio gets shocked, because he did not know that his father was so powerful. Shigure and Tora then begin a dangerous fight. Seeing this, Ushio comes to stop both of them, but none of them were listening to him. Now Ushio gets angry with this and uses Beast Spear to stop Shigure's attack, but today Shigure saw him for the first time using Beast Spear, so he was surprised. That's when Tora reveals that Shigure wasn't actually trying to kill him. But Ushio does not understand this. Shigure then explains that our temple and sect have two faces. The first is for religious observation, while the second is for sealing and eliminating yokai. Shigure then tells Ushio that this time I have got an order to eliminate Tora. Hearing this, Ushio says that even though he has done many bad things, but after becoming free, he has not done any wrong till now. At the same time, monks also come here. But Shigure says that there is no need to seal and kill Tora, because if he will stay with Ushio, he can become a powerful asset in battle with the Beast Spear. But the monks do not listen to him and decide to kill Tora. Seeing this, Shigure stops their attack, and says that Ushio is able to wield the Beast Spear. Then a monk says that these two will not be able to do anything to Hakumen. Hearing this, Ushio starts asking Shigure about Hakumen, but Shigure tells him to leave with Tora. The monks try to stop him. After this, Ushio tries to convince them, because he just wants to find out about his mother, in which he needs Beast Spear. Then a monk talks about killing Tora, after which Tora also gets ready for the fight. Seeing this, Shigure and all the monks create the formation, because of which Tora's body begins to seal. Then a monk calls Tora a lowly yokai, because they sealed him very easily, but this angered Tora and now their seal was of no use. Seeing this, a monk attacks, but Tora easily saves himself and captures this monk. After this, he says that even though you guys must have dealt with many yokai, but I am different from everyone. Now Tora attacks this monk, but then someone imprisons Shigure. Seeing this, Ushio gets angry, but then a monk attacks him and takes Beast Spear. Then suddenly Tora attacks this monk and the Beast Spear comes in the hands of Shigure. Now Tora was going to fight with all the monks, but Shigure stops him with the help of Beast Spear. The next day, Shigure asks Tora, why did you not kill those monks? Then Tora tells that, Tora told me not to kill any human, so as long as the Beast Spear is with him, I will pretend to listen to him. Now Ushio regains consciousness, after which Shigure tells him to leave immediately, but Ushio didn't want to leave his father in trouble. Then Shigure says I will be fine. After this, Ushio gets ready to leave from here. Now Shigure also knew that Ushio can do anything for him. Just then, Ushio finds a comb in his pocket. Then Shigure says that your mother was very beautiful. Hearing this, Ushio smiles and leaves with Tora. We see a plane, where a monster has wrapped itself around the plane, so the pilot was unable to control it. Just then a picture of his daughter falls from the pilot, and he is sad, because he will not be able to return home this time. After this, the plane crashes. Next we see Ushio and Tora, who had come to the airport to go to Hokkaido, but seeing the plane, Tora was very excited. That's when Atsuzawa begins to explain to Yu-chan that my jet and your father's almost crashed into each other, but it's no one's fault in this, because it was all because of a monster, who had wrapped himself around the plane, after which the plane crashed. Now Ushio was listening attentively to Atsuzawa, but Yu-chan doesn't believe his words, because she thinks Atsuzawa is lying. But Ushio believes Atsuzawa's words, so he immediately starts asking Tora about this monster. Then Tora tells, maybe it is Fusuma, who lives in the sky and sometimes comes on surface to kill humans. After this, Tora tells, I have fought with him before, but killing him is not that easy, because biting, hitting and lightning can do nothing to him, but a lot of fire is his weakness. Now Tora asks Ushio, will we find either of those in the sky? But Ushio say nothing. Yu-chan and Atsuzawa were also going on the same plane, in which Ushio and Tora were going. But Yu-chan considered Atsuzawa to be the murderer of his father. Now Ushio tries to talk with her, but as the plane depart, Yu-chan starts crying, because she was missing her father. Seeing this, Ushio calms her down. Then Yu-chan starts telling that my father was the pilot of the plane that crashed a month ago. and the plane that almost hit the Jazz fighter plane. Atsuzawa was flying it, who used to work under my father. That's why Yu-chan considers Atsuzawa to be the murderer of her father. Then we see that Fusuma has started coming towards the plane. Now Atsuzawa starts talking to Ushio, because he understood that Ushio believes him. Atsuzawa starts telling that day, I saw something in the sky, though it did not show up on the radar, and when my fighter jet was almost to crash with the plane, I saw a monster on it. Suddenly this plane starts to wobble, and it turns out that Fusuma has arrived on the plane. Seeing this, Atsuzawa immediately goes to check on the pilot. Now Tora tells Ushio to take care of this monster with the beast spear, but he do not have the spear right now. Then Tora reminds him and tells him to call the spear. Hearing this, Ushio calls the spear and immediately it comes to him. Now Yu-chan was shocked to see him. However, Ushio could not do anything, because Fusuma was in the air. On the other hand, Fusuma has killed the pilot. So Atsuzawa tried to control the plane, because he wants to protect Yu-chan and everyone. But the control system were not working and Fusuma injures Atsuzawa. Now Ushio asks Tora to go through the wall to the outside, and beat Fusuma. But Tora refuses to do so. That's why Ushio uses Beast Spear, after which Tora comes outside, where Fusuma was in front of him and he recognizes it. After this he starts asking Tora, what are you doing here? But Tora attacks him with his fire, because of which some of his body parts get destroyed. But seeing this, all the passengers starts panicking. Now Yu-chan had also seen Tora and Fusuma, so she starts to believe that this monster has killed her father. Tora was trying to kill Fusuma, but none of his attacks had any effect on him. Now, Yu-chan comes to check on Atsuzawa and gets worried seeing him injured. Now Atsuzawa requests backup from Jazv, and tells them that a monster has attacked the aircraft. That's why he needs an immediate backup of an armed fighter jet. But they do not detect anything on the radar. That's why they don't take any action. This thing worries Atsuzawa. But still he doesn't want anything to happen to Yu-chan. That's when Ushio tells him that Fusuma can be killed with a lot of fire. But they do not have any choice for this. That's why they need a missile. Here Tora attacks Fusuma, but even its fire has no effect on him, because Fusuma could not be killed with such a low fire. Tora gets angry at Ushio, because he was not using Beast Spear, so he reminds him that the Beast Spear was made to kill yokai, so he can stab that monster outside through the wall. Hearing this, Ushio gets ready to use the Beast Spear. He asks Tora to use his lightning power, while he will attack from below with Beast Spear. After this Tora starts attacking Fusuma and Ushio also gets ready. But Yu-chan was enraged by her father's death, so she also wants to kill Fusuma with him. Seeing this, Ushio takes her with him. Now Tora attacks Fusuma with his lightning power, after which Ushio also uses Beast Spear. Because of this Fusuma gets injured, and Jazv also detects an unknown thing on the radar. But Fusuma was still alive and he starts attacking Tora. Nevertheless, the Air Force has left for help and they immediately contacts Atsuzawa. Now Atsuzawa tells him about Fusuma, which can only be killed by a lot of fire, so he tells the Air Force to attack with missiles. But the Air Force could not attack with missiles in these conditions. Now Tora asks Ushio to take him to the top of the plane, because he wants to cut up Fusuma with Beast Spear. Hearing this, Atsuzawa and Yu-chan forbid him to do so, but he has no other options. So he comes to the top of the plane with Tora. Now, both go together to attack Fusuma, but Fusuma capture both of them very easily. However, Ushio cuts off both its hands with Beast Spear, and Tora destroys both legs with his fire. Now because of this Fusuma gets separated from the plane. Therefore, the Air Force easily locks the target and attacks it with missiles, whose fierce fire starts destroying Fusuma. But he starts saying that Beast Spear is out in the world. That's mean, Hakumen is about to appear. However, Fusuma thinks his luck is good, because he do not want to meet Hakumen. After this Fusuma gets destroyed. Now Tora and Ushio were safe. That's why Yu-chan becomes happy. But the rear landing gear was not working, so Ushio also gets scared by this. Seeing this Tora starts laughing. Then Ushio says him, there is nothing you can do also, because you can't lift up this plane. This angers Tora, and he gets ready to lift up the plane to prove himself. After this the plane lands, but Tora with his power stops it from crashing. But now Yu-chan understood cause of her father's death, so she apologizes to Atsuzawa. After this Ushio leaves with Tora and Yu-chan says that we will meet again. In the next scene, a monster kills a lot of people, and his name was Juuru. Seeing this his siblings want to stop him, But humans have stolen his house. That's why he hates them and kills them in anger. Now his siblings want to stop him, because it is too dangerous for humans and for them too. However, the only one able to stop him is the one who controls the beast spear. Next day, Ushio lost the money that his father gave to him, so he was angry because of this. But now two people were following him. Suddenly something tried to attack a girl, and Ushio thinks it is a whirlwind. But Tora tell him, it is actually a Kamaitachi. Just then it tried to attack on Ushio. Seeing this, Ushio attack with beast spear, but as he goes to kill him, a lady stops him and requests to listen to her before that. Then Tora tells Ushio that they were testing you to see if you could actually control the beast spear. Now they take Ushio and Tora to the deep mountain, where they used to live. Now they reveal that they are actually ancient yokai, and people call them Kamaitachi. Now they implore Ushio to kill their brother Juuru. Hearing this, Ushio gets angry, because they want to kill their own brother. Just then Ushio sees the dead body of a villager. Then Raishin starts saying that, if we leave things as they are, more of your human brethren will be slain by Juuru. Now Kagari brings Tora out, because Raishin wants to talk to Ushio in private. But she thinks Tora is weak. Then Tora says, I thought you Kamaitachi lived further south. Hearing this, Kagari gets angry and say that we were forced out by humans. That's why I hate humans. Here Raishin tells Tora that we Kamaitachi work in threes. The first trips a human, the second cuts the human, and the third treats the wound. Now Raishin tells that this is how we protect our house. Apart from this, Kagari's medicine makes the wound move immediately. But we have a rule, we cannot kill humans without any reason, because if this happens then humans will destroy us. But Juuru has broken this rule, so he must pay with his life. Now Raishin requests Ushio to lend him the power of beast spear. On the other hand, Tora starts asking Kagari about her brother. Then Kagari says, you cannot do anything in this, because you are scared of the beast spear. Now Tora gets angry because of this, but Kagari also takes out her blade. That's when Tora finds something wrong here, so he asks Kagari to stop, but she cuts his hand. Suddenly Juuru comes here, and tells Raishin, I am going to kill the humans. Now Raishin tried to remembering him about the rule, but he was not worried about the rule, because they had to leave their home because of humans. After this, Juuru also removes the human form, because he wants to tell humans who he is. Raishin asks him to stop this, because by doing this they will also be in danger. However, Juuru was not worried about this. Just then he get the sensation of beast spear, so he understands that his siblings have taken human help, so that they can kill him. Now Ushio angrily goes to kill Juuru, but he injures him easily. He then goes to kill Ushio, but Tora attacks him with his severed hand, and says that I am the one who is going to eat him. After this Tora goes to attack him, but he runs away from here. Now Tora asks Ushio to leave, but he is about to die, so Tora gets angry. That's when Kagari tells that there is a way to save his life. Now Tora angrily starts asking Raishin about this. Then Kagari tells him about her medicine, because Kamaitachi's injury can only be healed by her medicine. Kagari then uses her medicine and saves Ushio's life. However, he wants to stop Juuru from killing humans. Just then he sees Tora's severed hand, and starts worrying about it. But Tora says, I just need to stake it back on. That's why Ushio does the same. Seeing this, Tora asks, why are you so worried about helping me now? Then Ushio says, this is because I am a human. After this they go to the construction site, because Juuru went there to kill humans. But Ushio feels something was wrong with Juuru, and it seems Juuru was crying. Kagari starts saying, it is the humans' fault that Juuru ended up like that, because before that they used to live in a place named Hida, but humans were afraid of them. That's why they used to stay away from humans' territory. Back then, Juuru was a kind, warm yokai, who would hesitate even to cut off a human's pinky finger, and he always wanted to live there. But then humans started construction, because of which they went away. But wherever they used to go, the same thing happened with them, because of which Juuru started hating humans. After this Kagari says, we may have to kill him, but my heart will always be with my brother. After this all four come to the construction site, where Juuru was also there. Now Kagari wants to talk to Juuru, but he was furious, so he tries to kill Ushio. Seeing this, Kagari and Raishin stop him, and Kagari explains to him, killing the humans now would not solve anything, but we can live somewhere else. To this Juuru says angrily, we will just be chased out again, but I have had enough of that. Hearing this, Ushio attacks him with beast spear, but this time Juuru can't face it, so he cuts the mountain and drops it on them. Now Tora and Ushio hold the mountain up, but Kagari and Ration were stuck under the truck. Apart from this, gasoline was also leaking, so if it ignites, it will explode. Now Ushio asks Tora to help them, but he alone was not able to do anything. Just then Juru starts saying, "Are you trying to beg for mercy by doing this?" Hearing this, Tora asks, "Do you hate humans that much?" To this Juru says, "Yes, I do, because they chased us out of our home." Then Ushio says, "I am one of the humans that destroyed your home, so come and kill me." Now Juru angrily goes to kill him. However, Tora stops him with the help of the stone, and tells Ushio, "The humans took his house, but why the hell should you have to get stabbed?" Then Ushio says that, "I never even thought about it before, but when a factory or anything else that's useful to us is built, we drive out whatever else lived there before, because when I was a kid, the jungle gym was my special place, and I loved it, but when some kid fell off it, they tore it down over safety concerns, so that I hated them, who took away something I loved." Now Ushio gets very emotional, and says sorry to Juru, because he can't do anything to help him get his home back. That's when a group of construction workers comes here, and one of them throws the stone at Juru, due to which Juru gets angry. Seeing this, the worker gets scared, and the cigarette falls into the gasoline, due to which it catches fire, but Tora was unable to lift the truck alone. Seeing this, Juru helps him, but the task was still difficult. Now Ushio requests help from the construction workers. Hearing this, many workers come to help them, due to which the lives of Kagari and Ration are saved. Now Ushio tells Juru, "I will find another place for you guys to live, where you can live in peace." Hearing this, Juru says, "If that could happen, it would be great." But suddenly he stabs himself with the beast's spear, because he wanted to hear most were the words, Ushio said. After this, Juru says his siblings, "If you are going to survive, you cannot give up your human forms. Maybe there is not a place left for us in this world, after all." After this, Juru dies, but this make Ushio and everyone sad. Some of the temple seniors get angry with their people, because they could not bring beast spear. Just then the head priest Nigeria also comes back, and he understands that they have caused some trouble in his absence. He starts getting angry with them, because, to protect the beast spear and nurture those who wield it, this is the secret teaching of their sect, so they have been trained for possible successors according to those teachings. Now, Oyakum also knows about it. That's why she's angry. After this we see a flashback, where Oyakum tells him, beast spear selects its wielder, so Ushio may be the chosen one, because he can wields the beast spear. So Oyakum explains Nigeria, "We cannot interfere in that." Then she tells, as one of the Oyakum who have faced Hakam in 4th generations, "This is my order." Now Nigeria order his people together, because they have decided to monitor Ushio as a possible inheritor of the beast spear. On the other hand, Ushio and Tora came to Hot Spring, because Kagari and Ration have told them that this place is good for healing. That's when Ushio feels that someone is here other than them. So he goes to check, where a beautiful girl named Saya was also taking a bath in this spring. Just then Saya also sees them. Seeing this, Ushio says sorry, but she immediately runs away from here. Then Tora tells Ushio that the girl is not normal. Saya comes to her house, where his father Taki was getting angry because of being late. Then we learn that Saya's family does not allow her to go out for long. After this, Saya's father and grandmother come inside a room with her, where there was a barrier. Now grandmother tells Saya to console their household god. After this, Saya comes to Omomori, the one who has been imprisoned here for a long time, and was not allowed to go out. Omomori gets smell of a strange human and monster from her body. Saya panics on hearing this, but Omomori says, "Perhaps they will help you and me leave this place." The next day, Ushio and Tora came out, where Saya also came today. Suddenly Saya is about to fall in front of a car, but Ushio saves her. Then the shopkeeper tells that this girl is from Taketori household, and they own most of the land around here. After this, Ushio starts carrying Saya to her house. Then Saya tells him that sometimes I start to feel faint. Now Ushio apologizes for yesterday's incident. Then Saya says, "I am fine now, so you can put me down." That's when Ushio learns that Saya can see Tora too. Then Saya tells that I am of the bloodline of the white-haired ones, who can see the world of the Ayakashi and hear their voices. Now Ushio tells Saya about himself and carries her to her house. On the other hand, Taki was thinking that as long as we continue to worship Omomori, our Taketori household will remain prosperous. Here Ushio has brought Saya to his house, but Saya wanted to talk to him about something. Just then Takei comes and gets angry at Saya, because every time she faints and have to be carried home, so it hurts his reputation. Also her grandmother says, "Do you want to die young like your mother and cause us even more problems?" Hearing this, Ushio gets angry. To this Takei says, "You should have just taken your money and left by now." This makes Ushio even more angry. But Saya stops him and asks Takei for half an hour's time, because she wanted to talk to Ushio about something. After this Takei agrees to it. But now he had noticed Beast's spear. Ushio asks, "What do you want to talk about?" Then Saya starts telling them that my mother died when I was very young. Then we see a flashback of her mother. She was telling Saya that our duty is to act as intermediaries between humans and yokai, and help them get along. Now Saya tells Ushio that reality was totally different, because her mother was a tool used to protect this household's fortune. And I never saw my parents speak to each other. My mother was trapped here in this household, for the sole purpose of protecting it, and eventually died. Now Saya asks Ushio, "Have you ever heard this story? Where it dwells will be blessed with fortune and power. But where it leaves, disaster and poverty shall follow." Now Ushio starts to understand something. After this Saya tells that this household was succeeded in trapping a god. And that god is Omamori, while my task is to console her. But Omamori's real name is Zashiki Warashi. Now Tora looks at the barrier, and says that it is very powerful. But Omamori knows Tora. Ushio is shocked to learn this. Then Tora says, "I was once trapped, just like you are now." Omamori then says that I have been here for a long time, so I would like to leave. So Omamori requests them to destroy the barrier. On the other hand, Takei remembers Omamori's words, who said that one bearing a spear will arrive and set me free. Now Ushio asks, "You brought me here to destroy this barrier?" Then Omamori says, "You have the power to do so." But Tora warns Omamori, because when the barrier will be destroyed, a massive wave of energy from outside will hit this house, and it will wipe her out. Saya gets angry on Omamori after learning this, because she didn't tell her about it. Then Omamori says, "For 200 years I have been consoled by many white-haired women. But now I have had enough. Because I do not want to watch you die too." Just then Takei tries to attack on Ushio, because he has understood Ushio wants to destroy the barrier. But Takei will not let this happen, because ever since his ancestors trapped Omamori in this barrier, his family has been blessed with good fortune and prosperity. But Ushio gets angry on this and attacks him. Now Saya wants to stop Omamori, because she will die as soon as the barrier is broken. Now Tora also wants to free Omamori, because she is also imprisoned here like him. After this, Ushio goes to destroy the barrier. But Saya comes in front of him and stops him from breaking the barrier, because she didn't want to see Omamori die. Just then Takei's men capture Ushio. After this, Takei goes to attack him. But Tora stops him and comes inside the barrier himself, because he wants to protect Omamori. But Ushio still can't do anything, because Saya was standing in front of him and her family also forbids her to move. But now Saya starts remembering her mother, and starts saying, "Omamori, are you content with that being your life?" Hearing this, Saya tells her family that, now this household has prospered enough, so let us free her. Saya then moves away from the front and Ushio destroys the barrier. Now because of this a powerful wave of energy comes here. But Tora and Ushio save everyone. After this Omamori becomes free. But now Saya's family was not happy with this. Tora asks Omamori, "What are you going to do from now on?" Then Omamori says, "I was proof that the white-haired women lived. So it is clear where I must go next. And I will not forget this debt." After this, Ushio also says goodbye to Saya and leaves with Tora. In the next scene, Nakamura has a dream. And this is from when she was in 3rd grade. And a boy was carrying her. But Nakamura has a feeling this person was always covered in scratches, that he got helping others. But Nakamura doesn't understand why this dream is coming to her. But she was also angry at Ushio, because he has disappeared without informing her. On the other hand, Inoue's father brought a mirror, which was actually a Chinese antique. Suddenly Inoue feels vibration in it, but she doesn't pay much attention to it, and goes to school with Nakamura, during which she tells Nakamura also about that mirror. Then both of them start talking about their childhood memory. Nakamura starts remembering about Ushio and gets sad, because he had not met her for a long time. However, Nakamura acts in such a way that she doesn't care about Ushio. Now Nakamura is depressed all day at school, but if anyone talks about Ushio's bar, she gets angry at them. Also the rest of the boys seemed calm without Ushio. Seeing this, Inoue decides to take Nakamura to Ushio's house with her. But Inoue knew about Ushio and Tora. So she hopes they are doing well whatever they are. Now both of them come to Ushio's house and ask his father why Ushio is not coming to school. Then Ushio's father says that a distant relative needed a favor, so I had him go in my place. But you don't need to worry about that. On this, Nakamura says that I am not worried about him and starts getting angry. Seeing this, Inoue comes to her. Then Nakamura says that he could have told us before he left. On the other hand, Ushio feels that someone is talking about him. But still both of them were at Kagari and Reishin's house. After this, Ushio has dinner with them. Now Reishin says, "You should stay here for some more days." But Ushio had decided to leave tomorrow, because he has to go to Hokkaido also. After this, Ushio was standing near the pool, where suddenly, there is some vibration in it, and now Ushio sees Nakamura in it, who seemed worried about something. But after that everything disappears. Now Ushio immediately comes to Tora, Kagari and Reishin, and starts asking, "How can I hear the voice of things that appear in the water?" Now Reishin understands that this thing is related to the water mirror. So Reishin and Kagari take him to the mirror expert, who lived in a cave on top of a mountain, and maybe he can give an answer to this. After this, Reishin starts calling to mirror expert. Now hearing his voice, mirror expert comes out. But as his eyes go to the beast spear, he gets scared and immediately starts running away. Seeing this, Reishin explains to him that Ushio has not come to kill you. But mirror expert was still on the run. Suddenly Tora grabs him. Now seeing him, the mirror expert gets ready to listen to him. Ushio asks him, "What is the meaning of what I saw in the water mirror?" Then mirror expert takes them back for some time. Now everyone sees that Nakamura came to Inoue's house, where she starts looking at the old mirror. Then Inoue notices that the mirror has been moved, because before this, the mirror was facing the other way. After that both get busy with their work. But actually, this mirror was a demon mirror, who wants to take them to his world. Inoue thinks Nakamura is thinking about Ushio, so she starts talking about summer vacation of 3rd grade, when both did a handicraft project together. But a dog ran away with their project, after which Nakamura sought help from Ushio, but it felt that Ushio did not care, while Ushio went in front of the dog to take the project. Just then Nakamura had also come searching for him. Seeing Nakamura, the dog went to attack her, but Ushio saved him. After that the dog ran away. Now Ushio starts carrying Nakamura from here, and she actually saw this scene in a dream. Suddenly there is a vibration in the mirror and both get scared seeing this. Then a monster comes from inside it. Inoue rushes to save Nakamura, after which the monster takes Inoue with him, but Nakamura was unable to do anything. Mirror expert tells that this is related to the mirror demon, because long ago, a woman cheated on some men, and he created it using evil methods. Now Ushio decides to save Inoue. Then the mirror expert tells that you have to go inside the mirror and defeat him. But mirror expert also warns Ushio and says, "My powers last only as long as it takes water to boil, so you need to come before it, otherwise you will be trapped inside the mirror forever." Ushio and Tora then go inside the mirror, where they see a light, from where both of them come to Inoue's room. Now Ushio asks Nakamura to put the mirror down, but Nakamura was unable to recognize Ushio. She then puts the mirror down, but she also comes inside with them, because Inoue was taken because she protected her. So now she wants to protect Inoue. Nakamura tells Tora that I have seen you somewhere, but Nakamura still didn't know Ushio's identity. After this, all three come in front of the mirror demon, where he had naked Inoue. Because of this they get very angry on him, but now the mirror demon also transforms himself and attacks them. However, Tora destroys its attack. Now he was very angry, but they do not have much time, so Ushio attacks the mirror demon with full power, after which the mirror demon gets destroyed, and thus Ushio and Tora save Inoue. After this Ushio comes out with Nakamura and Tora with Inoue. Today Nakamura also learns of Ushio's identity and is glad that he has saved her. Now Ushio says that I will be home soon and returns with Tora. So the yokai tells that the lady protects him and his son wields the beast's spear. Hearing this the other yokai say, "What does he think of himself? But he will not leave Tuno alive." After this all yokai start saying that we will kill both, that lady and her son. On the other hand, Kagari sees comb in the hands of Ushio. She asks him, "Does it have some significance?" Then Ushio says that it belongs to my mother, and I am going to a place in Hokkaido, so that I can find out why my mother has been gone since I was little. But you both have helped me a lot. After this Reishin and Kagari wish him a safe journey. Just then Kagari starts telling Tora, "I was not aware that you were a great yokai. that has lived for more than 200 years. So please forgive me. Hearing this, Tora asks, where did you hear a thing like that? Kagari then tells that the mirror expert told me how strong you were, and how many you have fought against. Kagari then starts thinking about how Tora had saved her. After this, Ushio and Tora leave from here. Now after some time both come to Tuno bus station, where Tora was very excited to ride on the bus. After this, both go by bus, during which Tora was having a lot of fun. Suddenly Tora's expression changes. Apart from this, sound starts coming from Beast's spear. Tora then tells Ushio that yokai are coming. But for some reason it has got a serious grudge against you. But Ushio could not understand anything. Just then a yokai attacks on the bus. Seeing this, Ushio and Tora kill yokai. But due to this attack, the bus falls down. Meanwhile a lot of yokai start coming here. Ushio and Tora confront them. But these were in very large numbers. Now Ushio decides to go to the forest, because he didn't want to let anything happen to innocent people. After this both of them start running towards the forest. Just then Ushio asks Tora, why did they want to kill me? On this Tora says, you have killed many yokai. So maybe they are out for revenge. At the same time, a yokai catches Ushio and starts saying, this is the boy of the same woman. Hearing this, Ushio understands that he is talking about his mother. Suddenly many monsters come here and attack Ushio. Luckily Beast's spear gets activated and it takes away Ushio. Now a powerful yokai stops Tora, whose name was Hitatsuki, and both knew each other. Hitatsuki says, long ago you made quite the name for yourself in the land of the West. Now, 500 years later, you suddenly reappeared. But you are siding with a human and that spear. Also I hear, you are killing fellow monsters. Hearing this Tora says, anyone who picks up fight with me it's simply the enemy. Also Tora forbids calling him Nagato Bimaru. After this Hitatsuki tells him to leave Ushio. Then Tora says that I am possessing him, so I can eat him. Now Tora asks why does the monsters want to kill him? And what happened after I left? On the other hand, Beast's spear throws Ushio into a pond. But there was a monster here too. On knowing this, Ushio asked him to come out. After this, a kappa comes out of the water. But he has stopped attacking humans. He then applies his medicine on Ushio's injury. Then Ushio asks why are these monsters after me? Hearing this, Kappa says, do you really not know anything? Now Ushio asks her to tell about this. Then Kappa says that the real reason for this is your mother. This shocks Ushio. Kappa then says, all yokai in Japan know about it. After this Kappa starts reciting a song to him. A long time ago, when Hakumen came, all yokai together wanted to kill him. But then a human woman came and protected Hakumen. Because of which, all yokai started hating her. After this Kappa tells that a girl came from China 1,000 years ago, who was actually a very powerful yokai. But when foreign land was created in the world, the power of good yin went to the humans, and the power of evil yang was born within that yokai. Later a yokai started eating all yokai, because he didn't want to keep any yokai alive except himself, and his name was Hakumen. At last, he also came to Japan to destroy all of us. After that we all got together and challenged him. But actually, he was very powerful, and it was impossible to defeat him. But when humans came to know about his identity, Hakumen fled in defeat. But he said that he will become stronger and come back again. On hearing this, the Japanese yokai went to kill him. After this, Kappa is going to tell Ushio about his mother. But at the same time yokai starts coming towards him. So Kappa tells him to run away to the village behind the mountain. Now Ushio thanks him for his medicine and starts running from here. On the other hand, the rescue team has come to save the passenger, in which only the driver died. But at this time, Saya and Omamori were also going through this road. That's when Omamori feels like something is wrong here. Now some yokai come to Kagari and Reishin, and ask them to kill Ushio. But hearing this, both of them get ready to kill them. Because Ushio had saved the lives of these two. After this, both attack on them and kill everyone. But now Ushio was in danger, so both immediately go out to save him. On the other hand, Hitatsuki starts telling Tora that you and all of us had put our lives at risk to stop Hakumen. On this Tora says, Hakumen then ran away. To this Hitatsuki says, when you disappeared. After that we found Hakumen. We tried to attack him several times, but we couldn't even touch him, because there was a powerful barrier around him. And whoever put up this barrier was a human woman. On this Tora asks, but what is the connection between Ushio and that woman? After which Hitatsuki tells, Ushio is her son. but Tora refuses to do anything with Ushio. Hearing this, Hitatsuki says, "You used to be very powerful and dangerous to humans." After this, Tora angrily says, "Then go ahead and kill him." Hearing this, Hitatsuki sets out to kill Ushio. In the forest, many yokai have surrounded Ushio. Meanwhile, Ushio sees an old man. So he saves him and immediately goes towards the village. But now Tora was also immersed in some deep thought. Now Tora somehow come to the village, where he eats cream bread at a shop. Then the shopkeeper starts talking about the bus accident news. Hearing this, Ushio starts asking about the passengers. Then the shopkeeper tells that all the passengers have survived. After this, she goes to her child. Old man starts asking Ushio about his identity and spear. After which Tora tells him the whole story about it. And says, "Now I am used to it." Then the old man asks, "You mean killing yokai?" To this Ushio says, "No, I meant the fact that yokai actually exist. Because sometimes I feel pain while killing monster." Now Ushio gives him cream bread and milk to eat. But the old man was looking at it in a strange way. At the same time, yokai comes to attack him. Ushio tells the old man to run away. And also saves a lady. After this, Ushio comes out of the village and starts fighting with yokai here. But this time yokai wounds him, and he thinks he is about to die. Luckily, Reishin and Kagari come here, because Ushio saved the lives of these two. So now both start fighting with all the monsters. However, Hitatsuki injures Kagari. At the same time, Tora starts worrying about Ushio. Next we see Omomori, who has come to some foggy place. On the other hand, Ushio, Reishin and Kagari were fighting with yokai. Kagari asks Ushio about Tora, after which Ushio also wonders why Tora didn't come to help him. Just then Hitatsuki injures Reishin and Kagari. He tells them to kill Ushio, after which he will not do anything to them. But both say that we would like to die and now go to attack Hitatsuki. Suddenly Tora comes here and saves all three. This make Hitatsuki very angry. After this, Tora brings Ushio to the place of fog. But now he leaves him here alone. Meanwhile, Ushio sees a house here and a voice calls him inside. Now Ushio was scared, but still he goes inside, where an old man and Omomori were sitting. Omomori tells him that the leader of yokai wants to talk to you. The leader says that I can answer all your questions. Now Ushio angrily asks, "Why does this monster want me to die?" The leader then hits him and tells him to keep calm. He tells Ushio that the reason for this is your mother, because she protects the most sworn enemy of the Japanese yokai with a powerful barrier. Ushio gets shocked after hearing about it. The leader then explained that it is the beast with 9 tails called Hakumen. After this, the leader tells, "What you call Tora." He also fought with Hakumen very bravely, but Hakumen fled after being wounded. After that we tried to kill him again. But now a woman was protecting him with her powerful barrier. Ushio asks, "Is that woman my mother?" Then the leader says, "We have been fighting for thousands of years. That's why that woman is not your mother, because it seems the role is handled down by succession." The leader then asks Ushio the name of his mother, after which Ushio names his mother as Sugako. Now the leader tells Hazaki is your mother's maiden name. That's why your mother's full name is Hazaki Sugako, and she is third of her bloodline to protect Hakumen. Hearing this, Ushio asks, "But why does my mother protect Hitatsuki?" But even the leader did not know about this. Now the leader says that we should find out why these women have protected him, and the leader gives this responsibility to Ushio. After this, the leader says that Warashi told that we can trust you. So from now on, we monsters of Tuno will cease pursuing you, and this lasts until you meet with your mother, and learn the truth from her. After this, the leader starts leaving from here. Then Ushio says that we have just met, after which the leader reveals that he is the same old man, whom he had saved. Here Hitatsuki still wants to kill Ushio. Because of this, Tora has become angry with him. Now Hitatsuki challenges Ushio, but Tora refuses to accept this challenge, because Tora wanted to fight him along. Hearing this, the leader announces a one-on-one fight between them. So if Hitatsuki loses, he will have to obey his command, and if he wins, he can do anything with Ushio. After this, a fight starts between these two, but Hitatsuki was also very powerful, so he starts injuring Tora badly. Seeing this, Ushio wants to help him, but the leader does not allow it. Now Hitatsuki starts telling Tora that we couldn't kill Hakumen because of Ushio's mother, but now Tora gets angry and starts saying that you are blaming the woman and her child for your weakness. After this, he starts beating Hitatsuki badly and says that my name is not Nagato Bimaru, but Tora. This is how Tora wins this battle. After this, Ushio was ready to go to his mother. The leader asks him, "You can take whatever you want from here." Now Ushio looks at Tora and says that I have what I want already. Hitatsuki asks Tora, why didn't you finish me? Then Tora says, I have started changing now. He then leaves with Ushio. We see Hakumen, who was saying that the beast spear searching for me. For many years I have slept here, but the day of my awakening is near. But whenever the beast spear slays yokai, Hakumen feels it, so he decides to destroy the beast spear as well as the human who wields it. On the other hand, Ushio and Tora have arrived Hokkaido, but at this time a biker was still following them. That's when Ushio sees a lady here. Suddenly a monster attacks Ushio. However, the lady kills the monster very easily, and tells Ushio, that was a heiau set loose by Hakumen. The lady then looks at Ushio, and does not believe that Ushio can control the beast spear, but Ushio didn't know anything about this lady. Then the lady starts saying that Kuhame sect has protected the beast spear, and we are trained very hard to control it, but Ushio doesn't know what she is talking about. The lady then says that, Kuhame sect has trained worthy successors for this spear, and I am one of those. After this the lady reveals her name as Sekimori Hinawa. On the other hand, the people of Kuhame sect are upset, because all 4 of the chosen successors for the spear have disappeared, but the head knows that they may have gone after Ushio, because they feel that Ushio cannot control beast spear well. Here Hinawa asks Ushio to hand over the beast spear, because she feels that Ushio has not taken proper training like her. That's why he can't hear beast spear's voice very well, because of which he could not avoided much of that trouble, but if he had paid attention to beast spear's voice, then because of this, he would have already alerted the pilot about Fusuma. Apart from this, even Kagari's brother would not have died. Due to this, Ushio also feels that he is not able to control beast spear well, so Hinawa takes the spear out of his hands. After this, Hinawa starts saying that you cannot stand a chance against me. Still, Ushio didn't want to fight with her, but she attacks Ushio with her martial arts. That's when she realizes that more heiau are coming here, so she immediately runs away from here. Now Ushio was very sad at this time. Seeing this, Tora starts asking him to fight back. Suddenly many heiau pass by, but they don't attack Ushio. Seeing this, Ushio understands that heiau ate after the beast spear, but the spear saved his life a number of times. So now Ushio decides to protect the beast spear. On the other hand, heiau had surrounded Hinawa and made himself bigger. After this Hinawa commands the beast spear to show its power, but the spear does nothing and remains calm. Now Hinawa could not understand anything and heiau suddenly attack her. Hinawa tries again, but the beast spear does not answer this time also. Heiau captures Hinawa and the beast spear. After this, heiau goes to destroy both of them, but at the same time, Ushio catches the beast spear, due to which beast spear gets activated immediately. Now Hinawa was very surprised by this. Ushio then uses the beast spear and starts attacking heiau. Seeing its power, heiau also gets scared and captures Hinawa. Heiau threatens to kill Hinawa and asks Ushio to hand over the beast spear. Seeing this, Ushio throws the beast spear towards Hinawa, due to which her life is saved, but heiau captures Ushio. Now heiau thinks that Ushio doesn't have beast spear, so he will kill Ushio easily, but Ushio wanted to protect beast spear in any way. Now Tora was furious. He attacks heiau with his lightning power and saves Ushio. Ushio then uses the beast spear and attacks heiau, after which all heiau run away from here. Now Ushio gives Hinawa her comb, which was fallen from her. Then Hinawa explains that the comb is a tool for gathering nen. Hearing this, Ushio shows Hinawa his mother's comb, and says that I have to go to Asahikawa, to find out the secret about my mother. Just then Hinawa starts saying that I will let you hold on the beast spear a while longer, because I just need some more time to control it and I'll be back one day. After this Hinawa leaves from here. Now Ushio asks beast spear, do you really want to stay with me? Then a voice says that you are not worthy to control me, so leave me here and be gone. But actually it was Tora, so Ushio angrily kicks him, but during this he collides with a biker, and he is the same man who is following them. Now Ushio gets excited seeing this bike, but then he remembers his work and immediately leaves with Tora. The biker was still staring at them, so Tora understands that he is not a normal human, and he has a problem with me. Now Tora immediately goes to face him, but Ushio does not understand anything, and he comes at the bus stand. Then heiau takes control of the bus secretly, because they want to kill Ushio. Here Tora appears before the man, and the man says, I am another one of the chosen successors for the beast spear. After that he tells his name Akiba Nagare, and actually he was more interested in Tora than the beast spear. Now Tora gets angry on this and tries to attack him. But Nagare was also very powerful, so he easily saves himself. After this, Tora uses his lightning power, but Nagare bent it with his metal stick easily. Now Tora does not understand this. Then Nagare says that your lightning power is useless against me, because I can control the power of metal. Hearing this, Tora goes to attack on him with his fire power, but at the same time, Nagare stabs a metal in his hand. Tora does her best, but he is not able to free himself from its imprisonment, because that iron stakes barrier steals away a yokai's power. Here Ushio thinks, Tora will catch up him later, and the bus starts from here. On the other hand, Nagare starts asking Tora, why you haven't killed Ushio yet? While you are a powerful yokai that shoots lightning, breathes fire and understands human thought, also that before you were sealed by the beast spear, you loved terrifying humans. Now Tora gets angry because of this. Seeing this, Nagare imprisons him even more badly. He starts telling Tora that you have saved Ushio and others in many battles, but I do not understand of your actions. However, Oyakun believes that you have begun to understand the human heart. To this Tora says that you know all of that, and yet you call me a monster? He then frees himself in anger, but during this his hands and feet tore off. Now Tora was very angry with Nagare, because he wants to show him what a real monster is like. Seeing this, Nagare goes to kill Tora, but Tora destroys his metal stick in a moment, and Nagare is unable to cope with it. Now Tora reattaches his arms and legs, and tells Nagare that I do not know the reason why I have not killed Ushio, but it is just I am never bored when I am with him. Nagare is shocked to hear this. Just then Tora gets Hayu's smell, and we see that Ushio's bus is out of control, because Hayu got it under their control. Suddenly the sound starts coming from Beast Spear, and Ushio understands the whole matter. He then immediately saves the driver, but now Hayu had decided to kill Ushio. Here Nagare has also come to know about Hayu, so he too gets ready to face them. On the other hand, Ushio thinks of jumping out of the bus, but at this time the speed of the bus was very high. Then the others also get worried, so now Ushio starts thinking about saving them. That's when Tora and Nagare also come here. Nagare then tells Tora an idea. Tora tells Ushio, you wait to the center of the aisle with the other humans, and I will do the rest. Now Ushio tells everyone together at the center of the bus. Just then Hayu catches Ushio badly, because of which, he is unable to do anything. Now Nagare opens the bus from both the sides, and Tora blows the passengers out. But now all the passengers were about to fall down. Meanwhile, Hayu attacked Nagare. However, Nagare creates a barrier here, due to which, the lives of all the passengers are saved. But Hayu still held on to Ushio, and they want to kill everyone along with him and the spear. Seeing this, Nagare himself decides to stop the bus. Then the Tora says that Ushio has been chosen by the spear. You guys will never be like him. Nagare does not understand his words. Suddenly the beast spear gets activated, and now Nagare is also surprised to see its power. After this, Ushio uses the spear to stop the bus. Now Hayu can't bear its power, and immediately runs away. After this everyone's life is saved, but at the same time, Ushio sees a wounded girl, and feels that it is all because of his fault. But now Tora and Nagare come to him, and Nagare says I will give you lift, after which Ushio leaves with Nagare. Just then we see someone and it seems that he is in control of someone, because something was in his body. On the other hand, Nagare and Ushio find some other bikers, but Ushio knew nothing about them. Then Nagare explains, in the process of selecting successors, a number of candidates did not make the cut, and these guys are some of them. She then removes her helmet and asks Nagare, did you see Satoru? Ushio could not understand anything. Then Nagare reveals that Satoru is Jun's brother, and he was also chosen to be the successor, but he is the most powerful of all of us. Jun then tells, ever since he heard Ushio had the beast spear, he changed. But sometimes he falls silent and gets lost in thought, and for the past 2 weeks, I have not been able to contact him. Suddenly she feels the presence of Satoru, but Tora says he is now actually a Shikigami. Just then a monster comes here, but Ushio stops him and asks, what the hell is that? Tora explains him, it is a Hiruko. After this Satoru appears in front of them, and suddenly Hiruko attacks Ushio. Seeing this, Nagare tells Satoru to stop all this. But Satoru doesn't listen to anyone and he was behaving strangely. Seeing this, Nagare goes to stop to Satoru, but he beats Nagare very easily. After this the others also go to stop him, but Hiruko catches them too. Suddenly Tora attacks Hiruko and saves Ushio very easily, because he can't see Ushio dying in others' hand. Now Ushio uses the beast spear and kills Hiruko. Seeing this, Jun comes to stop Satoru, but he beats her too. All of a sudden something starts happening in his mind. After this, he says that I will destroy the beast spear next time, and runs away from here. Now everyone gets worried about this. Then Tora says that Heiyu have infested his head. On the other hand, Heiyu wants to completely control Satoru's mind, but Satoru doesn't want to be under his control. Now Ushio asks Tora some way to save Satoru, but even Tora knew nothing about it. That's when Ushio remembers about Mirror Expert. After this, Ushio immediately starts calling to Mirror Expert from a mirror, because Mirror Expert was connected to every mirror in Japan. Now hearing his voice, Mirror Expert comes here. Then Ushio says that I have to talk to the leader. Hearing this, Mirror Expert starts asking the reason for this, after which Ushio tells him about the problem with Satoru. But Nagare couldn't understand what Ushio was doing. Then Ushio tells him about the leader, because he can definitely suggest a solution. Everyone gets shocked knowing this. After a while, the leader comes to talk to Ushio, which Mirror Expert had told everything. The leader then says that there is no way to chase the Heiyu from a human's head, but the only way is to go into the human's body and rid him of the Heiyu there. However, ordinary humans do not have this ability, but apparitions can enter into living creatures. Hearing this, Ushio asks about the apparition. The leader then explains that when wielding the spear's power, you are always an apparition, but if you want to use the tremendous amount of power, it would require to enter a body, so the spear would take everything from you, and you would become a true monster. Knowing about this, Ushio gets worried, because it meant, Beast Spear would consume his soul completely, so if he does, he may not be able to become human again. Now everyone is worried about this. That's when Nagare starts telling that 10 years ago, Jun was attacked by a monster, and Satoru protected her, but now he is a lot more powerful, and spiritually much stronger than others. Also when he was young, if he got too emotional, he would lose control of his power. It was a monster transformed from an old tree, but Satoru killed it with a single blow. However, Jun was scared of him and ran away. Suddenly Satoru comes here, and grabs Tora and the beast spear with his power. After this, he also attacks Ushio. Seeing this, Jun goes to stop her, but this time Satoru was not in his control. Still, Jun does not move from her front, and says I have something to tell you. Meanwhile, Tora frees himself and Ushio kills the monster. Satoru was about to kill Jun, but before that Ushio stops him with beast spear. Now because of this, Satoru comes to his senses, but he regrets what he had done. After this he tells Nagare, please take care of my sister, and jumps down from here. Seeing this, Ushio uses the beast spear and saves Satoru from falling down. But now Jun gets very sad because of this and starts crying. Ushio was also watching all this and asks Nagare, how many girls a guy can stop from crying in a lifetime? Nagare is shocked to hear this, because Ushio had decided to go inside Satoru. That's why he wants to save him, but Nagare forbids him to do so, because the beast spear will consume his soul and Ushio will turn into a monster, and he may not be able to turn into a human again. But Ushio do not want to see Jun crying. Apart from this, whenever he sees someone crying, he gets this tight feeling in his chest. Now Nagare tries to convince Ushio, but Ushio still doesn't listen to him. Just then the Mirror Expert also comes here, and sends a yokai to help Ushio, whose name was Izuna. Izuna tells Ushio that I am an expert at getting inside humans. Then Tora appears in front of him. Seeing this, Izuna gets scared. Now Tora talks to Ushio and says, if you are going inside, maybe you will not be able to return to being human. But Ushio had made his mind already. Tora do not want anything to happen to Ushio, so he also decides to go inside with him. Now Ushio starts using the beast spear, and tells Jun, Satoru's body is gonna thrashing around, so hold him tight and don't let go. Ushio then go into Satoru's body with Izuna and Tora, but Jun still don't understand anything. Nagare then tells him that he went into your brother's body to save him. On the other hand, all three had come inside the body, where Satoru's organs have become very strange. Now Izuna says, we have to make our way between all these organs and up to the brain. Suddenly Heiyu come to attack, but Ushio stops them all with beast spear, and after that all three start running from here onwards. Suddenly the blood vessels of Satoru catch them. Now because of this something starts happening in Satoru's body, so Jun starts saying angrily, what is Ushio doing with Satoru? Then Nagare explains that he will be okay, but Jun doesn't think so. After this Nagare says who cares about Hakumen? If he would forget about all of that and just live happily, he would not be called a thief by all those protecting the spear. But he does not do that. He fights to protect his friends, women and children. No matter how enjoyed he becomes, he stands back up again. Now he is trying to Satoru, even if means the spear takes his soul. So there is no way he will fail to save him. Now Jun is shocked to know about all these things. On the other hand, Tora uses his lightning power and Ushio kills this yokai using the beast spear. All of a sudden some changes start happening in his arm. Seeing this, Tora understands that Ushio has started changing into a monster. Still, Ushio doesn't worry about anything and starts moving into Satoru's body, after which Tora and Izuna also follow him. Right now they were running along the spinal cord, but there were many enemies in front, and they come to attack Ushio, but he doesn't care about his body changes, and goes to attack. Just then Satoru gets up and stands up. Now Heiyu have controlled his entire body. He starts saying that we will eat Ushio alive inside this body and then attacks Ushio. Now Jun tries to stop Satoru, but he attacks her. Still Jun tries to stop him again. Suddenly her power starts going inside, because of which all Heiyu are surprised. Now Ushio tells Jun, you don't need to cry anymore. I will get all these things out of him. After this Ushio uses the power of Beast Spear. But now there are changes in his other hand as well. Seeing this Tora gets worried, and Izuna tells Ushio, why do you choose to fight this much? Don't you value your life? To this Ushio says, looks like the day that I pay for all those times. I was able to fight because of the beast spear is finally here. I want to see what I really am. Because if I gave up now to save my own skin, I would really be a monster. Suddenly someone comes to attack. But Tora stops his attack. He then reveals his name as Chibakama, the one who is the leader of Heiyu and is controlling this body. Seeing him, Ushio goes to attack. But Chibakama was also very powerful and gives a great fight to Ushio. Chibakama then starts asking Ushio, why do you want to wave around the beast spear, and defeat Lord Hakumen? Then Ushio says, I just want to know my mom's secret. You are the one attacking me out of nowhere. I have got nothing personal against Hakumen. So tell me, what's Hakumen trying to do? And what will he do after the beast spear is broken? Chibakama then shows Hakumen to Ushio, who was talking about destroying everything, and starts saying I am this world's evil, the manifestation of its hatred. Suddenly Ushio starts feeling that all his power is gone, and he is unable to do anything. Meanwhile, Chibakama goes to attack Ushio, but Izuna comes in front of the attack to save Ushio. Seeing this, Ushio gets upset. Then Izuna starts saying, I always wanted to meet you, because I wanted to see if you were as amazing as the head and everyone else said you were. Meanwhile, Chibakama comes to kill Ushio again. But this time he stops its attack and starts saying, I said I had nothing personal against Hakumen. But I was wrong. He involved other humans, controlled them, and drove them to kill each other. So there is no way I could forgive him after that. Now Ushio angrily starts attacking Chibakama. That's when Izuna tells Tora that Chibakama is powerful, but there is a way to defeat him. Now Tora tells Jun, if you want to save Ushio and this guy, do as I say. Hearing this, Jun asks about it. Then Tora says, you seem to have the power to strike down monsters. Gather your power and send it into Satoru's eyes, because you are the only one who can do it. Now Tora tells Ushio to lure Chibakama to where it is easiest for spiritual energy to come inside. On the other hand, Jun gathers her power. Now Ushio and Tora fall into Satoru's eye, but Chibakama also comes here, and realizes that they are trying to kill him with Jun's power. Suddenly Izuna catches him, so that Jun can easily kill him, and tells Ushio that you are super awesome. Seeing this, Ushio wants to save Izuna, but Tora stops him, because Jun can use her power at any time. But Ushio gets very angry, because he doesn't want anyone else to die because of him. So he starts using Beast Spear without thinking anything, and goes to save Izuna. Just then Jun uses her power and Ushio also attacks with Beast Spear, after which Chibakama is destroyed, and Ushio saves Izuna as well. But now these three cannot go out of the way of the eye. On the other hand, Satoru regains consciousness, and Jun becomes very emotional on seeing him fine. Satoru thanks to Jun because he thinks Jun has saved his life. Then Jun tells that not me but Ushio and Tora saved your life. But Ushio and Tora still hadn't come out. So Satoru also gets emotional, and starts saying, it is true that I was jealous of Ushio, because he had the beast spear. That's how the Heiyu got to me. And yet Ushio risked his life for someone like me. That's when his tears fall, and because of this Ushio, Tora and Izuna come out. Nagare becomes very happy to see Ushio in good condition. After this Jun starts telling Satoru, when I was 8, you saved me, but I did not mean to yell back then. All this time I wanted to say, thank you. Then Satoru says I have heard you saying that. After this Nagare tells Ushio you asked, how many times in a lifetime can a guy stop a girl from crying? But in your case, it is probably as many as you want. And now as for being a chosen successor for the beast spear, I am out. Suddenly the beast spear starts consuming Ushio's soul, and Ushio completely transforms into a monster. Everyone gets surprised on seeing this. On the other hand, the people of the sect are talking about Ushio. That's when a lady comes here, and the head says, she is the founder of the sect. After this the founder tells, Ushio has started changing into a monster. Everyone gets worried on hearing this. On the other hand, Ushio starts attacking Tora as well. Seeing this, Tora starts saying to Ushio, what are you doing? Don't you know who I am? Here, the head tells the founder, no man turned into a beast has ever been able to return to being human. So what shall we do? The founder then asks the head to use the comb, but the head could not understand his point. The founder then explains, the comb that I handed down to you, and you handed down to Samako, which Ushio now possesses. Hearing this, the head understands the whole matter. Now the founder says, I shall go to the girls who must use the comb, but you must search for a powerful priest. Then the head says, you always appear and disappear like the wind. Then the founder says, let us take the time to converse someday, as we did in the past. After this the founder disappears from here, and just then Ushio's father Shigure comes here, who is a powerful priest. Now the founder goes one by one to all those girls, whom Ushio had met. After this she also goes to Nakamura and Inoue. Then Nakamura asks, who are you? The founder tells them, I am GMA, but I no longer exist in this world. Just then Nakamura notices that GMA looks like Inoue. Now GMA tells them, Ushio is currently in a dangerous situation. He has used the power of the beast spear to save many lives, but because of that, his body and soul have been overtaken by the beast spear, and he is transformed into a true monster. Both are shocked to hear this. Then GMA tells, there is only one way to return him to his human form. The women who have ties with him must become as one and comb his hair. After this GMA asks, do you want to come with me? Both of them get ready on hearing this. Just then Reiko comes to pick them up. On the other hand, Nagare and others try to stop Ushio with the help of barrier, but Ushio easily breaks the barrier and starts running away. After this, Nagare starts going somewhere with Satoru. Then Satoru asks about this, after which Nagare tells, Ushio's grandfather's house is in Asahikawa. That is where Ushio was planning to go, but Tora and Izuna were also going with them. Here Saya comes to the airport, where Hiyama also came. At the same time, Shigure comes to pick them up, and then the other three girls also come here. Now Shigure tells them, I am Ushio's father, and I would like to ask all of you to help to save Ushio. On hearing this everyone gets ready for it, but this is where we see that man as well, who came to Japan from China to find the monster. Now Nagare and the others come to the temple, where Hinawa had also come. She tells them, there is a cave that the wielder of the beast spear must enter. That's why Ushio is definitely going towards that cave, because only those who enter the cave and come back out alive can truly be considered the rightful wielder of the spear. On the other hand, Ushio was out of control and started killing all the yokai who came before him. Seeing this, Ushio's soul wants to stop doing this, because his body was killing innocent, but he could not control his body. Just then a lady comes in front of him. Seeing this, Ushio gets worried, but somehow saves her. Now he understands that this body intends to kill all the humans and yokai it can find, but he could not understand where his body was going. After this, his body takes the name of Kamui Koten, but at the same time Hakumen orders his group of Hyayu to eliminate both Ushio and Beast Spear. Now a large group of yokai starts following Ushio to kill him. Suddenly Ushio sees someone who was creating Beast Spear very angrily, and during this he was also using his fire. After this he starts saying, just like many before you, you will have your soul devoured by the Beast Spear, become a monster, and he dragged along as the spear seeks the loathsome Hakumen. Now Ushio gets shocked hearing all this and asks, who are you, and why do you hate Hakumen? But the man gets very angry and says, I don't remember about it. It happened 2,000 years ago. On the other hand, everyone has gathered on a bridge in Kamui Koten. Shigure states, the time has come to carry out the secret degree of the Kuhame sect, which is to protect the Beast Spear. We must return Ushio's soul to him, and see if he truly deserves to be the successor. Just then they see the group of Hyayu coming here. so they understand that Ushio is also coming in this direction. Now Shigure tells everyone that right now, Ushio is incapable of putting up a decent fight. If Heiyu get to him, they will destroy him along with the beast's spear, so we will have to create barriers on the mountains in each direction. After this Satoru, Nagare and others leave from here, while Shigure asks Jun and Hinawa to protect all the girls. Shigure then tells the girls, the only ones who can save Ushio, once he has become a monster, are all of you, who have fought with him and touched his soul. Now he asks Tora to get the comb. Shigure then tells all the girls, if you feel that you are in danger, please run. But if you feel that there is even a slightest chance, please save him. After this Shigure also leaves from here. On the other hand, Tora and Izuna find Ushio, who was still running continuously, and the comb was in his pocket. After this, Izuna goes to get the comb. During this, Ushio's hair catches him, but Izuna still manages to get the comb. On the other hand, Inoue and the other girls are talking about Ushio, during which Nakamura says, I don't care about Ushio, I just felt sorry for him, when I heard he turned into a monster. Hearing this, Hiyama gets angry and starts saying, you have no right trashing him and calling him an idiot. You went on with your life without a care, with no idea why Ushio even left. Nakamura gets emotional after hearing this and starts saying, you think you can just say whatever you want? It is not like I did not want to know what was going on, but he left without saying a word to anyone, and turned into a monster on his own. But he told me nothing about it. Now Shigure and the others create a barrier and stop Heiyu from going any further. That's when Tora tells the girls, Ushio is coming this way, after which they all see Ushio, but Izuna also come to them with comb. After this, Reiko first decides to try. Seeing this, Tora tells him to be careful. Then Reiko says, if Ushio had not saved me, I wouldn't be alive. Now Izuna gives the comb to Reiko, after which Reiko runs towards Ushio, but Ushio hits her. Still, Reiko combs Ushio's hair and tells everyone, it fell out, we might be able to change him. Meanwhile, Ushio goes to attack Saya and Hiyama, but Nakamura comes in front of him and saves them. Just then Tora grabs Ushio and says, let them comb your hair, but Ushio attacks him with beast spear and runs away. Hinawa stops him with her barrier, but she could not hold him for long. Now Saya decides to use the comb, because an ordinary person cannot enter Hinawa's barrier, but Hinawa is from the white-haired women clan. After this Saya somehow goes inside the barrier, and combs Ushio's hair, in which some more hair falls. Seeing this, Inoue comes to use comb, but Ushio destroys the barrier. Suddenly his eyes go on the comb, and he immediately goes to pick it up, but at the same time, Tora attacks him with his lightning power, during which this bridge also breaks down. He then rescues Inoue and Saya and says, I guess I will just have to help you guys out, until Ushio is edible again. Suddenly Ushio goes to attack Hinawa, but this time she was tired, so she fails to put up another barrier. Just then, Jun arrives and saves her from Ushio's attack. After this both of them use their power together, and stop Ushio with their barrier. Now Hiyama decides to use the comb, but the bridge is broken, and it looks like it is about to fall, so they have to get there as quickly as possible. Hiyama was ready to use the comb. Now Inoue gives the comb to Hiyama. After this Hiyama runs towards Ushio, but the bridge was broken, so Hiyama rushes towards him at high speed. Seeing this, Jun and Hinawa take down the barrier, and Hiyama uses the comb, but during this the bridge also breaks. Now Ushio's hair was getting less, so his face starts coming back. On the other hand, Heiyu were also trying to come near Ushio, due to which, the barrier created by Shigure and others starts breaking. So Nagare asks all the girls to hurry. Suddenly Ushio changes again and runs away from here. Now Tora starts thinking, I should just give up on turning Ushio back into a human, and eat Inoue now? Here Inoue is trying to cross the river. She is about to fall into the river, but Tora pulls him up and says, if you get all dirty you will taste bad. Just then Nakamura tells Tora, you saved me before, thank you very much. Now Inoue starts saying, Tora saved you before too. He is such a good guy, so I'm sure, he will help us all again this time too. Now this upsets Tora, and Izuna was having a lot of fun, but many Heiyu were coming over here, due to which the barrier starts weakening, and a yokai comes to attack them. Just then Satoru's Shikigami arrives and saves them. Hiyama gives the comb to Inoue. Then Hinawa tells that Ushio is going to a cave, but we don't know where. At the same time GMA appears, and starts taking them towards the cave. She tells them, you have started combing his hair, so you have to finish quickly, otherwise his consciousness will never return. But Tora could not understand why the spear is heading there. Then GMA tells, a part of the beast spear's mortal enemy, Hakumen, is there, so it is probably heading toward that scent. After some time, they arrive the cave. Just then, they start hearing the voice of beast spear. Now Tora and Inoue go towards that voice, where Ushio was standing in a very strange way. Then Tora says, I'm just gonna have to turn you back to normal, and eat the both of you. After this Ushio starts saying, a part of Hakumen is nearby, don't get in my way. Seeing this, Tora tries to stop him with his lightning power, but the beast spear bends his power on him. Suddenly Ushio comes to attack Inoue as well, but Inoue turns comb in front of him, whose power stops the attack of beast spear. But now Inoue was hanging down here. Now she is about to fall down, but Tora saves her. Tora appears in front of Ushio, after which he comes to attack them again. Because of this, Tora gets angry, but he allows Ushio to stab him, and immediately grabs Ushio, after which Inoue combs his hair, and now she gives it to Nakamura. On the other hand, Heiyu were trying hard to break the barrier, so Shigure decides to run away from here for now, because he was planning to cast a barrier on the cave. But Heiyu were now very close to them. That's why they immediately create the barrier again. Now Ushio attacks Tora, but his face starts changing. Seeing this, Nakamura understands that he is turning back into human. But now group of Heiyu also starts coming towards him, because they want to destroy Beast Spear. Seeing this, Izuna and the others get worried. Suddenly a seal gets activated here, because of which group of Heiyu is unable to come forward. Then it turns out that Heiyu has also come here, who is a powerful exorcist, and it was he who put the seal here. But still Heiyu can't hold them for long. Just then something starts happening in Ushio's body, and he feels that his body is disappearing. The strange man starts saying that your soul has been stolen by the spear. There's no way for you to return to being human again. Just then GMA appears in front of him and says, I understand your hatred towards Hakumen, but please, stop sacrificing people's souls for that purpose, and disappears from here. Ushio then comes to his consciousness and tells Nakamura, it hurts. Then Nakamura says, you are stupid, thoughtless, restless, and quick to fight, but I prefer that Ushio, so please come back. Suddenly Ushio changes again, and starts heading towards the cave to finish Hakumen's part. But Nakamura stops him, and starts falling down from the hill with him. Everyone gets worried on seeing this. Also Tora is unable to do anything, because of his injury. Now Nakamura says sorry to Ushio, and says you are not alone. After this, she remembers about a childhood incident. When a boy pushed Nakamura, Ushio got angry with that thing. So he beat him and drove him away, and this actually made her pretty happy. Now both start going to fall down. But then Ushio comes to his senses. Meanwhile, Haiyu's last seal is also broken, after which group of Heiyu comes to attack them. But at the same time Ushio uses Beast Spear, and saves them. Everyone is surprised to see this. After this Tora also helps him, and together they start killing Heiyu. Tora begins to think, was Ushio this strong before? But Ushio tells him to focus on killing Heiyu right now. After this Tora starts using his fire. Just then Ushio asks Tora, can you produce a giant lightning bolt? Tora says, I won't have any trouble making a big one. Now Ushio asks Tora to drop his lightning power on the beast spear. Because of this, tremendous power is generated here, and all Heiyu are killed in a moment. Everyone is surprised to see this, but Ushio was tired and Tora comes down with him. Seeing his condition everyone gets worried. Then Izuna says, mostly, he just used up all his energy, between the fight and becoming human again. But he'll be fine. After a while, Ushio regains consciousness, but he could not remember anything what he had done. However, Ushio starts telling Tora, I saw a strange man during this. Apart from this, Ushio also starts talking about all the girls. He tells Tora, someday I want to see them all again. Here Shigure, Nagare and Satoru were also tired. But then Ushio decides to go inside the cave. Seeing this, Tora forbids him, because at this time he was weak. But Ushio says, it's apparently where the spear wants to go. After this, Tora also decides to go with him, because he was also getting curious about what is in there. Just then, Izuna starts asking to the girls, Ushio's about to leave, don't you care? To this Saya says, I would love to see him, and truly speak with him, but if he found out that he turned into a beast and attacked us, he probably wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Now Nakamura also was overjoyed, and asks everyone to go back home, because Ushio might be a bit late. but he will come back to them. Then other girls tell her, he is not coming back to us, but he's coming back to you. Now Ushio comes to the front of the cave with Tora, and the two are ready to go inside. After this, both of them start going inside the cave. A temple is seen in front of them, and Ushio is surprised by this. Now even Tora does not understand, what is it doing in a place like this? Suddenly Beast Spear gets activated again, because a part of Hakumen is here. Now both come inside the temple, where Tora was feeling the presence of immense demonic energy. Now Ushio sees a figure like Hakumen in the wall here, and starts panicking. Then Tora explains, this is just a part of him, that's already dried up. Now Ushio thinks he is dead. Just then he tries to attack Ushio, because of which Ushio gets scared. Then Tora says, he's not something that will die that easily, because he is Hakumen. After this, Tora attacks with his flame, but his flame gets bent. Suddenly someone appears in front of them, and says, I have been waiting a long time. Wielder of the beast spear. He tells his name Tokasaka and says, I can answer all your questions. But Tora says, I have never heard of you. Then Tokasaka says, I know you very well, Nagato Bimaru. Ushio asks Tokasaka, what are you gonna tell me? Then Tokasaka says, you will know everything soon enough. But now, we shall be off, to the time and place that spear was made. Hearing this, Ushio is shocked. Then Tokasaka explains, I'm a monster that travels through time. 850 years ago, Hakumen tried to destroy Japan, so the yokai of this country engaged in a grueling battle. Despite that, the humans and monsters joined forces. Then Hakumen realized it was time to retreat, so he fled, scattering parts of his body all the way. Most of these body parts scattered across Japan, were destroyed by Japan's monsters over time. But the biggest part is kept here, and this is his actual body, which fled. Ushio asks Tokasaka, why didn't they just finish him off back then? Then Tokasaka explains, they lacked a certain power, needed to destroy him once and for all. They realized that they didn't have the beast spear. They searched for the spear back then, but could not find it. And then two central figures on the human side, thought of something absolutely ridiculous. After this, in flashback we see a master and a lady. Master wanted to use this part of Hakumen to locate the spear. Lady says, indeed the spear will not fail to come here, but I shall keep watch over the escaped Hakumen. Master is shocked on hearing this and asks, who are you? Then the lady says, I am GMA, the younger sister of the beast spear's creator, and actually, I am her reincarnation. Now Ushio gets confused by these things, because he also saw GMA. Then Tokasaka says, you'll be finding that out with your own eyes. After this Tokasaka uses his power, and they travel 2,200 years back in China. Suddenly the beast spear disappears, because this place exists before the spear's creation. Now Tokasaka says, I will come pick you up when the time comes, and disappears from here. Suddenly both of them fall down, where they see a lady in front of them, and she looked exactly like Inoue, so both understand that she is actually GMA. Now Ushio tells her his name. Hearing this, the lady becomes happy, because she thought he was a monster. However, GMA cannot see Tora. After this, GMA also tells Ushio her name. Just then Tora realizes that an evil demonic energy is permeating this whole area. But Tora senses even worse is present beyond the wall. Now Tora alerts Ushio about the monster. Suddenly a monster comes here, and tries to attack Ushio. But Tora saves him and kills the monster with his lightning power. Now because of this GMA feels, Ushio has defeated this terrifying monster, so she becomes happy and takes Ushio to her house. GMA's mother thanks Ushio for saving her daughter. After this she says that Hakumen has returned. Ushio is shocked to hear about this. Then she starts telling, our king saw the great yokai in the form of a woman, that destroyed everything around here 500 years ago. For that reason alone, the king killed 80 of his concubines, and now he thinks, a weapon of the gods can defeat Hakumen. So he made the announcement, to forge a sword that can destroy Hakumen, and the one who will be able to create this sword, will receive abundant wealth and high status. GMA tells Ushio, my father is a swordsmith, who is working daily to create a divine sword. After some time, the older brother of GMA also comes back. His name was Gurayu and he went to learn how to forge powerful swords. That's when Ushio wonders, is Gurayu that person, who is creating beast spear? Now GMA welcomes her brother. Then Gurayu tells his father, it is true that Hakumen is in this country. The father is shocked to hear this. Then Gurayu tells, I heard it during my travels. 1 year ago, a shooting star with 9 tails was seen. falling toward this land. After this, the father starts forging a divine sword, to give it to the king. Ushio thinks Beast Spear's about to be created, because Jiamei's father was working so hard on this. Jiamei tells Ushio that my father was a priest, and swordsmith to the royal household, but a distant relative made an attempt on king's life, so he was caught and executed, along with his whole family. But our family managed to escape execution and we were banned from the castle. But my father believes, if he creates a divine sword, the king will one day forgive us. Just then father comes out with the divine sword. But he was very sad, because he worked so hard to obtain this fine steel, but it was cracking every time, so he didn't know what to do. That's when Guryu says, there is one way. I learned techniques for sword creation from other lands, and I heard of one technique that makes use of the dark arts. On hearing this, his father starts asking about it. Just then Guryu's mother cuts her hair, because Guryu told her he needed a woman's hair, in order to forge a divine sword. Now Guryu's father is happy with this, and together with Guryu starts forging the divine sword. 4 days passes, they throw hair into the fire, and it mixes with the metal, and then finally the divine sword is created. Now he believes, this is surely the divine sword, that will destroy Hakumen. The next day, many priests go to the king, with the divine sword they have made, where a divine sword will be chosen from among these. Guryu's father believes his sword will be chosen, and then he can return to being the royal priest once more. But Tora was on edge, ever since he entered the castle walls. Just then, we see Hakumen was already here in the form of a woman. He starts saying, you created divine swords to defeat me? I was planning to drive the king into madness, to destroy this country, but I am going to change the game. Now Hakumen kills 9 women with his 9 tails, and seeing this, everyone gets scared, because Hakumen was about to kill other people along with the king. But every priest feels, they can defeat him with power of their divine swords. Then Hakumen starts saying, just what did you intend to fight with these pathetic guards, and these worthless swords? Hakumen then returns to his true form and kills all the guards in single attack. Seeing this, Guryu's father and many priests go to attack him, but Hakumen was very powerful. He destroys all divine swords in a moment, and he kills all the priests as well, in which Guryu's father is also killed. Now everyone gets surprised because of this. That's when Hakumen goes to attack them too. Seeing this, Tora tells Ushio to run away. After this, Hakumen attacks with his power, and Ushio tries to save everyone. But he accidentally fails to save Guryu's mother and she is also killed. Tora is also injured in this attack. But now Ushio gets very angry, and goes to attack him with Beast Spear. Suddenly something happens to him, and he stops in front of Hakumen. Hakumen starts saying, you dare to oppose me. After this he goes to attack Ushio, but Ushio can't do anything, because he was not able to move at all. Hakumen attacks with his power. Seeing this, Tora also uses his fire power, because of which there is a big explosion here. After this Hakumen starts wreaking havoc all around, and starts killing people, but Tora was surprised, because Hakumen didn't even notice him. Now Hakumen runs away from here, but Ushio was very sad, because he couldn't do anything to stop Hakumen. He starts thinking, what have I been doing all this time? Was I just relying on the Beast Spear for everything? That's when Tora says, it wasn't your fault. He is an enemy who can shrug off my flames. After some time Jiamei regains consciousness, and starts asking about her parents. Hearing this, Ushio gets sad, due to which she also understands the whole thing, and says, you must have come from even farther away than a powerful hermit. It is fine, you saved my life. She then asks Ushio, do you think they will befriend me, if I went there? Then Ushio replies, yeah, they'd never leave you alone. After this Ushio comes out, but he was still sad. Just then he sees Guryu, who was punching a stone angrily, due to which his hand was badly injured. Seeing this, Ushio immediately goes to stop him, but Guryu starts saying, father put his soul into that divine sword, and it did nothing. What else am I supposed to do with these arms now? Then Ushio explains to him, your hands will forge the blade that will kill Hakumen, so don't give up, I'll help you. On this Guryu says, there's only one way left to me. Hearing this, Ushio is shocked. Then Guryu starts saying, there is a dark method that can forge a strong sword. 100 years ago, a master bell maker's work was ordered by Shangdi. He used his skills to the utmost to forge a great bell, but he was faced with many hardships. Then he sacrificed his daughter to the gods, and offered her to the fire. And the bell that was created was magnificent. But Guryu do not want to do such a thing, because Jiamei is his everything now. Just then Jiamei stands up at the place of fire, and starts saying to Guryu, "Please forge a magnificent sword." Seeing this, Guryu tells her to get down, but she does not listen to him and starts saying, just as mother offered her hair to the flames, "It is now my turn. If a divine sword that defeats Hakumen will come of it, what more fitting way is there for me to do my part as a swordsmith's daughter?" Seeing this, Ushio also tries to stop her from doing so, but she does not listen to anyone and offered herself to the fire. Seeing this, Ushio and Guryu immediately go to save her, but both are unable to save him. Just then Tora also comes here, and at this time both became very sad. Suddenly Guryu starts saying, "It's what I honestly thought at the time. Deep within in my heart may have wished for this to happen. If so, then I am a demon, and there is only one thing a demon should do." After this, Guryu starts forging the divine sword, but this time he was very angry and his heart was filled with hatred for Hakumen. Seeing this, Ushio also becomes very sad and wants to stop him, but Tora forbids him to do so, and says, "There's only one thing you can do right now, and that's to stay with him until the end." Now Guryu was striking even more angrily, and during this he was also missing GMA. Seeing all this, Ushio gets worried. Just then Guryu starts telling Ushio, "I finally realized I'm going to become a spear. Since I forged this blade as a demon, I will become its spear shaft. I will thirst for the blood of Hakumen, and become a spear filled with hatred of monsters. But you are a good man. You have the strength to not fear Hakumen. You had the courage to shield us from him. And you are kind also. Your light will continue to shine, even in the deepest darkness, while I will become a spear of darkness. But one day, I would like to fight at the side of someone like you." After this, Guryu changes into the beast spear. Now seeing this, Ushio is very surprised. Then Guryu tells Ushio, "Be my witness." He then engrave on spear, "We will reside in Ushio's heart until Hakumen is defeated." Now Ushio realized, GMA is the edge of the blade, and Guryu transformed to become the shaft of the spear. Tora was also looking at the spear. Suddenly he feels like he was about to remember something. However, Tora decides to destroy the beast spear right now, so that he won't have to be so jumpy around it in the future. He goes to destroy it, but suddenly it fly away. At the same time GMA appears here. She tells Ushio, "I was the one who was to tell you of the origin of the beast spear, as well as about your mother." Hearing this, Ushio says, "That's right. I came here to find out about my mom." Just then Tokasaka also comes to take them back, because they have seen what there was to see. After this, Tokasaka uses his power and starts taking them back. During this, GMA starts telling Ushio, the beast spear traveled across the continent, looking for Hakumen. However, unable to find him, the spear's hatred and frustration led it to kill yokai indiscriminately. Yokai from all over China worked together to fight against the spear, and after a long grueling battle, the spear was finally captured. But one after another, the yokai turned into string, and became a red cloth to seal it. The spear was thus sealed within a deep mountain valley, to await the time it would reawaken, until one man next came to visit this land. After that, GMA chased after Hakumen, because she believed that one day, the spear would appear before Hakumen. So she was worried about her brother, because he can only ascend to heaven when Hakumen is defeated. She wanted to defeat Hakumen, but then she found out that Hakumen had made his way to Japan. It was there that she was reincarnated, and when she was born her name was Yuki. Hakumen tried to destroy this country. In 1160, humans and yokai came together to destroy him. However, that time he turned to run, but the true danger lay in where he retreated. Ushio is shocked to hear this. Then GMA tells, Hakumen hid under the sea, but now Yuki could not attack him, because the keystone supporting the pillars that hold up those islands, Hakumen has inserted himself between those pillars. So if he were to leave from here, then all of the pillars supporting those islands would fall, and Japan would sink into the sea. At the same time, Yokai's group came to attack Hakumen, but Yuki stopped them, because of which they felt that she had betrayed them. Now Ushio starts asking about his mother. Then GMA tells, as time continued on, I kept Hakumen sealed, and when Yuki's power reached its limit, I chose Hazaki Mikado as a successor for her. But 300 years later, Mikado's power also reached its limit, so I once again went to find a successor, and choose Hazaki Samako. She is still at the bottom of the ocean today, keeping Hakumen sealed within the barrier. And she is your mother. Just then Tora asks, if his mom is holding up the barrier, how was he even born? Then GMA tells that one day Samako had a dream, in which she became pregnant and gave birth to a child. The child grew up, and he wielded the beast spear, but the spear still had not appeared before Hakumen. So GMA decided to prepare the one who could wield it. Now Tokisaka brings them in the present time, where GMA explains, I sent Samako out into the world. Although, I was only able to give her 2 very short years, and the child she had, that was Ushio. Tokisaka then tells Ushio, the next time we will meet during the final battle, and disappears from here. Now GMA tells Ushio, many battles await you in the future, but please, do not give up. After this she also disappears from here. Tora asks Ushio, what are you gonna do? At the same time Beast Spear also comes back. Then Ushio tells him, Gurayu said he wanted to fight by my side, and GMA said she wanted to come to this world, so I'll go home and think it over. In the next scene we see a lady, where a red cloth with Beast Spear was in front of her. Just then an old man says, that red cloth once bound a spear, that killed many monsters, and the location of the spear is unknown. However the lady know it's now in Japan, and she want that cloth. That's when the old man says, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Suddenly the lady attacks the old man and kills him in an instant, after which the old man is surprised to see that lady. Then the lady says, it appears that after several centuries, you have forgotten me, but I am far more terrifying than the Beast Spear. The next day Ushio goes to school, and his friends are happy to see him, but Nakamura starts fighting with him even today. But today after a month coming to school, he was feeling very good. After the school Ushio was with Nakamura and Inoue, where Tora was eating hamburgers. Inoue thanks Tora, because without his help, they would not have been able to return Ushio to normal. Then Tora says, but Ushio doesn't even remember you guys were there. Nakamura invites Ushio to dinner, but he refuses her, because his dad's actually waiting for him with dinner ready for once. Just then Ushio sees a kid, who was looking at an ant. Suddenly a car is about to hit him, but Ushio saves him. That's when the boy tells him, you're Ushio, right? Ushio is surprised by this. After this Ushio comes to his house, but his father had gone somewhere even today, because of which Ushio gets angry, but he doesn't understand, how did that kid know his name? Then Tora tells him, I smelled a scent just like your spear coming from that kid's bag. After this Tora is about to tell Ushio something else. Suddenly someone comes to attack him, so both come out immediately, where there is the same grade school kid, and he stops his beast, whose name was Kuin. Now Ushio is surprised to see these two. Then the kid tells them that my name is Kiryu, and I am a successor of the Beast Spear. On the other hand, Shigure has come to Oyakun, where Oyakun begins to say, finally the Beast Spear's successor has appeared. There is no greater joy for me than to be alive to see that moment. I would love to meet Ushio, after which I would have no more regrets left in this world. Suddenly Shigure and Nigeria feel immense demonic energy gathering. Then Oyakun says, it has come. Now Shigure and all the priests come out, where some demonic energy appears in front of them, and starts saying, I am Kuragi, an avatar of Hakumen. I shall punish you all. Hearing this, everyone gets worried. Here Ushio asks Kiryu, if you're a successor for the spear, why are you doing this? Then Kiryu says, I've come to take your burden from you, because this Elzar scythe and Kuin are stronger than the Beast Spear. Now this makes Tora very angry, but Ushio stops him and tells Kiryu, I don't get what you're saying. Then Kuin speaks, the owner is brainless, but his pet dog becomes restless, too. Hearing this, Tora angrily attacks Kuin with his lightning power, but his lightning power gets reflected on his body, because Kuin's gold mist can turn aside any attack. After this Tora goes to attack Kuin again. Suddenly Shigure comes here in a wounded condition, and tells Ushio, we need the power of the Beast Spear, because the main temple of the Kuhame sect has been attacked by Kuragi. On hearing this, Ushio gets ready to leave, but it seems, Kiryu knows Shigure, because he also goes with him. Now Kuin tells Tora, my duty is to protect Kiryu, and leaves from here. Ushio tells Shigure, aren't there a bunch of powerful priests? Then Shigure says, this is Hakumen's avatar. We can't contain it alone. However Ushio is ready to face him. Just then Kuin says, there's no need to rely on the Beast Spear, we just need a lot of Elzar scythes. Hearing this Shigure says, you're still spouting that nonsense? On the other hand, Nigeria realizes Kuragi is very strong. That's why, he decides to use the full moon formation. After this, all the priests use this formation together, because of which Kuragi gets imprisoned. Just then Shigure and Ushio also come here. Seeing them Nigeria tells Shigure to take Ushio to Oyakun. Now Shigure takes Ushio with him, and tells him, Oyakun kept Hakumen sealed in a barrier for 300 years. That means your mother shares her blood. After some time both of them come in front of a door, but Ushio was afraid to go inside, so Shigure throws him in. That's when Ushio realizes he has seen Oyakun before. Oyakun tells Ushio to come to her. Just then she notices his shirt is torn at the elbow. Then Ushio asks, "Do you have a needle and thread?" Oyakun gets sad hearing this. Just then she remembers the old memory, where we see 2 kids with her. But after that she went with GMA to seal Hakumen. But she is grateful that the child who can wield the spear has been found. Now Ushio folds his shirt. To this Oyakun says, "You'll catch cold." Then Ushio says, "You're so nice, but I don't remember my mom. However, I wonder if she's as nice as you." Now Oyakun was getting emotional with these things, and tells Ushio, "She is much nicer than I am." Suddenly Ushio feels an attack, after which he gets ready to face Kuragi. Then Oyakun starts saying, "GMA, you gave me this wonderful moment. I am grateful for this." On the other hand, Kuragi starts breaking up the formation. Seeing this, Nagare, Satoru and Hinawa go to attack with their power, but she reflects their powers right back at them. Just then Kiryu tells Kuin, "My little party is about to begin. Go and play with him, who is trying to ruin it for me." Kuin then appears in front of Tora, and gets ready to fight with him. On the other hand, Ushio attacks Kuragi with the power of the beast spear, but she reflects the power on him. Seeing this, Ushio tries again, but this time the same thing happens. After this, Hakumen's avatar attacks all the priests with full moon formation, because of which no one can do anything. Meanwhile, she also comes to attack Ushio, but someone creates a barrier. Kuragi is shocked to see this. Then Oyakun starts saying, "Have you forgotten Hazaki Mikado?" But Ushio tells Oyakun to get out of here. "I'll fight with it." Then Kuragi starts saying, "I'll destroy that spear, and then I will annihilate you all." After this she starts attacking Oyakun and says, "You have made a wall, but how long can your ancient body keep it up?" Hearing this, Oyakun says, "You underestimate me." Just then Oyakun uses her power, in front of which Kuragi is unable to do anything, and Oyakun freezes her in a moment. But Oyakun also gets injured in this battle, due to which Ushio gets very worried. Just then Kiryu tells Ushio, "You sure are weak. Now everyone will see how great I am." Kiryu then uses Elzar Scythe's power to kill Kuragi in a single blow. Here Tora asks Kuin, "What are you plotting by holding me here?" But Kuin does not tell him. Hearing this, Tora angrily attacks him. But Kuin says, "You are the first to ever lay a hand on me, so let us fight again sometime." On the other hand, Ushio is sad, because he feels, if only he were stronger, it would not have happened then. On this Oyakun starts saying, "You don't have to cry. I know it will be difficult, but I am counting on you." She then tells everyone, "Ushio's power alone will not be enough to defeat Hakumen, so you must all work together." And after that she dies. Now everyone gets sad because of this. Then Oyakun's soul comes out and goes with GMA. But many priests were surprised to see Kiryu's power, because he cut down that monster in a single blow. Just then Kiryu tells everyone, "You guys don't have to obsess over the beast spear anymore. The Elzar Scythe and I are gonna beat Hakumen." Then Shigure says, "It was not your strength alone that defeated Kuragi." But Nigeria stops him and praises Kiryu. But Ushio was very sad this time. After some time Kiryu is with his mother. He tells her that Nigeria said, "I will be a powerful new asset." To this his mother says, "No one is stronger than you." She then gives Kiryu a hat, which Kiryu has wanted for a long time. Then she tells Kiryu, "If they still won't see the light, then it cannot be helped. You'll just have to break the beast spear." But during this Oyakun was killed. Now Ushio starts thinking that he is weak, because Oyakun died to protect him, but he could do nothing safer. Just then Tora appears in front of him, and says, "Luckily for me, you seem pretty easy to kill right now. You may have forgotten, but I'm going to eat you." Seeing this, Ushio starts using the beast spear and stops Tora from doing so. But Tora does not listen to him and he starts attacking continuously. However, today Ushio is not able to use beast spear as before, because of which Tora injures him very easily. Now this angers Ushio, so he goes to attack Tora. But this time Ushio seemed very weak. So Tora starts saying, "What is wrong? Are you really this weak?" On this Ushio says, "That's right, and that's why I lost, but I want to get stronger." He then attacks Tora, but his attack does nothing to him. Seeing this Tora says, "You're not gonna be able to use the beast spear while you are like this." Hearing this Ushio angrily punches Tora. Now Tora says, "There's no way you will taste good while you're this weak. I will come back when you're stronger." After this he leaves from here. On the other hand, Nigeria and Shigure are worried, because the number of young priests in support of Kiryu is growing. because they have started feeling the beast spear is useless. On this Nigeria says, it was Oyakum's power that defeated Kuragi, but the reason it was made to look as Kiryo's work, it was to prevent doubt from spreading among the priests, who saw the beast spear fail against a minion of Hakumen. After this Nigeria starts saying, he was raised after all by that man, who was once a member of the Kuhame sect, so Kiryo also thinks spear is useless, but Nigeria does not understand, what is Kiryo trying to accomplish by speaking of that man's wishes now? After which Shigure takes the responsibility of finding out about this matter. On the other hand, Ushio is at his home. Suddenly Kiryo and some priests use the spell on him. But Ushio could not understand why they were doing this. Then Kiryo starts saying, we can make lots of these Elzar sides and everyone can have one. But Nigeria and some others would not listen to us, so in order to open their eyes, I have decided to destroy the spear. Ushio is shocked to hear about this, after which the group of priests starts saying, now we know the beast spear would not work against Hakumen's minions. This is the only way to make earned superiors accept a new way of fighting. After this Ushio starts using beast spear, but at the same time Kiryo uses red clothes, with the help of which beast spear was sealed a long time ago. Now because of this the beast spear gets sealed, and Kiryo takes it into his own hands very easily. After this he says, I guess I win. I will be taking the beast spear, but don't worry. We will take the utmost care in destroying it. On hearing this, he tries to save beast spear, but they seal him and Kiryo leaves with the beast spear. On the other hand Tora was going somewhere, and he was saying, I should have just gobbled him up then. But I don't want to let him die so easily. But at the same time Nagare also comes here. On seeing him, Tora asks what are you doing here? Then Nagare says, Kiryo said something that seemed suspicious. So I want to warn him. Now because of these things Tora gets worried and starts going with him. Because Tora was worrying about Ushio. On the other hand, Ushio was still imprisoned in the barrier. But at the same time Hinawa comes here and breaks the barrier with her power. She says Ushio that you are really useless without the beast spear. After some time Tora and Nagare also come here, from where Tora gets Kiryo's smell. So he understands that this thing is related to him. After this Tora also goes to save the beast spear along with Nagare. On the other hand, a group of young priests want to abandon the beast spear, and rely on the sides. Because of this, the senior priest starts getting angry. Because they have sworn to protect the beast spear, but no one was talking back. So Nigeria understands that their doubt towards Ushio and the beast spear runs deep. Just then a priest comes here. He tells them Hinawa and Ushio have just arrived. But Kiryo and a group of priests have stolen the beast spear. Nigeria gets worried on hearing about this. After this Ushio starts asking them, do you have any idea where it might be? Because that spear has saved my life, and the lives of others more times than I can count. Guryu and Jia may transform to make that spear, so I want to get the beast spear back. Then Nigeria starts telling him, there was a high-ranking priest in the Kuhame sect named Inasa. He excelled in researching holy weapons, and left behind remarkable work in the field. Because he believed, holy weapons can aid the beast spear, but over the time, he began walking down the wrong path. That's why he started feeling that he could make such a holy weapon, which will be more powerful than the beast spear. So he adopted the techniques of Western sorcery and he wanted to use magic. Because of this he became the object of criticism. But he wondered how long are we going to revere a spear that may never find a wielder? We just need to make weapons and wielders ourselves. So Inasa was excommunicated. He exiled himself to the mountains, and reappeared before us 2 years ago. He brought with him a grade school boy, who had exceptional spiritual energy and a strange scythe. Now Ushio understands that was Kiryo. Nigeria tells him, he was very powerful. The 4 teaching priests immediately made him a candidate to succeed the beast spear, but it was a rash act born of our panic, and our view that only power truly mattered. After this Nigeria tells Ushio, this is all our fault. We must get the spear back. Now Ushio asks Nigeria, where's Inasa hiding? Because that might be where Kiryo is. On the other hand, Nagare goes to a building with Tora, because this is where Kiryo was born and raised. So Nagare believes, this is probably where the spear is. Suddenly some creatures come forward to stop them. Then Nagare tells Tora, those things are synthetic organic creatures created by sorcery and chemistry. They have no parents, no life and no reason to exist. And they whisper, curse you humans, how we envy you, how jealous we are of you. All these things make Tora more angry. He attacks them and kills everyone in a moment. Seeing this, Nagare tells Tora, you sound a lot like a human yourself. After this, both of them start moving forward from here. Suddenly another powerful creature appears in front of them. Seeing this, Nagari uses his power and kills it very easily. After some time Ushio also comes here with Hinawa, because they both also want to protect Beast Spear, but now going inside, Nagari is surprised, because many Elzar scythe were kept here. Seeing this Tora says, "Did humans get stupider while I was asleep for 500 years? He then attacks and Elzar scythe is shattered. Then he says, "These things are trash. Even if they brought 1,000,000 of them, they couldn't scratch me. So how can they defeat Hakumen with these?" On this Nagare says, "But Kiryo's scythe was really powerful, because it sliced Kuragi in half. So what makes Kiryo's scythe special?" Nagare then breaks a wall, where they see a dead body, which was actually a NASA. Here Hinawa and Ushio also come to the same place, where there was a place like a pediatric ward. So Ushio understands that Kiryo lived with his dad here. Just then Hinawa finds a diary, which belonged to Inasa, and it was written that on May 1st I failed again at creating the scythe, but I was finally able to grant my wish of successfully creating the ultimate artificial life form, the synthetic organic homunculus Kuin. I failed many times at Kuin, to create in order to protect the materia, but I still cannot create the one thing I need, and the one thing I truly want to make is the materia. But Ushio does not know, what the heck is this materia? It was further written in the diary. On September 5th, both the scythe and the materia still failed to take form. But on October 10th a woman appeared, and her name was Toako. It seemed she had studied Western sorcery. Then I felt my research beginning, and finally I was able to create my invincible holy weapon with the help of Toako. After that Inasa was overjoyed and thanked Toako. Then she told him, "This is a method devised by the 12th century scholar, Bohm's Elzar." So Inasa called that scythe the Elzar scythe. But then in the blink of an eye, Toako began to create more Elzar scythes. When Inasa asked her why she helped him so, then Toako said, "I fear the beast spear alone cannot be enough to stop Hakumen, so it is better to have many powerful weapons. And if the people of the Kuhame sect fail to understand that, you must open their eyes. We will destroy the beast spear for them, because there is a red cloth that can seal the beast spear, so we will use that to seal the spear again. Then we will bury it in a concrete box filled with scorching lead and mercury. After that the beast spear will be forced out of this world." Now Ushio and Hinawa start moving on from here. That's when Nagare and Tora also come here. Ushio is surprised to see them here. Suddenly a master appears in front of them. Hinawa is surprised to see it. Then Nagare explains, "It's apparently the guardian of this room. And Kiryo's name was written on the wall." Suddenly the monster goes to attack them. Seeing this, Tora drives Ushio away from here, while Nagare and Hinawa begin to stop the monster attack. Now Hinawa asks Ushio to read Inasa's diary immediately, so that they can know about the secret of this room, because Hinawa believes the thing that Inasa wanted to create most the materia, is Kiryo. It was further written in the diary, "A human born for the sole purpose of wielding holy weapons. That is the materia." Inasa performed many experiments in an attempt to create the materia, but had failed each time. But one day, Toako came to him with a surprising proposal. She stole a child and started to make that child into the materia. But as Inasa watched her creating the materia, he slowly became afraid. After some time they created the ultimate materia successfully, and there was Kiryo. But now Inasa was feeling that maybe he would lend his hand to something horrible, in his quest for power. On the other hand, Kiryo is ready to destroy the beast spear, and says, they will finally accept the Elzar scythe now. Here Nagare tells Ushio to head to the East Hall, and get the spear back, but Ushio does not want to leave them here. Then Hinawa says angrily, "You can't do anything to this enemy." Apart from this, the feet of both of them were also became useless, so they could not hold the monster for long. Seeing this Ushio says, "Then I really should not leave." But Nagare says, "The beast spear comes first, so go and hurry." On the other hand, Kuin learns that Ushio and Tora are coming towards them, so he immediately goes to fight Tora. After some time Ushio and Tora also come in front of him. On seeing him, Ushio angrily goes to attack him, but Kuin injures him very easily, and says, that human cannot defeat Hakumen's minions, even with the beast spear, yet he is so foolish that he dares to challenge me. Hearing this, Tora angrily attacks Kuin, but Kuin easily stops it, and says, "You must truly be weak to possess such a worthless creature." He then attacks Tora, in which he gets badly injured. Seeing this, Ushio immediately rushes to save Tora, but Kuin injures him too. Still, Ushio doesn't give up and tries to save Tora, To this Tora says, I don't want to owe a debt to some human. Then Ushio says, you protected me from Hakumen many times, so that I want to protect you now. Just then Kuin starts saying, you have some nerve calling yourself the successor of the beast spear. After this he also goes to attack Ushio. But Tora stops its attack and says, my patience is long gone. Now Tora frees himself too. He asks Kuin, has Kiryu ever fought monsters on his own? After this he attacks Kuin, and says, then would he fight with monsters unarmed for saving his friends? To this Kuin says, Kiryu would never fight for such a reason. After which Tora says, then Ushio might actually be stronger. Now Tora starts beating Kuin badly. After this Tora stops Kuin, and tells Ushio, I will play with him for a while, so you go do what you need to do. After this Tora comes to a place, where Beast Spear was sealed, and Kiryu was waiting for him right here too. Just then a priest starts telling Ushio, with these scythes, we can all fight Hakumen. Suddenly Kiryu attacks Ushio and says, this is the end of the Beast Spear. Right now a lady starts playing a musical instrument here. On seeing her Kiryu starts saying, Mama, I did what you asked. Ushio is surprised by this, because actually Kiryu doesn't have a mother, so he understands this lady is actually Toako. Just then Toako cuts off the red cloth and the beast spear falls into the concrete box. Seeing this, Ushio immediately starts calling Beast Spear, but Beast Spear does not answer, after which Kiryu tells Ushio, the Beast Spear has just vanished from this world. Now a priest asks Kiryu, who is that lady? Then Kiryu says, she is my mom, and always been by my side. Even she told me how to destroy the Beast Spear. The priests are shocked to hear this, but now Shigure had also come here, and tells everyone, this was all part of Hakumen's plan. She tricked Inasa and she is the person, who created the Elzar scythes and Kiryu. Shigure then attacks Toako with a weapon, because of which Toako returns to her true form. That's how it reveals, it's actually Hakumen's minions. Now Kiryu gets depressed because of this, because he always thought that his mother loved him, but actually he is tricked by her this whole time. Then Toako tells Kiryu, it was all so you would destroy the Beast Spear, and actually I didn't do any of it for you. Kiryu becomes sad and tries to attack Toako, but Toako injures him easily. Now Ushio tries to call Beast Spear again, but Toako attacks him also and he falls on the concrete box. Now Ushio gets very worried, because the concrete box has cooled and hardened, and he starts thinking that I am really weak. Just then Shadow of Guryu appear in front of him, and he starts asking, will you fight by my side? Will you try to defeat Hakumen? Even if it means your soul will be slowly ripped apart. Now Ushio was surprised at this time, and he agrees to Guryu, because he doesn't want anyone else to die. After this Ushio starts calling Beast Spear. Just then Toako attacks with her tentacles, but Ushio still doesn't give up, because he wants to show Hakumen the severity of his actions, even if it costs him his life. After this Ushio calls Beast Spear, then it breaks the concrete box and comes to Ushio. Toako is surprised by this, because even the red cloth could not seal it. Ushio then attacks Toako with the Beast Spear, but she calls her monster, the one who captured Hinawa and Nagare. Now this worries Ushio, and Toako starts saying, let me kill you and I will spare the others. But Nagare and Hinawa decide to sacrifice themselves. Nagare tells Ushio that the word Emet is written on its forehead, which means truth in Latin, but if you take off the first E, it becomes Meth, which means death. After this Nagare and Hinawa start using self-destruct spell, because of which these two will die on their own. Seeing this Ushio tells Toako, if you want to kill me then do it. But now Kuin starts worrying about Kiryu, so he goes to save Kiryu. After this Toako attacks Ushio, but Ushio saves himself with the help of Beast Spear, and tries to delete E from the word Emet. Because of this the monster is killed, while lives of Hinawa and Nagare are saved. At this time Toako was badly injured. She requests Kiryu to save her life and says, I'm sorry for saying those cruel things earlier. I did not mean any of it. So please save me, otherwise your mama will be killed by all these scary people. Kiryu believes her words, because she thinks she was not tricking him. So he decides to save her and starts fighting with Ushio. Meanwhile, Toako tries to escape from here, but Shigure had put up a barrier here, because of which Toako could not run away from here. Now Ushio tells Kiryu, that woman is not your mom. Just then Toako starts using her power and goes to attack the group of priests. But now Kiryu also understood that Toako was not his mother, so he immediately attacks her and asks, you betrayed me again, didn't you? Now I will ask you one more time, mama. Saying you tricked me was a lie, right? Then Toako says, "Yes, Kiryu. I love you." But Kiryu gets sad and says, "You just lied again." After this Toko dies. Now because of this Kiryu gets angry and starts saying, "You guys killed my mama, I need my mama." Just then Ushio slaps him and says angrily, "Don't you dare say it's over. A lot of people died, they are not coming back. But we're still alive, aren't we? You are way smarter and stronger than me. I am probably going to need a lot of strong friends to defeat Hakumen." After this Kiryu leaves with Kuin, and Shigure tells Ushio, "Just like you, Kiryu will have to make his way through a cruel fate, and to do that he will need some time." Then Ushio says, "Hakumen is probably really strong, but I do not want to lose." Now Ushio leave from here, after which Tora also joins him. Now Ushio had diarrhea, because of which he is restless. But today Tora remembers about Inoue, so he goes to meet her. On the other hand, we see two monsters in human form, who are asking a man any question. But the man says, "This is ridiculous. I cannot answer a question like that." On hearing this, one of the monsters destroys the human brain. Here Nakamura is with Inoue, and her mom has told her to bring Ushio some stuff that will aid digestion. But today Inoue does not go along with her. Now she gets a letter, in which there was an invitation for a dinner party. But Tora has also come here and he gets smell of monsters from it. So he forbids Inoue from visiting the invitation address. But Inoue ignores this. She gives Tora a burger to eat and leaves from here. After this Tora gets busy eating the burger. But Tora does not want anything to happen to Inoue. So he takes the form of Inoue, and asks some boys about the address on the letter. But the boys try to flirt with him, after which he scares them. Here Inoue comes to a building. But in reality there was no dinner party here. Rather, both the same monsters were sitting in front of her. Just then Tora also comes near this building. Now monsters ask Inoue their question as well. Then Inoue says, "I know the answer, but it is rather difficult." Both the monsters feel that even Inoue does not know the answer to their question. So Nodoka goes to kill her. But at the same time Tora comes here. Seeing this, Tora attacks him. After which Tora returns to his true form. Tora then says, "We were within the earth, where some died filled with regret and remorse. But some had smiles on their faces, and seemed to die with no regrets. But we still do not understand. So we have been asking humans the same question for hundreds of years. However, we will not allow anyone getting in our way." Now Tora attacks and injures both of them. He then brings Inoue down, where Inoue sees a wedding dress and tries it on, in which she was looking very beautiful and says, "I want to wear this and be Ushio's bride." After this she also asks Tora to try on the wedding dress. But Tora understood Inoue is still worried about Nakamura. He tells Inoue, "There were other hypocrites just like you over the years, that take the short end of the stick even if it costs their lives." Inoue then tells Tora about a childhood incident, when she was playing with her new hat. It had fallen in the swamp, but Ushio taken out her hat without caring about mud, because happiness of Inoue was important to him. So who take the short end of the stick for someone else's sake? It is sure those people had something more important to worry about. After this Inoue starts acting in wedding with Tora. But just then Tora and Nodoka come here, which were actually snake and toad monster. Tora tries to attack them, but it was hard to fight them together. So Tora hides at a place with Inoue. Just then Inoue comes up with an idea. Tora reappears as Inoue and the two start running from here in different directions. But Tora catches one Inoue and asks her to answer his question again. Suddenly she attacks him, and actually she was Tora. On the other hand, Nodoka stops Inoue and threatens to kill her. But Tora has badly injured Tora, so he starts asking Nodoka for help. But Nodoka doesn't help him and says, "I am busy right now." Then Tora says, "You are not helping your comrade." That is how a monster would think. After this Tora kills Tora, but in the meantime a man is about to fall from here. Seeing this, Inoue goes to save him. Suddenly Nodoka catches her. But now Tora cannot attack Nodoka, because Inoue will also get injured in this. Now Inoue begins to think that Tora has saved her life many times. After this she tells Nodoka, "I will answer your question." Soon after Inoue jumps down with Nodoka. Because of this, Nodoka understands that they were actually idiot. Now Tora kills him and saves Inoue from falling down. After some time Inoue regains consciousness. But Tora had brought her to Ushio's house. Inoue thanks again Tora, because he still saved her today. Just then Ushio and Nakamura also come out. But Inoue was wearing a cloth made of Tora's hair. Seeing this Ushio gets angry. Then Inoue tells them, "I am absolutely fine." And now Ushio was also feeling better. That's when Tora calls Inoue by her name for the first time and leaves. But now Inoue has also started liking Tora. The next day Ushio goes to school with Nakamura, but during this some people were scanning his body, which shows the Kirlian level in his body is 1790 nodals, so these levels suggest that he is a normal kid. But at this time their second target Tora was not with him, so they decide to first secure Ushio and the beast spear. Suddenly some people surround Ushio and Nakamura. Seeing this Ushio starts fighting with them. He then asks Nakamura to run away from here, because he has needed his father's help too. But immediately these people shoot Ushio with tranquilizers, due to which he faints. On the other hand, Lieutenant Atsuzawa comes to meet Shigure, who is now a JSDF special agent and handles incidents involving yokai. Here the mysterious people also capture Nakamura. Just then Tora comes to save and saves her, while some scientists have imprisoned Ushio and are taking him with them. Ushio is surprised by this, after which the scientist tells him we are from the Hammer Institute. We analyze monsters scientifically, for the purpose of developing a weapon to defeat Hakumen. Now Ushio gets surprised by all these things. Then a scientist says, we have decided to have you and the beast spear cooperate with us, as well as one other. Here Nakamura is requesting Tora to save Ushio. Suddenly some devices attack Tora, after which Tora is unable to do anything and these people immobilizes him. Then it is revealed from the words of the scientist. This is the Kirlian oscillation device, which is an anti-metamorphose weapon they created. Using this they create a powerful magnetic field that immobilizes their target. Now this worries Ushio, but these people have secured Nakamura also, so that Ushio will cooperate with them to ensure her safety. After some time these people bring Nakamura and Tora to a secret place. Just then Tora makes a little blast here, because of which everyone's attention goes towards that. Now Tora immediately creates a fake Nakamura from his hair, and frees the real Nakamura. Then it is revealed Tora got captured on purpose, so that they can take him to where they are holding Ushio. Also he has given Nakamura one of his hairs, because when Nakamura will find Ushio, she will pull on that hair and let him know about her location. After that Tora will destroy everything. Now Nakamura goes to find Ushio. On the other hand, the scientist has imprisoned both Ushio and Beast Spear, because the Beast Spear is the only weapon that can stand against Hakumen. After this they start analyzing the spear, because it will further their research. But now Ushio starts remembering Guryu and GMA. So he gets angry and says, don't touch that spear, get those machines away from it. Seeing this, Helena injects sedative into him, after which he is unable to do anything. Here Nakamura secretly comes to a secret place, where these people had kept many monsters imprisoned, and Nakamura is surprised because of this. Meanwhile Nakamura sees a child here, so she starts thinking, is it a ghost that looks like a child? After this Nakamura tries to come near him, but the child was scared, so Nakamura offers him some chocolate, after which the child calms down. On the other hand the scientist gets a tissue from Beast Spear, whose Kirlian reaction level is 278,000 nodals. That's why scientists understand that this is Hakumen's tissue, and these people send that tissue to be cultivated. Here Nakamura learns that the child is actually a European ghost, which is called Baldander, and this place is a facility where these people research and experiment on yokai. Now this makes Nakamura very angry and she frees Baldander. On the other hand, scientists have given Beast Spear to Ushio and they are testing him. But Ushio was not able to fight well at this time. Now Baldander asks Nakamura, why did you save me? I am a yokai. Then Nakamura says, I know that there are some good ghosts out there. She then tells Baldander about Tora as well. But at this time Baldander was feeling cold, so Nakamura makes him wear her jacket. Suddenly Hakumen's tissue transforms into a monster and comes to attack. On seeing this Baldander tries to stop him and asks Nakamura to run away. Just then a scientist also comes here, and Nakamura starts asking him about Ushio, because he can do something to stop Hakumen. But then Hakumen injures Baldander and absorbs him in his body. On the other hand a security guard report the scientist. Tissue that was on the spear has gone berserk. It has absorbed the metamorphoses and now it is heading this way. Now these people use Kirlian oscillation device. But this device does not work. After this, he comes to attack the scientists also. But Ushio uses the Beast Spear and stops him. Now all the scientists are surprised, because the Beast Spear was activated. After which the Kirlian reaction reaches 110,000. Ushio tries to destroy Hakumen's body with the Beast Spear. But Hakumen had absorbed the metamorphoses, and he was using their power too. Meanwhile, Ushio is about to attack Baldander, But Nakamura stops him and tells he saved me, he is a good ghost, but Baldander asks Ushio to kill him, because at this time his body is under Hakumen's control. Seeing this, Nakamura starts asking Helena for a way to separate Baldander from Hakumen, but Helena says it is impossible. Now Nakamura becomes very sad, because she doesn't want to see Baldander die. Just then Hakumen attacks Ushio, during which everyone gets injured. On the other hand, Tora is waiting for Nakamura's signal, so that he can find them. Now Hakumen goes to kill Ushio. Seeing this, Nakamura asks Helena to put her foot on Tora's hair. Now because of this Tora gets to know about their location and comes here at high speed. After this Tora throws the monster away from here and attacks it with his lightning power. Now Tora take out Nakamura, but he starts laughing at Ushio. After this Tora begins to show his true power, and Helena is surprised to see this, because his Kirlian reaction level has reached up to 108,000. Tora attacks the monster, but Nakamura stops him and tells him about Baldander. But during this the barrier was destroyed, due to which a poisonous gas started leaking. On seeing this the scientists immediately start leaving from here. But Tora and Nakamura stop them, because many of his colleagues were injured here. However, these scientists do not care about them. Ushio gets angry at this and Nakamura says, if your family or friends were in that position, would you just smile and let it go? Here Tora destroys the leg of the monster with his lightning power. But after that the monster starts using the feet of those monsters, which it had absorbed. Then the monster attacks Tora. Seeing this, Ushio gets ready to attack the monster, but he promises to save Baldander from Nakamura. Ushio then tries to rescue Baldander with Tora. That's when Helena tells Nakamura, there is a way to stop this monster. It is using the legs of the metamorphoses it absorbed. So if Kirlian oscillation device affected those legs, then we might be able to stop it. But this floor will soon be filled with poisonous gas, which means whoever operates the device must risk death. Despite this, Nakamura agrees to this, after which Helena goes with her towards the operation room. On the other hand, Shigure has also started coming here along with Otsuzawa. Ushio tries again to attack the monster, but he was using Baldander as the hostage, because of which Ushio is unable to attack it. Here Helena comes to the operation room with Nakamura, but the main power source was down, so she decides to switch to the auxiliary. However, it will be impossible to fully power the oscillation device. At the same time, one of Helena's colleagues contacts her and asks to leave, but Helena does not do that, and tells him, I'm going to send you Hakumen's battle data, so make sure you record it. Meanwhile, Tora tries to attack the monster with his lightning power, but the monster absorbs his power and attacks, during which Helena gets badly injured. Now Nakamura gets worried to seize her, but Helena forbids her to worry and says, you will have to take it from here. At the same time, monster goes to kill Ushio and Tora. Just then the device is fully charged and Nakamura immediately turns it on. Now the monster stops because of this. Seeing this, Ushio attacks the monster with Beast Spear, after which Baldander becomes free and now Nakamura becomes happy. But suddenly the battery of the device gets drained. After this the monster comes to attack. But this time Tora and Ushio come together to stop him. Now Helena gets very surprised by this, and he understands that when a trusted partner, people to protect and a powerful enemy, all of those things are in place, then they are able to exert unbeatable power. Ushio and Tora then use their power together, due to which the body of the monster gets destroyed. Now they think that the monster is dead, but suddenly its parts start regenerating again. Now Helena gets worried because of this, because this time it will come back even more powerful than before. So Helena contacts her partner and says, I want you to blow this place up. So do it in 10 minutes. Now Nakamura is surprised by this. After which Helena explains, we need to destroy it in the fire of an explosion before it can regenerate. Just then the emergency alarm also starts ringing. Now Nakamura wants to take Helena along with her, but then she sees that Helena is badly injured. Now Nakamura gets sad because of this. But Helena tells her to go and make the sacrifices of this day count towards defeating Hakumen. After this Nakamura comes out crying. But this whole place was filled up with poisonous gas, so she faints as she approaches Ushio, after which Ushio also suddenly faints. Now Tora is surprised by this, but now he does not have much time, so he immediately starts running out with them. Meanwhile, Helena contacts Nicholas and Marco. She tells them, I would not have made it, but you must keep the data on Hakumen safe, so you can develop an anti-Hakumen weapon. Now Nicholas and Marco cannot do anything to save her. That's why they thank her for this valuable data, But now Otsuzawa also come with his team and tells them, this time the Hammer Institute will be dissolved. Tora brings everyone out before it explodes. Just then Ushio sees Nakamura burning in the fire. But Tora doesn't let him save Nakamura. Then it turns out that was just a doll made from Tora's hair, whereas the real Nakamura is completely safe. After some time Baldander also regains consciousness, but Nakamura could not save Helena, because of which she felt bad. Just then Shigure also comes here and says, it is not your fault. The next day, Nakamura and Inoue come to Ushio's house, where Ushio and Tora were fighting to each other, but Nakamura stops them and Inoue brought hamburgers for Tora. Now Shigure was hearing the sound of their fighting from outside, and says, soon enough the time of the final battle with Hakumen will come, but I pray life will continue like this for us at least until then. On the other hand we see Hakumen, which is all set to come out very soon. In the last part Ushio faced with another minion of Hakumen. Next we see Hakumen, who was saying, I will never forget what happened 2,300 years ago, because Beast Spear brought forth fear within me. Now Ushio has also understood that there is not much time for Hakumen to wake up, so he is also concerned about what he can in the meantime. Ushio then goes to return Nakamura's notebook, but Nakamura was not here at this time. On the other hand, Nakamura is on her way back home, but today she looked very happy, because she wants to give a bag to Ushio, on which she has written his name. Just then Ushio comes in front of her, but even today both of them start quarreling with each other. So Nakamura angrily starts leaving from here. That's when Ushio realizes that tomorrow, or next year might not even come for him. So he comes to Nakamura and decides to drop him home. On hearing this, Nakamura becomes very happy, but suddenly something happens to her and it seems she has forgotten everything about Ushio. Seeing this Ushio asks what happened, but Nakamura do not remember anything about him and asks who are you? Hearing this Ushio is surprised and Nakamura leaves from here. Because of this Ushio gets very angry, and he goes to Nakamura's house to talk about it, after which he learns that Nakamura's parents have also forgotten everything about him. Now Nakamura is also angry at him, because he followed her all the way here. On the other hand, head of the West Shino and head of the East Osha are preparing for the battle with Hakumen, for which they have also prepared barrier building Yokai Kazuchi, with the help of which they will protect Ushio from other monsters. Apart from this, Shino has also prepared and powerful armor for Ushio. But today Tokisaka time travels, during which he learns something, and everyone gets shocked to know about this. On the other hand, Ushio decides to head to the Kuhame Sek's main temple, so that he can talk to his father about what is happening. After some time he reaches the temple, but now his father and other priests were also turned into stone. Now this worries Ushio, because he does not know what to do. Now Ushio feels that everyone has forgotten about him. At that moment Tora appears in front of him. But this time his face looked very strange, so Ushio feels that he has forgotten about him also. But then Tora calls Ushio by his name. Now Ushio becomes very happy with this, because Tora still had not forgotten about him. Tora then decides to go to meet Inoue with Ushio. Then Ushio says she has probably forgotten about me. To this Tora says, you may not have noticed it but I could sense it. Inoue has something, because she never feared monsters as much as she should, so it could be because she believes power lies within her. Ushio is shocked to know about this. On the other hand, Kiryu and Kuin are with Inoue, because Shigure brought him here after Toako died, after which Inoue's family take him in. That's why Kiryu is emotional. Seeing this Inoue says, I am actually really happy, it is like I have a little brother now. After some time Ushio comes here, but at the same time Nakamura also came to meet Inoue. Then Ushio tells her that Inoue knows me, but Nakamura doesn't believe his words, because of which there is a fight between them. Suddenly the sound starts coming from the beast spear. Now Nakamura goes to meet Inoue, but in the meantime a monster pulls her suddenly. Seeing this, Nakamura immediately rushes to save her, and actually Kazuchi had imprisoned her. Kiryu starts fighting to save Inoue. Just then Ushio also comes to help him, but Kiryu had forgotten about him. Now Ushio is surprised to see Reishin and Hitatsuki doing this. On the other hand, Osha and Shino stop Tora, but Osha had also forgotten about Tora. Now Ushio understands that these people want to take Inoue with them. After this Shino and Osha start taking Inoue and Nakamura with them. Seeing this Ushio and Tora go to save them. But Reishin and Kagari come in front of them, injure both of them and throw them down. After some time Ushio regains consciousness. Now at this time he was at Saya's house. But Saya had not forgotten about Ushio. However Ushio does not understand how is she the only one who remembers him. Then Tora shows him group of Heiyu, whom Saya has stopped with her barrier, but Ushio still do not understand the whole thing. Then Saya tells him these Haiyu have gone into the minds of humans and spirits, and have devoted just their memories of you and Tora, but now Ushio could not understand the reason behind it. That's when Saya starts telling that fear is Hakumen's strength, so the more that humans and spirits fear, the more it is able to make that its own strength, but the beast spear does not feel fear, so the one who wields it Ushio, and the one who wields unrivaled power Tora, these two are the hope that might be able to defeat Hakumen. Because of this there was no way Hakumen would have let that slide, because hope greatly weakens fear. Now Ushio wonders how Saya knows about all these things. Just then Tokisaka comes here and he has told everything to her. On the other hand, Inoue and Nakamura are imprisoned inside a barrier, but they would turn into dust if they try to touch it. After this Inoue starts telling Nakamura, when we both had turned into stone, then someone saved us at that time, but neither of us remember about him. Inoue then tells Nakamura, I cannot remember him either, but I loved him and you love him too. However Nakamura do not remember anything about it. Then Inoue says, he really loves you, but I love both of you. I might cry at home sometimes but I would not say it, but Nakamura never wants to see Inoue crying, so she says I will give that guy to you, and fall in love with someone else. On the other hand Tokisaka tells Ushio, we tried to go beyond time, in order to find Hakumen's weakness. We finally reached the final battle and saw the beast's spear shattered. We told the heads about it. After that, the unrest that spread through the room, it was the absolute sense of defeat born from fear and despair. Then the heads decided to create the beast spear once more, and I realized that something was wrong, because they had all lost their memories of the two of you. Tokisaka then reveals that Inoue shares the blood of GMA. Ushio and Tora are shocked to hear about this. Now Ushio starts remembering all the things about GMA, after which he learns that the maiden name of his and Inoue's mother is Hazaki, and Inoue's mother Hazaki Mikado was a very distant relative of GMA. Now Ushio is very surprised, and decides to save Inoue and Nakamura. On the other hand some monsters come to Inoue and Nakamura. They ask Nakamura to go home, because they are going to sacrifice Inoue. She gets angry on hearing this, after which the monster throws her towards the barrier. Seeing this Inoue wants to save her, suddenly enormous power comes out of her hand, because of which the barrier gets destroyed. Seeing this both Inoue and Nakamura are shocked. After this Osha and others also come here, but even Inoue does not understand how the power came out from her hands. At the same time GMA comes here and forbids them to sacrifice Inoue. To this Shino and Osha say, ultimately the beast's spear will shatter. So we need the spear in order to defeat Hakumen. And for that we must have Inoue offer her life, who shares your blood. Inoue is also shocked to learn about this. Then GMA tells her, it means that you will be next in line to keep Hakumen sealed. The current Oyakume is Ayatsuki Ushio's mother, but her power will die out soon. She then tells Shino and Osha, remember why the yokai of the East and West, who could not unite for many years, finally decided to work together. It is all because of Ushio who grieved for all who suffered, but Shino does not want anyone to interfere, so he immediately imprisons GMA and Inoue. During this Nakamura tries to save Inoue, because of which she gets injured. Now Shino tells Nakamura, we know this girl has the power, so we will seal her just to be safe. On the other hand, Ushio and Tora have also come here, but GMA is unable to do anything to save Inoue, because at this time she has very little power. Just then Nakamura also notices that all the monsters are desperate. After this they go to sacrifice Inoue. Just then Nakamura stops them, because she wants to say her last goodbye to Inoue. Now Nakamura comes to Inoue, but Inoue was not scared. Then Nakamura tells Inoue, I would not let anything happen to you. She then asks GMA, does the sacrifice have to be your blood relative? Then GMA says, my brother only said that the best steel comes from a forge that a person has jumped into. Nakamura then tells everyone, Inoue has the power to seal away Hakumen, so her sacrifice would be a waste. But I would not be a waste at all. Now Inoue becomes sad by this. Then Nakamura tells Inoue, I always acted like the older sister, but actually you were always the one covering for me. So this time I am going to save you. This makes Inoue very sad, but she is unable to do anything to stop Nakamura. Nakamura then tells Inoue, the guy with the spear, you can have him. Seeing this, Inoue rushes to stop Nakamura, but Kagari catches her, and says, caring for another, I know that feeling well. But you need to understand her feelings too. On the other hand, Ushio and Tora have killed all the monsters outside, After this Tora starts asking the last monster about the girls. After this both Ushio and Tora set out to rescue the girls. But now Ushio starts thinking that I could save many people before this. But this time I will not let anything happen to anyone. On the other hand, Nakamura goes to sacrifice herself, during which she starts thinking. She wanted to go on a date with the person she loves. He has a foul mouth, is quick to fight and can never calm down. That's when he remembers Ushio's face. In the last moment Ushio and Tora arrive here. But Nakamura had jumped into the fire already. Now Ushio does not want to see her dying in any condition. So he immediately jumps into the fire to save her. Now Nakamura is surprised by this. But after that she faints. Shino was also surprised by this. Because he had never seen such a man before. Seeing this Tora uses his lightning power to save Ushio. Suddenly the power of Beast Spear gets activated. After which Ushio rescues Nakamura and brings him out. But now Osha's plan was ruined because of him. So he asks his people to attack him. On seeing this Tora starts fighting with them. But Ushio was not attacking them. Seeing this Tora gets angry. Then Ushio says, they just forgot about us. After we just became friends with them. So I cannot kill them now. Meanwhile Raishin comes to attack. On seeing this Tora grabs his throat. But still he does nothing to him. After that everyone starts attacking them. But Tora saves Ushio from getting injured and does not attack anyone. Seeing this GMA tries to stop them and says, a monster who has saved humans. And a human who has shed tears for the sake of monsters. They have risked their lives. They are not your enemies. But none of them was listening to her. Now seeing both of them in such condition, tears start falling from Inoue's eyes. So she uses her power and sends them away from here. But Osha still asks to follow them. Meanwhile all people come to attack them. But at the same time a monster named Guren comes here. And tells them, I have come to deliver you all your death. With these spirit blades Hakumen has given me. But Ushio is very surprised. Because Guren looked exactly like Tora. Now Shino and the others start fighting them all. After which Tora starts leaving from here with Ushio and Nakamura. But Ushio stops him and asks to take care of Nakamura. Because Guren and his people were very powerful. So Ushio wants to help Shino and others. Hearing this Tora says, those guys forgot all about us and attacked us. So now those should just die. But at this time Nakamura's condition was also very bad. That's why Ushio starts crying a lot. Because if he had not gotten involved in all this, he would not have dragged her into it. However Ushio do not care if she forget him. But he will never ever forget her. Ushio then prepares to fight them and Tora sends him down. But now looking at him Guren starts making fun of him. Because Ushio was looking very weak at this time. Here Tora brings Nakamura to Paka. Who applies medicine to Nakamura's entire body. But now Tora was worried about Ushio. Seeing this Inoue tells Tora, do not you want to save Ushio? After this Tora is unable to control himself and immediately goes to save Ushio. Now Ushio was weak in front of Guren and his people. After this Guren orders his people to destroy the beast spear. But at the same time Tora comes here and now Ushio is happy to see him. After this both start facing their enemies together. Now no one was able to compete with them anymore. Everyone is surprised to see them fighting together. Tora starts to use his fire power, while Ushio was killing everyone with the help of Beast Spear. Now Shino was also surprised to see their strength and says, when that boy with the spear and that monster fight together, they are truly two monsters that have become one. Ushio and Tora then use their power together and kill everyone. At this time Ushio's condition had become very bad. But now everyone was surprised to see them. Tora tells Ushio, no matter how hard you fight for these guys it is useless. They are not thankful at all. Then Ushio says, I didn't do it for that. On the other hand Nakamura is still unconscious. But now GMA asks Inoue to come with her. Saya gets upset hearing this, and tells Inoue, once you become the Oyakum, you would not be able to return to the normal world. So it should be me. Because I am from the white-haired tribe. To this Inoue tells Saya, you are so nice, but have you ever thought of this? You are like a superhero fighting the evil in the world. But I think about it all the time and my hero was Nakamura. She is not conceited at all and she is kind, so I always wanted to be Nakamura. But when I told her that she got mad, and said, everyone is fine just as they are, so they should just be as they are, and do what they are meant to do. Then I realized I could not be like those two, but I can become an Oikum. After this Inoue starts leaving with GMA, and tells Saya, when Ushio comes back, tell him to just hurry up and beat Hakumen, then come for me. After some time Ushio and Tora return. After which Saya tells Ushio about Inoue, due to which Ushio gets very angry. Now Saya says, I believe there is a reason that I still remembered you and Tora, so I plan on doing the best I can at my own role. After this Tora says goodbye to them and leaves from here with Nakamura and Tora. But now seeing Nakamura in Ushio's arms, it makes Saya a little jealous. But now Nagari is also looking at Tora and Ushio. Then he says, you are supposed to fight me next time. Inoue left with GMA. Now Ushio admits Nakamura to the hospital, because she was badly injured. But Kiryu still cannot believe that Hakumen's minions went into his head, and ate all his memories of Ushio and Tora. Kiryu wants to save Inoue, so he asks Ushio if he know where Inoue is. Then Ushio tells him, she is under the ocean off the coast of Okinawa. Knowing about this, Kiryu decides to go to rescue her. But Tora tells him, Inoue went to watch over Hakumen on his own. Besides, so long as we are not fully prepared for battle, Hakumen must remain sealed. Now because of this, Kiryu becomes very sad, because he wants to save Inoue by any means possible. Then Ushio tells him, even if we go now there is nothing we can do, because to fight an enemy we must first understand them. Now Kiryu understands Ushio's point, so he decides to research about Hakumen and then leaves from here. On the other hand, Osha still does not remember about Ushio and Tora, while Ushio fought with Goren to save them. That's when Shino says, Ushio did not think twice about risking his own life to save Nakamura. But I never thought a human would be able to move my heart. Then Osha says, it could be that boy, and that monster just might become our hope. Here Ushio comes to his house with Tora, where Hayu was waiting for him. Ushio gets very happy seeing him, because he still remembered about Ushio. Then Hayu says, one of my eyes has the ability to see through all lies. After this, all three start talking and moving forward. Suddenly the sound starts coming from the beast spear. Then they see that many monsters are standing in front of them. But now Ushio gets very surprised, because they were looking exactly like Tora, but their behavior seemed very strange. Now seeing them, Tora goes to attack, but Hayu stops him, because the beast spear has stopped responding, and the beast spear responds only to the malicious intent of monsters, which means they do not have that, because they are summoned here by the spear. Hayu then tells Ushio that they are called Azafus, but Ushio had never heard of them. Then Hayu tells him, they are monsters whose names and even nicknames remain a mystery. And actually Tora is also an Azafus. Now Ushio wonders how Hayu knew about it. Then Hayu says, I went back in time with Tokisaka, and saw the monster that stole the lives of my wife and child 15 years ago. Also I found out another truth. Suddenly Goren also comes here. Seeing him, an Azafus goes to attack. But Goren cuts his head with his blade and tells Tora, I have come to deliver you all your fates. Hearing this, Tora gets very angry. That's when Hayu calls Goren as Sakue. Now Goren is surprised by this. But still he didn't understand the whole thing. Then Hayu starts telling, around 1,700 years ago there was a thief. He did not have the heart of a human. All he cared about was how he could live as easily as possible. But ultimately, the man came under the pursuit of the government. When he fled into the mountains, he saw a spear there, which was actually the beast spear. Suddenly a monster came there. But at the same time the beast spear also got activated and it killed the monster. Now because of this the thief understood the whole thing. From that day on, the man made good money by defeating monsters. The man fought countless monsters, but eventually his body changed. Now Hayu tells Ushio that this same thing happened to you too. But you were saved? But the man was not saved. So eventually he changed and became as black as his heart. Hearing this Ushio could not believe it. Then Hayu says, I was shown by Tokisaka. What happened to all those who previously possessed the beast spear? Meanwhile, Tora gets angry at Goren and goes to attack him. But Goren was also very powerful, because of which Tora's lightning power has no effect on him. After this Tora comes to attack him again. But this time Goren injures him with his blade. Now Ushio also understands, the Azafus were once humans that used the beast spear. That means Tora was also a human. Just then Goren starts telling Tora, I was asked to kill all the other Azafus by one of Hakumen's avatars. I do not have any memories from when I was human either. But there is a little memory from when I was stone. Now Ushio is shocked to hear this, and he thinks Tora must also have been turned into a stone before. Then the other Azafus tells him, this did not happen to Tora, because he should have something personal against Hakumen. Hearing this Ushio is shocked. Then Tora starts asking Goren about his memory. Then Goren starts telling, One day Hakumen's avatar came to me. He said, "You are darkness that has taken physical form. But those who become Azafus turn to stone and sleep. But after their long sleep, the next they will wake up for their final battle with Hakumen. So once they have awakened, they will not know where I am. And the one thing I truly find annoying is the beast spear. But I need to take care of the Azafus too." After this, Hakumen's avatar promised to give some power to Goren, with the help of which, he can kill monsters stronger than he has ever killed before. Now he attacks Tora and injures him very easily. But then his eyes go to Hayu, who was smiling looking at him. After this, Hayu starts saying, "I have finally been reunited with someone I wanted to see so badly. Because actually the monster who killed his wife and daughter is Goren." But that day Goren had intentionally left alive Hayu. So Hayu asks Goren the reason for this. Then Goren says, "I wanted to see how much agony a human, who just lost his wife and daughter, would die with." Now hearing this, Tora angrily goes to attack Goren. But Ushio stops him, and says, "Hayu's hand is covered in scars from searching for him and almost dying. If that thing did not exist, he could have been a good dad, and never suffered any pain or hardship. So Goren is not yours." After this, Hayu angrily attacks Goren, but this has no effect on him. And he also starts attacking Hayu. But next time Hayu sticks one spell into his body, and blows out one of his eyes. Now Goren gets very angry because of this. He then attacks Hayu with his power. But even Hayu doesn't give up, and starts injuring him, because he wants to avenge the death of his family. But then Goren attacks with his blade and injures Hayu. After this he starts saying to Hayu, "That right eye of yours which I clawed out, I hear it allows you to see monsters." After this he goes to destroy his eye. Then all of a sudden other Azafus start trembling with fear, because Goren's other friends had also come here. Now Goren does not kill Hayu today and leaves from here, because Hakumen must be ready for something. But after this all the Azafus starts turning into stone. Seeing this, Ushio is shocked and does not understand anything. Then Azafus says, "We must turn back into stone, because the source of Hakumen's powers is the fear of the unknown." And after that all of them turn into stone. Now Ushio also understands this, because Saya had told about it earlier. After this Ushio puts bandages on Hayu's injuries, where Tora was having fun eating ice cream. But then he gets into an argument with Ushio, and the two start fighting again. Seeing this, Hayu says, "You two never change regardless of the situation." And this was amusing to me. Then Tora asks him if Goren is more powerful. On this Hayu says, "I will finish him off next time, no matter what happens to me. But after that I would like to watch your battle too." Hearing this, Tora says, "It seems you have changed now." Then Hayu says, "The crescent moon does strange things to one's heart. That's all it is." After this Hayu starts leaving from here, because the seal he put on Goren should let him know where Goren is. But Tora forbids him to do all this right now. Then Hayu says, "It appears that I am not the only who has changed." After this he thanks both of them and leaves from here. On the other hand, Atsuzawa finds a strange lady in his office, but no common man could come in this building. So Atsuzawa immediately understands that she is actually a yokai. Then the lady tells him, "I am not here as your enemy. I have come here with an urgent request." But Atsuzawa does not understand this, after which the lady tells him, "I am GMA. I am the woman who watches over Hakumen along with the beast spear." But this lady was not like GMA at all. Here Nakamura regains consciousness today, but she is surprised to see herself in the hospital. After this the nurse tells him that a boy admitted you here. Hearing this, Nakamura asks the nurse about the boy, but the nurse do not know about Ushio. On the other hand, Ushio is watching Azafus turned into stone, and gets very sad about this. But at the same time some special forces officers come here, and ask Ushio to go with them, because someone wants to meet him. Now Ushio was surprised by this, but still he and Tora go with them. Ushio then tries to ask them, "Who is that wants to meet with me?" But the officer does not give any answer to this. Suddenly Nagari comes from the front and attacks their vehicle, after which Tora angrily goes to attack him. Now seeing him here, Ushio is shocked, and Tora asks him, "Why have not you been turned to stone?" Ushio thinks these officers were actually spies for Hakumen. So Nagari attacked the car they were in. But Nagari reveals that he has taken Hakumen's side. Hearing this, Ushio is shocked, and Tora also does not believe his words. Now Ushio feels that Hayu is controlling Nagari, after which Nagari says, "There are no Hayu controlling me." And now he gets ready to fight with them. But at the same time the people of Hammer Institute come here. Seeing this, Nagari immediately starts leaving from here. and says this will have to wait until next time. Now the officers bring Ushio and Tora to a building, where Ushio sees the same two professors. But Heiyu was trying to control them too, so Ushio immediately destroys them. Then the professor shows them the barrier projector they have made, with the help of which, they have been preventing the Heiyu from invading their minds. But Ushio gets angry at them, because they had involved him and Tora in their weird experiments. Then the professor says, "We have no regrets concerning that, because it was all very necessary." Hearing this, Ushio gets angry, because many people died because of them. Then the professor states, "We have been continuing our research under the supervision of the Special Disaster Management Office, and our research data also includes the phenomenon of the Kuhame sect turning into stone." Hearing this, Tora starts asking about it. The professor then tells them, the cause of this phenomenon is the Heiyu. The monks forgot the existence of U2 and the beast spear, so that they would not fear Hakumen. But the Azafus would not forget Hakumen, so they all turned to stone, but they should be waking up on their own soon and joining in the fight against Hakumen. Now Ushio understands his dad and the others are not stuck like that forever. Just then the professor says, this is only if Hakumen waits long enough for them to return. Because Jazv is going to fire a missile at the stone pillar that lies before Hakumen. Hearing this, Ushio is shocked, because his mother is there. Then the professor tells, a lady called Jiame appeared in front of Atsuzawa. She said to Atsuzawa, Hakumen has stored his evil power in the stone pillar before him, and he is going to make that power to destroy the barrier with it. Then she requests Atsuzawa to destroy the stone pillar, after which Hakumen's power will become nothing. On hearing this, Ushio says, there is no way Jiame would ever say that. Then the professor says, that woman showed up at the homes of all the generals. Because of that, an abnormally abrupt attack order was issued, and the attack will commence tomorrow at noon. After this, professor shows them the large-scale Kirlian oscillation device, which they are developing currently. But they are also thankful to Helena. Because of her they got a lot of data about Hakumen. After this, the professor takes Ushio to show him something else. On the other hand, Nakamura has come out of the hospital, because she wants to find that boy who saved him. But actually Nakamura does not remember anything about Ushio. Here the professor shows Ushio the armor of the Rock Eater. Seeing this, Ushio gets shocked. Then the professor tells that we have repaired it, so that this armor filled with demonic energy will probably be able to protect you. After this, Ushio keeps this armor with him, and immediately leaves from here with Tora. Now Atsuzawa is also ready to leave for the Okinawa base, and has decided to destroy the stone pillar, because he does not know this is actually a trick of Hakumen. Now Tora and Ushio are also on their way to Okinawa, but Ushio tells Tora to go home, after which Tora comes home with Ushio. Now Ushio goes inside the house to get some stuff, while Tora looks at his Azafus turned into stone, and thinks, are these guys gonna turn back to normal, and fight Hakumen in the final battle? Then all of a sudden some evil Azafus come here and destroy them. Seeing this, Ushio immediately comes here. Now evil Azafus starts saying, we came to destroy the Azafus, but we found the things we want to destroy most, and we have got the next thing lined up, too, and that is the petrified monks of the Kuhame sect. Hearing this, Ushio angrily goes to attack them, but now they had become even more powerful. They start attacking Ushio in a dangerous way. Seeing this, Ushio saves himself and immediately runs inside the house. Now Tora tries to help Ushio, but then an evil Azafus attacks him. After this they destroy Ushio's house too. Because of this they think they killed Ushio, but now Ushio was wearing the armor of Rock Eater, with the help of which, he starts attacking them. Seeing this, other evil Azafuses come to attack him, but he easily kills them. Now Ushio was very surprised, because as soon as he put the armor on, it clamped onto his body, and it is like, it knows exactly how he wants to move. After this, Tora tries to free himself, but he gets caught up in it, and now he does not understand what to do. Just then evil Azafus say, that is a 1,000-year root, that drives itself into the bodies of monsters, and becomes one with the ground. Seeing this, Ushio comes to save Tora, but the evil Azafus attacks him too, after which even the armor of Rock Eater does not work. Now the evil Azafus starts beating Tora, during which his blood falls on the stoned Azafus, and now they start saying, take us to the battle with Hakumen. Tora is shocked by this and tells them, there is no way you can fight. Then Azafus says, as long as you are here we can fight. Meanwhile, the evil Azafuses come again to attack Tora, but now Azafus, who had turned into stone, attack and destroy them in a moment. Now they generate an armor on Tora's body as well. Seeing this, evil Azafuses get shocked, Now Ozafuses start saying to Tora, "You are going to take us to Hakumen, and we will give you our powers." After this they get free Tora. But now Tora had no other option. That's why he promises them. After which Azafuse eliminates the evil Azafuse with their power. Now Ushio comes to Tora. But after that all the Azafuses change into the shape of a crown. Seeing this Ushio says, even after ending up like that, they still want to fight Hakumen. After this Ushio takes some of his old things, which was given to him by his friends. Now he comes to that place, where he liberated Tora 1 year ago. After this Ushio comes into the basement, where he sees Tora sitting in the corner. Now seeing him, Ushio gets scared, but then we come to know, actually both are acting like the same. When the two met for the first time, by doing this thing today, both of them enjoy a lot. Suddenly Tora tries to eat Ushio again, but he stops him with the beast spear. Then Tora tells Ushio, the only thing different from the last year is that, you are able to use the beast spear now. On this Ushio says, that is not right, you have changed a lot too. And now both leave from here together. The next day Reiko receives a painting of hers, which was made by Ushio himself, and Reiko likes it very much. Here Nakamura is still searching for Ushio. Just then she sees the truck of Hammer Institute passing from here. Nakamura immediately stops the truck and tells the officer, I really need to see Ushio, after which the officer asks her name. On the other hand, Atsuzawa and his men have made full preparations to fire the missile. But Nagari is also here and he is waiting for Tora and Ushio. After some time Ushio also comes to this port with Tora, because he wants to save his mother, but seeing them Nagari attacks, after which Tora also uses his lighting power. Now Tora gets angry because of this, so he again goes to attack him, but then Ushio stops the fight of these two, and tells Tora, Nagari saved us whenever we needed him. So if you won't stop you are gonna have to fight me. But Nagari does not care about these things. He attacks Ushio and says, I have switched to Hakumen's side. But Ushio doesn't understand why Nagari is doing this. Then Nagari says, I have always wanted to see the scene, where Hakumen is revived and completely destroys Japan. Now Tora tries to convince Ushio, because they have not much time, and the ships were taking off. Seeing this, Tora decides to stop Nagari and asks Ushio to stop them. But Ushio warns Tora not to kill Nagari, and says if you kill him, I will make you regret it. After this he leaves from here. Now Nagari tells Tora that I always wanted to fight with you, and after that both start fighting with each other. On the other hand Ushio comes to the commander and says, there is someone at the stone pillar who is sealing Hakumen, so if you fire that missile she will die, and Hakumen will come back. That's when Atsuzawa comes over here. But he also didn't even remember anything about Ushio, and he thinks Ushio is one of Hakumen's minions. Now we see two civilians here. Those who were sent by the agency to operate Undine. But Jast said they did not need the Undine anymore. Just then they send Ushio to this place as well. But Ushio was still talking about saving his mother and Goro overhears him. On the other hand Tora and Nagari were fighting with each other. During this Nagari hears the sound of wind. He then starts fighting with Tora and remembers some of his childhood memories, in which he always won. Here Ushio has made Goro and Akabane hostage, because of which Atsuzawa is unable to do anything. That's when we learn that it is actually Goro's idea and he wants to help Ushio. But Ushio does not even know why Goro wants to help him. Then Goro says, I saw that serious look in your eyes. That's what made me want to use this. After this Goro comes to Undine with Ushio and Akabane. Meanwhile, Atsuzawa is about to fire tear gas at Ushio. But at the same time a helicopter of Hammer Institute arrives here. And Hammer Institute also sent a message to Atsuzawa. Just then Nakamura jumps down from the helicopter, and seeing her here Ushio gets shocked. After this he starts asking Nakamura, what are you doing here? Then Nakamura starts saying I heard from the professors. The beast spear makes you lose your humanity. However I do not even know you. You are going to take that spear and go fight. But I would not let you go, because I want us to live together as humans. Hearing this Ushio tells Nakamura, I am glad you are alive. But Goro is now ready to start the ship. Nakamura tells Ushio that if you fight anymore, you would not ever return to being human again. On this Ushio tells Nakamura, my wounds are not healing as fast like before, and I overused the beast spear, so I figured that I would not be able to come back again. After hearing this Nakamura gets very emotional. But Ushio wants to go there at any cost. Nakamura then gives Ushio a small Kirlian oscillation device from the Hammer Institute that can be operated remotely. Also Nakamura asks Ushio to save Oyakumi. Then Ushio says that was my plan too. After this he comes inside the ship. But Nakamura was still here and tells Ushio, I honestly was not going to let you go. But if you are going I do not care if you turn into a beast. Just come back safe. After this Nakamura starts crying a lot. Seeing this Ushio also gets emotional, and says Nakamura, I love you. On the other hand Otsuzawa has got the Kirlian oscillation device of Hammer Institute, which the professors have asked to equip in the sub. Here Tora has badly beaten Nagare. After this Nagare increases his strength and tells Tora, I can do anything. Hearing this Tora goes to attack him. But this time Nagare beats him badly and imprisoned him. Nagare starts telling Tora, I have been able to do everything ever since I was a kid. No matter how hard others tried I always won. Even I do not feel disappointment or happiness. That's why I am not allowed to enjoy life. And just when I thought my boring life would be over in no time, that minion of Hakumen appeared before me. When he asked Nagare, have you any desire to side with Hakumen? Then Nagare said, there is nothing I look forward to more than taking him down. But the minion of Hakumen knew this was a lie. Because it knew the thing he wants to fight most is Tora. But after this Nagare starts thinking about Ushio. Because it seemed to his eyes, he believes in Nagare no matter what. But even after this Nagare is ready to fight with Tora. Suddenly Tora starts laughing. Seeing this Nagare asks Tora the reason for this. Then Tora says, you just could not bear to see Ushio's eyes, and you are supposed to be some kind of genius or something. On hearing this Nagare gets very angry and starts beating Tora badly. But now Tora was also very angry. So when Nagare comes to attack him next time, Tora stops him very easily. Tora then says, I will never lose to a human, who is so afraid of some brat's eyes and betrays his friends. After this Tora injures Nagare very badly. But Nagare still goes to attack Tora in anger. And Tora injures him easily this time as well. However, Nagare is not ready to give up and comes again to attack Tora. After which Tora injures him more badly. But this time Nagare stands up again and decides to attack Tora with full moon formation. Seeing this Tora also gets ready to face it. Now Nagare attacks Tora. But Tora confronts it with all his might and injures Nagare. After this Nagare's condition becomes very bad and accepts his defeat. He asks Tora, have you been never lost? Then Tora says no, though I do not count that damned beast's spear. Nagare then says, I guess I should have fought you earlier. But tell Ushio for me that Nagare was a bad guy to the core. Because I really switched to Hakumen's side and really tried to kill you. So that's why you did not hold back and killed me. After this Nagare asks Tora, did you hold back because of what Ushio said? On this Tora says, why should I have to go to that kind of trouble? But now Nagare dies. Now Tora is also upset by this and immediately goes to help Ushio. On the other hand, Ushio is on his way to the stone pillar with Goro and Akabane. Suddenly the ship starts shaking. And now the people of Otsuzawa are ready with the submarine. Here Ushio gets upset and does not understand what has happened all of a sudden. Then Goro explains, this might be a wall that Hakumen's demonic energy created. So the Jazd was prepared to fire special torpedoes. Seeing this Akabane talks about returning back. Because the pressure on the hull is rising. But now they have come very close to the stone pillar. Akabane gets very scared seeing this now. Because Hakumen was actually bigger than the stone pillar. Now Ushio gets upset. Because he wants to save his mother. But he does not want to drag Goro and Akabane into it. Just then Goro asks Ushio, what are you planning to say to your mom when you will see her? Then Ushio says, I am thinking about complaining. Because I was always told that my mom died. So I want to tell her how lonely I am, and about all the bad things that happened. Hearing this Goro activates the full speed of the ship. Because he wants to help Ushio in any condition. After this Akabane also decides to help Ushio and activates maximum speed of the ship. After some time these people come near the stone pillar. But now they do not see any way to go inside from here. Just then Ushio sees a glowing place above, which was actually the way to go in. Seeing this Goro immediately takes the ship to that place, where the shaking caused by Hakumen's demonic energy has stopped. Now Ushio thanks Goro and Akabane for their help. And after that he starts going inside. During this Ushio starts thinking about many things. Because he wants to complain about it to his mother. After this Ushio comes to other side, where Hakumen was sleeping and his mother had sealed him with her power. Now Ushio gets very sad seeing his mother in such condition. Because she is fighting Hakumen all by herself. Seeing his mother in this condition Ushio gets emotional. And now he could not even say anything. That's when his mother calls his name. Hearing this, Ushio immediately appears in front of her. But his mother bows before him. Ushio is shocked by this and forbids her to do so. Then his mother says, "Although I never believed I had the right. But how many times I have dreamed of hearing you call me Ushio." Ushio sees his mother for the first time today and is unable to say anything. Here Atsuzawa has got an idea of the location of his target, so he tells his people to fire all torpedoes at the stone pillar, then leave these waters at full speed. On the other hand, Ushio's mother says to Ushio, "I had left you in childhood and came here. And now you have grown so much." Now Ushio was unable to speak anything to his mother, because at this time his mind is completely blank. Just then Ushio's mother notices a scar on his forehead and gets worried about it, because she has put him through so much trouble while she has been gone. Though it was her duty, since she abandoned him and his father, to come here. So she tells Ushio, "I no longer have the right to call myself your mother." Hearing this, Ushio starts showing all the bruises on his body, which he got while fighting with different monsters. So he tells his mother, "Scars are nothing out of the ordinary for me. It is not your fault at all." After this, Ushio starts cleaning the dust and stones that have fallen on his mother. Just then his mother says, "I have a favor to ask you." Hearing this, Ushio immediately comes in front of his mother, after which she asks Ushio, "May I pat your head?" Here Tora is going to find Ushio. At the same time he sees something, which actually looked like two big monsters. On seeing these, the commander and his companions get very upset, because both these monsters are also going into the direction of Hakumen. So the commander thinks they might get in the way of their plan, but they are no longer able to contact their team. On the other hand, water ships are ready to fire special torpedoes. Just then we find out, these two monsters are actually a group of yokai from east and west. Shino feels, the perfect time to strike Hakumen is after the humans destroy that woman's barrier. But Osha knows they would not be able to defeat Hakumen this way. So he tries to stop Shino. Meanwhile, Atsuzawa's men fire special torpedoes. On the other hand, Ushio is very happy to talk to his mother today. After this he sits in front of his mother, but as soon as his mother goes to touch him, at the same time torpedoes come and start hitting the stone pillar. Now because of this the whole place starts breaking down. Seeing this, Ushio gets very upset, because he had come here to save his mother. But he could not even stop the torpedoes. After this, Ushio asks his mother to leave from here. On this his mother starts saying, "My power to hold up the barrier has reached its limit. And Hakumen tricked humans into attacking this place, meaning that the time has come. I also just wanted to be with you, but it appears this is the end. So now the only option left is to fight outside." Here Goro is waiting for Ushio to come even in such a situation. Now Ushio gets very upset, because the barrier made by his mother begins to weaken, and after some time Hakumen breaks it. Now Hakumen appears in front of Ushio, and he was surprised to see him. Hakumen is very happy to be free today. But this time Ushio is unable to do anything, because his body was not moving at all. Seeing this, Ushio's mother starts saying, "Even if you go outside, the only thing that awaits you is destruction. Because Ushio the yokai and the humans will make sure of it." Here the people of Atsuzawa see something coming towards them from the stone pillar, because of which everyone's condition worsens. Because now the stone pillar was also destroyed. Osha still trying to stop Shino. But Shino does not listen to him. After this, as he is about to go ahead from here, Hakumen comes over here and attacks him. At the same time Tora also comes here. But as Hakumen comes out completely, Tora is also shocked that Hakumen came out and attacked Shino. Next we see the priests of the Kuhame sect. In their eyes some light shines. Here the commander and his men have also become worried, because they see something coming towards them. Then Atsuzawa sends a message to them. He says, "Hakumen has awakened, and he sank half our fleet." The commander also panics as soon as he comes to know about this. On the other hand, Hakumen has attacked Shino. Seeing this, Osha attacks Hakumen with his fire power to save him. But Hakumen stops this with one of his tails, after which it changes into Kuragi. Tora is also surprised to see this. But the very next moment Hakumen injures Osha as well. Now Hakumen starts saying, "Even after hundreds of years your foolishness never changes." And after that his another tail turns into Ayakashi. But Tora could not believe it, because they had killed Kuragi and Ayakashi long ago. Now even Shino is unable to do anything to free himself, and he feels that he will not be able to win. On the other hand, Ushio is with his mother and he wants to save her. Then his mother asks, "Are you prepared?" Because Hakumen has broken the keystone that supported Japan when he escaped. So Japan will start to sink into the sea. Hearing this, Ushio starts worrying about all his friends, because he does not want anyone to die. Seeing this, his mother tries to calm him and says, "There is only one thing we should do right now, so we will go after Hakumen and defeat him." But now a news helicopter has also arrived here, because they feel that the movement here is not normal. On the other hand, in a research center, the professor receives a signal about an earthquake, but the hypocenter is spreading, and they have never seen an earthquake like this. So if this continues, Japan would not hold out. Now all the people who know about this news also get worried. Here the news reporter is above the sea. That's when some fighter jets also come here, but Hakumen attacks them and destroys all the fighter jets. Seeing this, the news reporter is also surprised, and after this Hakumen comes in front of their camera. Now everyone gets very scared after seeing him on TV, but Hakumen makes the fear of humans and monsters his own strength. After this, Otsuzawa also comes out of the water and gets worried seeing Hakumen, but at the same time Hakumen gathers his power, and attacks the island in front of him, because of which that island is completely destroyed. Now Otsuzawa was also very much scared and starts saying, "A demon has awakened." That's when pressure starts stretching up at an unbelievable rate, because of which Akabane gets worried. But Goro tells him to keep calm. Now Ushio's mother decides to come to the surface, so that they can fight with Hakumen and defeat him. But when Ushio met Hakumen, he could not move at all. So he tells his mother, "What am I supposed to do against something like that? Right now, let's just get in the Undine and run." But his mother says, "We must stop that, because this is an urgent time when many people are about to die." Then Ushio starts telling his mother, "More importantly, I do not want you to die. I finally got to meet you, but if I fight Hakumen right now, I will die and you will die too. So it has got nothing to do with us." On hearing this, Ushio's mother slaps him. Now Ushio gets sad because of this, and says, "I just wanted to try your miso soup, but Asako hit me too and everyone forgot about me. But why everyone tells me to defeat Hakumen with my beast spear?" After this, Ushio's body starts changing, and he was very angry at Hakumen, because today he is away from his parents and friends because of Hakumen. On the other hand, Hakumen scares people and says, "Your fear of me is my strength." Seeing this, Tora says, "It has been a while since I have seen you, but it seems you have forgotten what happened 800 years ago." Suddenly Ushio comes out of the sea and goes to attack Hakumen in anger. Seeing this, his mother tries to stop him, because he cannot fight with Hakumen with a heart full of hatred. But Ushio was very angry with Hakumen. He does not even listen to his mother, because he wants to kill Hakumen in any condition. He then starts telling Hakumen, "Because of you I have nothing left, my friends. My house, my dad, and even my own mom hit me." Ushio's mother tries to convince Ushio again, but he goes to attack Hakumen. Just then he sees Kuragi, the one who killed Oyakun. So Ushio gets even more angry now. But then Ayakashi catches him and Toako also appears in front of him. Ushio is very surprised by this, because he had defeated them long ago. But Ushio does not want to lose to them under any circumstances. Just then Tora comes here and takes him away. He tells him that each tail of Hakumen turns into a monster. Now knowing about this, Ushio gets even more angry. He again goes to attack Hakumen, but Tora stops him and explains to him, "You will never win if you are this reckless." Hakumen enjoys seeing this, because he has started destroying humans easily, and now the beast spear is also useless in front of him. He then says, "At this rate I am sure the human traitor that I sent was also a beautiful sight." But Ushio does not understand the meaning of this. Then Hakumen says that his name might have been Nagare. Hearing this, Ushio immediately starts asking Tora about Nagare, because Tora was fighting with Nagare. Then Tora tells Ushio that Nagare is dead. Now Ushio gets sad when he comes to know about this, and tells Tora, "You took another away from me." Hakumen is happy to see Ushio in such condition and tells him, "Your partner killed something precious to you." Seeing this, Ushio's mother forbids him to pay attention to Hakumen's words, because Hakumen is actually trying to enter the hatred in his heart. Then Hakumen again starts saying, "I am sure Tora took great pleasure in killing Nagare." After this, Ushio again asks Tora about Nagare. Then Tora tries to tell the whole thing to Ushio, but he was not ready to listen to him. That's why Tora angrily says, "Yeah, I killed him. I killed him brutally." Hearing this, Ushio separates himself from Tora and comes to his mother. Then his mother says, "The one you must believe in more than any other is Tora." Just QQ then the monks of the Kuhame sect also arrive at Hateruma Island. Nigeria tells everyone, "This will be our final and biggest battle. We will not let Hakumen do as he pleases any longer." So Nigeria decides to bind Hakumen with their ultimate barrier. After this everyone gets ready, and Shigure decides to fight in a good way to help Ushio and him. Here Nakamura is worried about Ushio, because she was unable to do anything for him. Now Hakumen tells Ushio, "It feels wonderful watching you to be consumed by your hatred. But do you know, Nakamura is in the prison and your father is on the island behind them too." Hearing this, Ushio starts worrying about his dad and Nakamura. After this Hakumen goes to attack with his power. Seeing this Ushio tries to stop him. But Hakumen destroys the prison and Ushio is unable to do anything. Now Ushio's mother becomes very sad and says, "I am to blame for this. Because we met and he was stripped of the tension in his heart." Just then Hakumen starts saying, "Your significant other has been blown away, and your son is in such a state. So give up and release me from this annoying barrier." Hearing this Ushio's mother says, "So you have realized that we still have you contained within a barrier." Hakumen is surprised by this, because she doesn't have that kind of strength anymore. Inoue then appears in front of Hakumen with GMA, and says, "I would not forgive you." Now Hakumen understands that Inoue's memory is back. Just then Tora also comes here and Inoue recognizes him. On the other hand, Ushio is lying at one place. Then Guryu starts telling him, "Now you have become the same. Because Hakumen took your parents and everything precious to you." Then Ushio says, "It is all Hakumen's fault." And after that he goes to attack Hakumen in anger. Seeing this, Ushio's mother tries to stop him this time too, because he cannot defeat Hakumen with just the beast spear. But Ushio doesn't stop and attacks Hakumen with beast spear. Everyone is surprised to see this. Hakumen then uses his power and destroys the beast spear in a moment. Because of which Ushio is unable to do anything. Seeing this Tora is also shocked and says, "It caused me so much pain." Then Hakumen says that this is the end, and attacks Ushio. Now everyone is shocked by this, and Hakumen starts thinking that he has won. Because he destroyed Beast Spear very easily and Ushio falls into the sea. After this we see that Nakamura has been saved, because the commander had given the order to save the civilian. Now they decide to head to Hateruma Island and regroup with the main vessel, because the priest's group had stopped Hakumen's attack, and saved that island from being destroyed. Now Hakumen decides to destroy the entire country. Just then Shino grabs his leg, because he does not want to let him go. But Hakumen starts moving forward with Shino. Seeing this, Nigeria and the others create a barrier and try to stop him. But Hakumen still does not stop and breaks their barrier in an instant, because of which everyone gets surprised. After this Hakumen starts saying, "You monsters and annoying little humans can just stay there. I will slowly kill you after sinking this country in a sea of flames." Hearing this Tora immediately goes to stop him. That's when Tokisaka also comes here with Kiryu and Kuin. Kiryu tells Inoue, in order to find out Hakumen's weakness, Tokisaka take him back into the past, where he saw Hakumen being born, and the grudge between Tora and Hakumen happened back 3,000 years. On the other hand, Ushio is going down in the sea. Now he feels that he has lost everything, because he was defeated by Hakumen. And the beast spear is gone too. Suddenly Ushio starts seeing Tora, after which he sees something shining. But Ushio does not understand what was happening. Just then Ushio sees a boy named Shagakusha, who was beating a man. Because the man was talking about when he was born, and about the falling star that fell on his house. Thereafter Shagakusha angrily kills the man. That's when Ushio realizes he is inside Shagakusha's heart, because he was also feeling what Shagakusha is feeling. Now Shagakusha starts running away in anger. But no one likes him and everyone calls him the cursed child, because of which he hates everyone and he has grown up all alone. That's when Ushio notices that when he feels hatred, his shoulder throbs, and somewhere in his heart he actually enjoys this hatred. Time passed, but even while he is fighting, he is filled with hatred for both his comrades and his enemies. Now the people praise him, because he saved the country, but he does not trust any of them, because they all used to call him the cursed child. Just then Ushio finds that his hatred for others is the foundation of his strength. After this Shagakusha comes to meet the royal generals, but they insult him. That's when Shagakusha feels the bliss and the throbbing in his right shoulder. Now Shagakusha comes out, where his attendant Rama was waiting for him, and he also gets angry at the behavior of the royal general. Shagakusha then tells him, "The people call me a hero but fear me as the cursed child. So do you not dislike being assigned as the attendant to a man like me?" Then Rama says, "You were born under a shooting star, but you are kind and strong, so I want to be like you someday." Meanwhile, the royal generals start harassing a girl and don't give her seeds. Just then Shagakusha comes here and kills all the royal generals, after which the girl thanks Shagakusha for saving her life. Now Shagakusha also comes to the farm with that girl, where she was sowing seeds in the ground. She tells Shagakusha, Just digging the earth up with a sword is vastly different from tilling it to plant seeds. Hearing this, Shagakusha asks, "What seeds are those?" Then the girl says that I do not know. But hatred will not bear anything. Just then Rama also comes here and Shagakusha comes to know, the girl is his older sister. Now Rama tells his sister, Shagakusha is so strong, and all the enemies flee when he stands to fight. Hearing this Rama's sister says, then I guess when a battle breaks out, I will just hide inside Shagakusha's mouth. Then Rama says, that's great, you will be totally safe inside Shagakusha's mouth. After this Shagakusha comes to Rama's house. Then he starts thinking, I was born the cursed child, and I have lived my worthless life all alone ever since. I was feared by others and made an outsider, so there is no reason for me not to hate people. Now Rama's sister gives Shagakusha something to eat. Shagakusha likes it and he smiles for the first time in his life. The next day some people come to Shagakusha, and tell him that a scout has returned from enemy lands, but the enemy will attack tonight. So you will have to guard the central gate, because it will be a fierce battle. Knowing about this, Shagakusha immediately goes to find Rama, but he had gone to a nearby town to buy some things. So Shagakusha takes Rama's sister with him and immediately starts running away, because the enemy is a huge nation, so if there is a battle, their land will be defeated in a single blow, but he does not want to let Rama and his sister die. Hearing this Rama's sister says, we cannot be the only ones to escape, because everyone believes that you will protect them. But Shagakusha says, I know what they all think. They think I am cursed and that's why I am so strong. So no one believes me, and no one wants the cursed child to protect them. But you two are different. The others can just die. But I will save you too, because I want both of you to live. After this, as soon as both of them come out of the forest, they see a huge group of enemies in front of them. Seeing these two enemies attack with arrows, Niyu Shagakusha stands in front of Rama's sister to save her. But during this, Rama's sister gets badly injured. Shagakusha gets sad seeing this, because he does not want to let her die. Then Rama's sister says, I am so happy. This was the first time you have said kind words. But after that she dies. Now because of this Shagakusha gets very angry and starts killing his enemies. Suddenly something happens in his right shoulder, and a monster comes out of it, who is actually Hakuman, and he says, I am the light of darkness that has no shadow. After this he thanks Shagakusha, because he was able to take form for the first time. Hakuman explains that when I was born into this world, I was in the darkness without physical form. Because of that, I would possess humans and make them fight each other. But that was just no fun. So I wanted to personally taste the blood of humans and feel their fear. That's why I decided I would create this body. Then we see that some shining thing had fallen on Shagakusha's house, due to which all the members of his family died. And coincidentally, Shagakusha was chosen by Hakuman. Now Shagakusha is shocked to know about this. After this Hakuman says, your body was very comfortable. Your twisted heart that was filled with hatred from a young age, because of everything you went through, that hatred became my blood and my body. Ushio is also shocked to hear this, because it meant that inadvertently it was Shagakusha who raised him. Now Hakuman says to Shagakusha, I will drench this new body in blood and cries of agony. He then immediately burns the entire city in his fire. Seeing this, Shagakusha immediately searches for Rama, who was badly injured in this attack. He gets very sad about this, because he could not even save Rama. Rama starts saying to Shagakusha, if only you had gotten here a little sooner, then this would not have happened, because everyone believed in you that you would defeat the enemy in an instant. They all wanted to apologize to you, because you did not hate them, but instead protected all of them. Now Shagakusha could not believe his words. Then Rama says, I want to become stronger, because I want to protect my sister and everyone else just like you. But after this Rama dies, because of which Shagakusha becomes very sad. Just then Hakuman asks him, do you hate me? On this Shagakusha says, yes I do. Then Hakuman says, since you raised me, I want to tell you some wonderful news, and says, you will never die. Shagakusha is shocked to hear this, but now Hakuman says, let us meet again on the edge of eternal time, and then he leaves from here. After that even when Shagakusha fought Heiyu in the land, that Hakuman destroyed, but he did not die. Then he traveled for a very long time. Wherever there were rumors of Hakuman he went. After some time he came to know about the beast spear, that can defeat Hakuman. So he decided to obtain it, no matter what. Shagakusha went to that mountain, where beast spear was sealed, but it had been 800 years since then, and now his body was completely changed. Still he decided to chase after Hakuman for all time in order to destroy him. After this he directly tells Ushio, you who are in my head, it appears the time has come. But if fate grants it, let us meet again. Now Ushio understands that Shagakusha is Tora. After this, Ushio comes out of the dream, where he sees shards of the beast's spear around him. Those begins to lead him upwards, and Ushio says, the battle is not over yet. We see Kiryu telling everyone about Tora. Now knowing about him, Inoue also becomes sad. And Jia also feels very bad, because the one who brought Hakumen into this world was also the first to use the beast spear. Kiryu then starts saying, in my trip back through time I saw a lot of people using the spear, but each time its user turned into an Azafe use and it would go to another user. As long as there were monsters to fight, someone always needed the beast spear. Then the spear sucked their lives out of them and they became Azafus. Kiryu gets very sad and says that Hakumen needs to be defeated, but that people who have used the beast spear are not freed even after centuries. It is too cruel. After this, Jia also gets sad, because that spear was created from his brother's hatred, but a single person's hatred has brought misfortune to so many. Even after knowing this, she could not do anything. Next we see, Tokisaka took Kiryu to that time, when 1,000 years after the spear was made. Kiryu see Hakumen on a ship that was heading to Japan, because Hakumen had decided which country to destroy next. Just then Tora also comes there and he was very angry. But he cannot wield the beast spear any longer. Tora says, I could not defeat Hakumen, but the next may be able to do it, and that's when I will fight again too, so that no one else will have to cry because of Hakumen, and everyone can live happily. After this, Tora threw beast spear towards Japan. Now Inoue calms Kiryu, because the only thing they can do right now is to make sure no one else must endure the same misfortune. That's when Ushio's mother says, as long as it has the right wielder, we should not lose hope. At the same time they look at beast spear's shards. Who saved Ushio? Ushio is also very surprised by this, because even after it was crushed to bits it protected him. Now he decides to protect everyone. Suddenly beast spear's shards start going somewhere from here, and Ushio is surprised to see this. That's when Akabane and Goro also come to help him. Now Ushio sees his mother and the other in front of him. After this he decides to go after Hakumen and fight, so he tells everyone to believe in him. Seeing this, Ushio's mother asks Inoue to get ready, because she was planning to bind Hakumen with the barrier. Now Kiryu also gets ready to help Jia and leaves with him. On the other hand, Hakumen has arrived in Tokyo and started destroying everything with his firepower. Now people get scared because of this, whose fear becomes Hakumen's strength and he absorbs it. Here special disaster management officials have shifted 62% of the citizens of Tokyo to the emergency shelter, and they are planning to get the people on ships and away from Japan. Just then Atsuzawa comes here and tells that the ships cannot leave the ports, because there is a typhoon, and it is big enough to engulf all of Japan. The reason is winds moving at 30 km/h north by northeast. On hearing this, the commander also gets worried, because in such condition he cannot do anything. On the other hand, Saya has also learned that the final battle has begun between Hakumen and the humans and monsters. However, she has thought of her own way to help, but what she is trying to do is dangerous, so Omamori wants to stop her. Then Saya says, not every door is closed to us, because the omen is already upon those who know of it. Here Nakamura has also come to the shelter, where all the people have been kept, and Nakamura also meets her parents here. But everyone is very scared and wants to get out of here, because they do not feel safe in here. However, the officers are stopping them from going out, because they know there is danger outside. Just then Nakamura sees something flying through the ceiling here. He thinks they are shooting stars, but actually these are beast spear shards, and one of them kills Heiyu in Nakamura's brain. Because of this, she remembers everything about Ushio and becomes very emotional. Then beast spear shards kill Heiyu from inside the rest of yokai as well. That's why they also remember everything about Ushio and Tora. They realize that it is impossible to defeat Hakumen without Ushio and Tora. On the other hand, Hakumen is succeeding in his planning, because the humans and monsters are afraid of him. So he is consuming that fear and making it his own strength. That's when Hakumen senses that something is following him. This frightens Hakumen, because that thing is not afraid of him. Then he learns that it is Tora. After this, Tora angrily starts attacking him. Now because of this, Hakumen gets angry with him. Then Tora says, did you forget the battle that happened here over 800 years ago? And I gave you a ton of painful scars and deflected your flames. Then Hakumen learns, he is the one who brought him into this world. After this, both of them start fighting with each other. On the other hand, all the people are being evacuated from Yanami Beach, because Heiyu's group has started attacking there. So all the people there are scared, That's when we see Tatsuya, who was looking at something in the sky, and says to his father that everything will be fine, because I just saw that yellow thing chase after that great big thing. Here everyone in the shelter is trying to go out. Just then Nakamura announces, that thing will be defeated. Everyone is shocked to hear this. But no one could believe his words. Nakamura then requests them to believe her words. Because Ushio and Tora are super strong. Just then pro wrestler Tatsuko stands by Nakamura, and says, I was saved by that boy with the long hair and spear on an airplane. Now listening to him, other people also calm down, because they also saw him on TV. On the other hand, Ushio has put on Rock Eater's armor and is ready to fight with Hakumen. Suddenly Goro sees countless yokai coming this way. Seeing this, Ushio immediately asks to take the ship to the surface, where all yokai had come to help him. Now Shino and Osha say sorry to Ushio, and after that he goes out with everyone to face Hakumen. On the other hand, Tora is trying to attack Hakumen with his power, but none of his attacks are affecting him. Now Tora gets very upset because of this, but he still does not give up on Hakumen and starts attacking him continuously. Hakumen gets very angry by this and kills Tora the next time. At this time Hakumen was at the northernmost point of Japan. He thinks he has killed Tora, so there is no longer anyone who can oppose him. Just then he realizes that the humans' fear of him is weakening. On the other hand, people have started believing in Ushio and Tora, due to which the power of Beast Spear starts being generated. Seeing this Hakumen starts to panic. That's when he learns that Ushio and all the yokai are heading towards this, and the Beast Spear shards are heading towards them. Now Hakumen understands that the fear is weakening, because Ushio is still alive. Here the professor becomes happy, because the shards of the Beast Spear are dispersing the typhoon. On the other hand Ushio's mother also comes to know that Ushio and Hakumen will come face to face soon. So they decide to create a barrier and seal Hakumen. That's when Izuna starts to get worried, because he thinks that they are at a total disadvantage and might die. Then Ushio says, the humans cannot defeat Hakumen alone and the same goes for monsters. But who knows what might happen if the humans and monsters fight together? Now because of this, the courage of all yokai increases and together they get ready to fight Hakumen. On the other hand, Hayu is chasing Guren, because today he wants to kill him. But Hayu seems to be weak in front of him, whereas Guren injures him easily with his attack. Here Saya also wants to open the gate of the netherworld. During this, she starts missing Ushio, because when she met him she chose her own path. Now Saya starts remembering her mother's words, because she had told her about opening the gate of the netherworld, and actually this gate connects this world to the next. However, only those of the white-haired tribe can open it. Then Saya asked, can we summon who died too? Then his mother told, the people in the netherworld are happy, but souls that have something they need to do in this world, they absolutely must return to this world. Now Saya summons the gate and gets ready to open it. Seeing this Omamori tries to stop her, because a white-haired woman can only open the gate to the netherworld once in her life. Then Saya says, as long as this world smiles at me, I will do what I must to protect this world from Hakumen. After this Saya opens that gate. On the other hand, Ushio is heading to Hakumen with all the yokai. Just then Ushio sees Beast Spear shards coming and overjoyed. But at the same time Hakumen also comes here and tries to stop Beast Spear shards, because he does not want to let it coming back to life. Just then Ushio sees Tora dead and he gets very upset about this. He realized that Tora was fighting by himself while they were being defeated. Now Hakumen goes to destroy Beast Spear shards, but Saya had opened the netherworld's gate. That's why Hazaki Mikado's soul comes and seals him. However, she is only her soul. Because of this she does not have enough power to hold Hakumen. So he frees himself very easily and throws Tora's dead body to Ushio. He tries to wake Tora, but he was dead. Now he realized that it is all his fault, and he should have believed in him more. Ushio gets very angry with this and calls the Beast Spear, but the Beast Spear shards go into Tora's body, and the Beast Spear born from the darkness of his heart. Now everyone is surprised to see this. Ushio then falls into the ocean with Tora and Beast Spear. Because of this the shards of the Beast Spear become one again. Seeing this professors prepare to fire giant Kirlian oscillation device. Now Ushio gets ready for the last battle. But before this he gives Tora one of his arm to eat, because he knows that he is also going to become like Tora. After this, Ushio also removes the remaining red cloth from the Beast Spear, and the full power of the Beast Spear is activated. Now he goes to attack Hakumen, and everyone is surprised to see this, because the power of the Beast Spear was increased almost 100 times. Ushio kills Kuragi in a single attack and injures Hakumen as well. Seeing this opportunity, The Professor Inoue and Ushio's mother stop Hakumen with barrier. Niu Hakumen's minions try to attack. But then Shino stops them too with 20,000 Kazuchi's power. Meanwhile, Toeko is about to break the barrier. But Nigeria and other priests also come here and stop her with their barrier. Now Hakumen is unable to do anything because of this, so he starts calling Goren over here. On the other hand, Hayu has fallen in the lawn of a beautiful actress. After that, as soon as he starts leaving from here, the daughter of the actress comes out, and her name was Kaori. Seeing this, Hayu asks the actress to take shelter, but she does not like to go to one of those filthy shelters. Now her daughter comes to her, but she distances her from herself, because she does not like Kaori, and she have let the maid raise her. Now Hayu asks the actress about her husband. On hearing this, she starts crying, because her husband was killed by a monster. Seeing her crying, Kaori comes to her, but the actress tells her to stay away. That's when Goren comes here to kill Hayu, because Hakumen is calling him. Now the actress and her daughter both get scared on seeing him, but Hayu stands in front of Goren to save them. After this Goren tries to attack, but Hayu stops the attack and asks the actress to run away. That's when we see Kaori was worrying about her mother. Now Hayu also attacks Goren, but he easily injures him and says, "You cannot avenge your wife and daughter that I devoured." Still Hayu stands up again and starts fighting with Goren. Meanwhile, Goren goes to attack the actress and Kaori, but Hayu saves them this time too. While during this he gets injured himself. Now the actress does not understand why Hayu is saving them. Then Goren says that I ate his wife and daughter, who were just like you too. The actress is shocked to hear this. Then Hayu asks her, "Did you know your daughter has been shielding you ever since we started fighting?" After this Goren goes to attack again and Kaori was still worrying about her mother. Seeing this, the actress realizes her mistake. Now Hayu stops Goren, but after this he himself feeds his another eye to Goren, during which he also eats his hand. Now Goren is very happy with this. That's when he learns that Hayu had embedded seals into his own body, and he has eaten his hand with them, in which Hayu had placed explosive seals. Because of this, Goren gets terrified, but now he could do nothing. After this Hayu remembers his family and activates explosive seals, due to which Goren dies immediately. But during this Hayu was also badly injured, and this makes the actress very sad. At this point, Hayu starts remembering about Ushio, so he asks the actress, "Aren't kids great?" After which the actress agrees to him. Now Hayu takes a toy out of his pocket, which he bought for his daughter. He gives this toy to Kaori and at the same time he also dies, due to which both Kaori and her mother become sad. On the other hand Hakumen has been very upset, because Goren hadn't gone to him yet. Now Ushio's mother and Inoue are ready to seal Hakumen, while everyone is trapping Hakumen him in their own ways and bringing it here. Ushio's mother explains to Inoue, "It was in this ocean that Hakumen slept, and we continued to generate the barrier." Now Inoue also understands that this sacred area is where it is easiest to set up the barrier. So if they can bring Hakumen here, the two will be able to seal him with everyone's powers combined. Here all the people are taking Hakumen towards that sacred place. But now Hakumen gets very angry and starts breaking the barrier. Everyone gets worried seeing this, because where Hakumen's energy and the barrier was colliding the ocean was freezing. Seeing this Ushio tells everyone not to lose hope. After this everyone goes to push him back. But Hakumen was very angry and he attacks everyone. However Ushio still was not ready to give up. Now Ushio's mother tells Inoue, "Ushio and the beast spear were able to revive. But those two cannot defeat Hakumen alone. So you must go and wake Tora up." Hearing this Inoue gets worried, because it is also necessary to generate the barrier. Then Ushio's mother says, "Time and distance do not exist for spiritual beings. With your current power you can send your spiritual form, while you continue making the barrier here." Knowing about this, Inoue's spiritual form gets ready to leave and asks Ushio's mother about the comb. Then Ushio's mother tells her that Shigure should have it. On the other hand Tora has also come to his senses. But he feels that his strength has gone and there is a hole in his chest. At first he does not understand how it happened, but soon he remembers about the fight with Hakumen. Now this makes Tora sad. He feels that he has lost completely and his strength is gone. After this he starts remembering old things. Because in all those years of fighting alone he never lost. Apart from this whoever fought with him he easily killed them all. Now Tora starts thinking, maybe losing to Hakumen just means this is the right time for his disappearance. So he starts going down into the sea. He thinks that he has been doing whatever he has wanted alone this whole time. He kept killing alone and he picked a fight with Hakumen alone. So Tora decides to disappear quietly alone. But at this point he was also remembering about Ushio. Just then Inoue's spiritual form comes here and she is overjoyed to see him alive, because she had not seen him for a long time. Then Tora asks her, "Are you not busy fighting Hakumen right now?" Hearing this, Inoue asks, "Are you really Tora?" Then Tora says, "Yes I am, but I am closing up shop." Inoue gets upset hearing this. Then Tora says, "My body would not move and I have got this big hole in my chest." After this Inoue shows him the comb. Seeing this, Tora recognizes that this is the comb that belonged to Ushio's mother. Then Inoue says, "When Ushio turned into a beast, we heard that combing his hair with this comb was the only way to turn him human again." After this Inoue starts combing Tora's hair, because she wants to turn him back into a human. Tora is shocked to know this. Then Inoue says, "You just said you were closing up shop." After this Tora calms down and Inoue starts combing his hair again. She starts telling Tora, "I did not come here because I wanted you to fight. I just want to walk through the quiet city with you, because it would be great if you were human. And then Nakamura, Ushio, you, and I could all go on a date together." Now Tora starts listening to all her words. Inoue says, "I will buy you lots of hamburgers and then we can go to watch an anime movie. I will even knit you a scarf and peel apples for you." But even after combing for a long time Tora does not turn into a human, after which he says to Inoue, "Of course I cannot turn back into a human." Hearing this Inoue gets very sad and says that I knew about it, but still I wanted to try myself. After this she starts crying holding him and says, "You are going to eat me. So you better eat me no matter what, because I do not want you to go away before you eat me." Then Tora says, "Of course I will eat you right after Ushio, because you are my tasty looking dessert." Now Inoue understands the whole matter and tells Tora, "It means you do not ever plan on eating me." But Tora says nothing to her. Inoue then takes Tora in her arms and says, "It seems I am the fourth Oyakum, so when Hakumen goes to sleep, I am going to live a long life and watch over him too." She asks Tora, "Even after 100 or 200 years will you still protect me?" Hearing this Tora says, "No I would not, because there is no need to watch over Hakumen for 100 or 200 years. All we need to do is defeat him right now." Now Tora is furious and takes Inoue's hand. He tells her that you do not need to do that. You just need to live right and be eaten by me. After this he starts saying, "Ushio can do something about this, so he and I can defeat any enemy." Just then he wonders what is he doing? Now Inoue is overjoyed by this and tells Tora, "You are finally back and everyone is waiting for you." On this Tora says, "But my chest has a big hole." Then Inoue tells him that there is no hole in your chest anymore, and after that her spiritual form disappears from here. Now Tora also comes out in anger, because he just wants to defeat Hakumen right now. Suddenly Ozyfuses comes here and makes an armor on his body. Now Tora is surprised to see them here. Then the Ozyfuses say, "We have finally found you. So take us to Hakumen and then you will become stronger." After this Tora immediately leaves with them to fight with Hakumen. On the other hand, Ushio and all yokai are pushing back Hakumen to the barrier area. But Hakumen wants to save himself, that's why he is attacking them. He then decides to kill Ushio's mother and Inoue first, because after that the barrier will be destroyed. Now Hakumen gives orders to his Kokuens, after which they starts attacking yokai and killing them. Seeing this Shino also orders yokai to keep attacking, because they are very close to the sacred barrier area, where they can isolate Hakumen. Then Osha says, "If we can get it in there, we will be able to fight him without it escaping." However, they realize that even if they have the beast spear, but just that alone would not be enough to defeat Hakumen. On the other hand, Kokuens have attacked the building of Hammer Institute. Seeing this the soldiers try to stop them, but Kokuen kills them one by one. Now Atsuzawa tells the commander, "The areas with the fewest casualties are putting locals on escape boats and preparing to set sail, because squads in all regions were unable to grasp Hakumen's movements and seem to be struggling. Apart from this we have lost communications with the Hammer Lab as well." However, the commander does not want to escape, and he has just ordered the transfer of all command to another officer, because there is no way they could actually escape now. So he wants to kill at least one of Kokuens before he dies. Just then Kokuens also comes here and attacks all their people. Meanwhile a Kokuen is about to kill the commander, but at the same time Kagari and Reishin come and save him. Reishin then asks them for help in fighting with Hakumen, but Atsuzawa could not believe him, because he has already been decided by one of Hakumen's minions. So he does not understand what should he do. Just then Kokuen injures Reishin. Seeing this, Kagari asks them to hurry up, because Osha knows that the power of humans is also essential in this battle. because the monsters and humans worked together 800 years ago to make Hakumen sleep. So Osha has sent them as their messengers. Meanwhile Ikokuens come to attack Kagari. But Atsuzawa and the commander save him. After this Atsuzawa agrees to help them. On the other hand Yokai is constantly pushing back Hakumen. But during this Kokuen is also killing them. Here Ushio's mother and Inoue are all set to seal Hakumen. Because he has come very close to the sacred area. Now Nigeria and the other priests also decide to lure him to that rock with their ultimate spiritual powers. After which everyone becomes ready to do so. But at the same time Kokuens kill a lot of Kazuchi. Because of which one of the barriers is destroyed. Seeing this Ushio goes to attack him again. But he could not do anything to him. Now Ushio is very upset by this and starts thinking about Tora. Because if Tora is with him, then together they would have defeated Hakumen. Now he decides to work hard on his own. Because Tora is never coming back again. Meanwhile Hakumen destroys the barrier and frees himself. Now everyone gets worried because of this. But just then Tora comes here. Seeing him Ushio is shocked and does not believe that Tora is alive. After this he becomes very happy and the two start arguing again as before. But now Tora is ready to help Ushio and together they go to attack Hakumen. Seeing this Hakumen orders Toeko to stop them. But Azafuses injures her with their attack. After this Tora grabs her and attacks with his lightning power. Because of which Toeko gets destroyed. Meanwhile Ayakashi also comes to attack Ushio. But Tora stops him just in time and saves him. After this Ushio attacks him with the beast spear. Now Osha and Shino were surprised to see them fighting together. Ushio tells Tora that we need to lure Hakumen over to that rock. But at the same time some power comes here and attacks Ayakashi. Tora is shocked by this, and does not understand where from the second Ayakashi has come. Then Ushio tells him that those are the souls we released. After this, these souls attack Hakumen and start pushing him backwards. Now because of this Hakumen is unable to do anything and Ushio is very happy about this. On the other hand, Saya is standing in front of the spirit world's gate. She prays to lend her their strength to save this world, so that she can help Ushio and the others. Here the professor is also tracking Hakumen, who is just under 250 more meters until he is in the barrier area. But at this time both the professors are badly injured, and this lab building is also going to collapse very soon. However, both of them have decided to save their country. That's why they are setting up their devices by putting their lives at risk. Just then a professor's hand starts hurting. Seeing this the other professor wants to help him. But he himself is badly injured. After this both set up the Kirlian oscillation device. But their hands and feet were badly injured. Because of which both are unable to go out of here. And after some time this building collapses. But now the Kirlian oscillation device gets activated and due to this a barrier is created around Ushio. Then Ushio also remembers that this device was brought to him by Nakamura. After this everyone uses their power together and sends Hakumen to the barrier area. After this Hakumen is unable to do anything and is imprisoned inside the barrier. Now Osha tells everyone, the time has come to put this long battle to an end. We shall make this Hakumen's final resting place, because Hakumen will not be able to escape the barrier area now, and it would not be able to escape from those walls by flying or going under. Hearing this everyone gets ready for the fight. Now Hakumen tries but he is unable to get out of the barrier. So he gets very angry with this and prepares his minions. Because he wants to destroy the barrier with their help. After this Ushio and everyone else go to attack him. Seeing this Hakumen also gets ready to attack on them. But at the same time Atsuzawa comes here with his people and starts attacking Hakumen. Now Ushio gets very happy seeing them here. After this the group of soldiers starts attacking Hakumen with missiles. Because of which he gets very angry with them. But then some fighter tanks also come here. Hakumen angrily goes to attack them. But at the same time the snow yokai comes here and stops his attack. Now Kagari and Reishin immediately go to Osha. Suddenly Hakumen's minions come to attack them. But Hitatsuki saves them. Seeing this Tora says, "Don't you dare to take my prey." And Ushio gets happy hearing this. That's when Osha starts telling Ushio that now we have finally understand why the beast spear chose you after all that time. And why Nagato Bimaru had to fight alongside you. However, if we only had the beast spear it would not have been enough to defeat Hakumen. But through your battles you created deep bonds with many. Ushio feels good after hearing this. That's when news reporters also come here, and show everyone that the counterattack against Hakumen has begun. And he requests everyone that there is no need to be afraid now. On the other hand, as many people are watching this news on TV at this time, they are overjoyed by this and Hakumen's fear begins to disappear from within them. That's when we see that all the neighbors of Nakamura have left, But his family has not left from here yet, because his father wants to help all those people, those who are still stuck here. Nakamura is also watching everything on TV and she also decides to do her best, because everyone is doing their best. On the other hand, Hakumen has become very worried, because the fear that the people of this land have for him is fading. That's why he doesn't understand where did things go wrong, while he was to reign over this world with unmatched power. But now there is nothing he can do about it, because his fear has completely vanished from the people. He then gets very angry at Ushio and Tora, because the energy from those two brought the humans and monsters together, and in this way his whole plan was ruined. Now he realizes that his mistake was in not completely destroying those two. Suddenly Hakumen starts shattering himself. Everyone gets worried seeing this. But Ushio understands that something is wrong. Just then Inoue tells everyone to get away from the barrier immediately. Hearing this, Shino orders everyone to retreat. But at the same time Hakumen's body explodes, after which a poison mist comes out of it, and during this many yokai are killed. However, everyone is able to contain Hakumen within the barrier walls. But his body has emitted a mysterious poisonous gas, and currently both humans and yokai are unable to penetrate the barrier. That's when everyone learns that Ushio and Tora have stuck behind, because of which everyone starts worrying about them. Then we see that nothing has happened to Ushio and Tora, because the armors of both have saved them. That's when Hakumen starts telling, "You're safe as I thought, so it appears that we share a bond of fate." But that will soon disappear. Ushio and Tora then prepare to attack him. But now he had reduced his size, so they feel he has gotten smaller and weaker. Just then Hakumen says, "I deliberately took this form so I could annihilate both of you personally." After this he starts using the power of his 7th and 8th tails, from which the power of storm and lightning starts coming out. Upon seeing this, the rest of the people understand that Ushio and Tora are still alive. Still Ushio is worried about them, because if they are limited to the confines of the barrier, then they have no chance of winning. Now Hakumen starts attacking them. But this attack was very powerful, because of which they are unable to stop him. Meanwhile Hakumen changes one of his tails to the same as the spear. After this Tora attacks him with his lightning power, but nothing happens to him from this attack. Seeing this Ushio tries to attack, but Hakumen easily stops his attack and at the same time destroys his armor, because of which Ushio gets injured. Seeing this Tora gets worried, but then Hakumen starts attacking him too. Here Ushio's mother tells Inoue, "This stone pillar is the keystone to the barrier area, so we must protect it until we defeat Hakumen." Suddenly many Kokuen come to attack them too, but at the same time Samako comes and stops them. Now Ushio's mother is surprised to see him, because he hated her the most, but he is protecting her today. Kiryu and Kuin also come here in a while, because Kiryu wants to protect Inoue. Seeing this Inoue tells him to stay back, but he has decided to save her and tells Inoue, "I also belong to the Kuhame sect, so this is my duty." On the other hand, Nigeria decides to send forth their spiritual energy, and continue building the barrier's walls. Just then Satoru and Jun also come here, and Satoru asks them to concentrate on the barrier, while he will stop Kokuen's attack. Jun then agrees to help Satoru as well. On the other hand, Hinawa has also come here and she tells Shigure, "You do as Nigeria requested and leave this to me." Hearing this he immediately leaves from here. But now Hinawa says, "I have come this far and still all I can do is back Ushio up. But it is strange, because I am not frustrated by that anymore. And my sadness at not being born a man, my frustration at being unable to succeed the beast's spear are disappeared." Now Hinawa realized that she was consumed by those feelings. So she decides that even though she is not a man and not the true successor, she will try her best and gets ready to stop Kokuen. Here Hakumen injures Tora, because Tora is starting to weaken in front of him. Hakumen then starts telling Tora, "Do you actually think that you can defeat me? But I am sure you do not, because you are weak." Which means that you do not fight for something as great as justice. So no matter how much you say that you want to save the humans, you would have to head into the dark night of despair, because delusions that were born from your unwillingness to believe just how weak you truly are. So you must have known that I shall bring forth the night to you in this country. Now Tora gets angry after hearing this. Just then Ushio also walks out and says, "No matter how hard someone tries, there are people who cannot be saved. But even then it is not like I can give up. However, I am not really sure if it is just self-satisfaction. But if someone can be saved and I can cry all of someone's tears for them, then I will wish that I will cry as many times as it takes." Ushio then stands in front of Hakumen again and gets ready to fight with him. Seeing this Hakumen says, "You insist on fighting even though you know you have lost." Then Ushio says that we are going to win. And your night is never coming again. because we are not the only ones fighting you. But right now we are fighting along with the sun. On this Hakumen says, that will do you no good when I am going to immediately pulverize you. Suddenly the beast's spear starts consuming Ushio's soul. Now it seems that Ushio will also turn into a beast. But he requests the beast's spear and says, I have not finished fighting Hakumen yet, so please wait just a bit longer. Now Tora gets very upset by this, because he does not want to see Ushio turn into a beast, so he says to Azafuses, you guys said you were gonna make me stronger. So make me stronger right now. Then Azafuse says that you are already strong. But Tora does not understand the meaning of his words. Then Azafuse tells him that you are special, because even though you were once a human who wielded the spear just as we were, but you were able to remain alive for this past year without turning to stone. Do you not realize it? However, Tora does not fully understand his point. After this the Azafuses get angry. They say that despite how much you hate Hakumen, why do you not end up like this? And then they took Hakumen's form. Ushio is also surprised to see this, because he did not even understand what was happening. Now Azafuses start saying, humans who have wielded the spear and done nothing but pursue Hakumen, eventually have their souls shattered and become beasts, and the beasts become the Azafuse. But despite becoming Azafuse, our hatred for Hakumen does not disappear, so we become him. Now Hakumen was very happy about this, because the beast spear is making more of him. However, he thinks that there is no reason for more of him to exist, so he attacks to destroy them. But Tora saves himself and Ushio just in time. Azafuses tells Tora, you encountered that boy but we did not. So you have consumed many things from that boy. That is why you are strong. But if only we had encountered someone like you too. We are not turned into stone. Now they go to attack Hakumen. Seeing this, he also prepares himself and attacks them. But the Azafuses still do not give up and gets destroyed after attacking Hakumen. Seeing this, Ushio and Tora also immediately start attacking him together. However, Tora is worried about Ushio. Then Ushio tells him, it looks like the spear's gonna wait for me. After this, Ushio starts attacking Hakumen very angry, but he could not understand what things he has consumed from Ushio, and what made him stronger. Now troops have also come here, so Osha tells them, the only thing we can do is keep Hakumen inside the barrier. Then Shino says to protect the Kazuchi from the Kokuen. Hearing this, the troops get ready to help them and they start killing Kokuen and Hyayu. On the other hand, some Kokuen show up in front of Nakamura's parents' shop. Seeing this, all the people get ready to face them. But at the same time Baldender comes here and saves them from Kokuen's attack. Now Nakamura gets happy seeing him here. On the other hand, Hiyama and Reiko also come to Saya and Omamori, because with all of this going on they were worried about Saya. Suddenly Kokuen comes to attack them. Seeing this, Omamori immediately uses her power to stop them, because this gate is very important, so she decides to protect it with her life. However, Omamori is unable to stop them, because she do not have that much power. Now everyone gets very scared because of this. But at the same time a giant hand stops Kokuen, which is actually the soul of Reiko's father, and disappears after some time. Meanwhile, Kokuen comes to attack again. But this time a plane comes out of the gate and stops them, which was the soul of Hiyama's father. After this everyone becomes very emotional. Here Hakumen, Tora and Ushio come face to face. Ushio tells Hakumen, you are afraid of the beast spear after all. Then Hakumen says, I have already won against the beast spear. Hearing this, Ushio says, back then I lost my senses because of my hatred of you. But right now I am so calm that even I am surprised. And the beast spear is telling me to carefully observe your movements, to see where you're looking, because you keep trying to distance yourself from the spear, and you are always looking at the beast spear. On this Hakumen says, that does not mean anything. Then Ushio says, your ace is in the hole shaped like the spear. That itself is proof that you acknowledge the spear's powers. Hearing this, Tora starts laughing and tells Ushio, you are exactly right, because that Hakumen is scared of the spear. After this, Tora tells Hakumen, you always look up at us. You are indeed a great and ultimate yokai, I will admit that. But why are you not looking down on us? Because the king looks down on those who are below him. And yet you are always looking up at us from below. So that means those are the eyes of jealousy. And you are afraid of the beast spear, because all of the beings of Yang brought here by Ushio, so you are jealous of those things. Tora then asks him that you are terrified, aren't you? Hearing this, Hakumen gets very angry. He tells Tora, that is precisely correct, because I loathe beings of light. He then starts attacking them. Seeing this, both try to avoid his attack. But this time Hakumen injures both of them badly. Now he starts saying, why was I born in the yin in the darkness? Before the kingdoms had taken shape, they were just the clear and pure energy. They rose up and became people, while the impure evil energy remained at the bottom and became me. But actually Hakumen did not want to be this. Then Tora starts telling him, there was a guy named Nagare. He told Ushio that he is so bright that he looked up to him, and wanted to be like him. But Nagare knew that he could not become Ushio, so he became his enemy instead. And you are just like Nagare. Because the humans are so bright that you cannot see them, and you are terrified of them. Hearing this, Ushio starts thinking about Nagare and says that it was my fault. Just then the souls of Hayu and Nagare come here, and destroy Hakumen's tail with their power. After this Tora tells Hakumen, you admired them but hated them. And you are afraid of them. Hayu tells Ushio, do not let the enemy trick you, and then he disappears. Nagare then says, I was able to get myself back because I met you, though it was a little late. And after that he also disappears. Ushio then gets ready to fight Hakumen again. He starts attacking him, and simultaneously, Tora also starts attacking. But he also feels like something has changed about him. On the other hand, other people are also fighting with Kokuen. But they were in great numbers. So Kiryu could not hold them for long. Just in time Shigure comes here and saves his wife. But after a long time she had seen Shigure, so she is surprised. Then Shigure tells her, let's hurry up and end this so we can go home. After this, all together start stopping Kokuen and protecting the barrier. Meanwhile, Reishin and Kagari get caught in the middle of Kokuen. After which Kagari starts remembering about Juoru. Suddenly Kokuens come to attack them, but at the same time Juoru's soul comes here and saves both of them. But he then immediately disappears from here as well. Seeing which Kagari gets sad and Reishin says that he saved us. Now the poisonous gas also starts clearing from here, and we see that Hakumen has badly injured Ushio and Tora. He starts telling them, you have done well to bring me to this point. So right now I shall admit that I fear the beast spear. But do you think that will quell my hatred? Now Hakumen gets very angry and says, these eyes have shown you everything about me? But after that he gouge out his own eyes. Seeing this, Ushio is completely shocked, and Hakumen angrily says, I no longer care about destroying humans and monsters. I will just kill the two of you. He starts attacking them at very high speed. And both are unable to save themselves from his attacks. Now Ushio wonders how can Hakumen know where they are? Then Hakumen says, I can sense the presence of the beast spear, but you cannot do anything. Now Shino and Osha are also surprised by Hakumen's speed, because they cannot do anything in such a situation. Hakumen comes to attack again. Seeing this Ushio asks Tora, is there nothing we can do? Then Tora says that there is still a way, and stab himself with the beast spear. Because of this Hakumen is no longer able to sense the beast spear, and this makes him very angry. Ushio tries to take the beast spear out of his body, but he forbids him to do so. He tells Ushio that 500 years ago, a samurai challenged me when I was wreaking havoc on this land. He wielded the spear and got me. At that moment, my memories flooded back in an instant like a tsunami, but the samurai was in the middle of becoming a beast just like you are now. And from behind, there were a mountain of Hayu coming at us to destroy the beast spear. The samurai knew that if he parted with the spear, the Hayu would destroy it, so then I decided to hide the spear within me. Ushio gets shocked knowing about this. Then Tora says, even though it had me pinned for 500 years, but it could not destroy me. That's when Hakumen also learns that Tora hid the spear within him, and he decides to kill both of them in any condition. Then Tora says, I think we might finally be able to end this now. But Ushio does not want Tora to die, so he tries to take out the beast spear. Because this time the beast spear is at full power, then Tora says, do you want Hakumen to kill everyone else? However, monsters were my enemy and humans were my food, but it pisses me off to think about Hakumen killing anything else. Hearing this Ushio becomes very emotional, and he says that it is all right Tora, but I am not going to let you be the only one that looks cool. After this both go together to attack Hakumen. Seeing this Hakumen also attacks them with his power. But Ushio comes in front of Tora, because he does not want anything to happen to him. Now Tora gets angry with him. But Hakumen was now very close to them. So Ushio takes out the beast spear and goes to attack with Tora. Then we see that the beast spear's full power is activated, and both attack Hakumen with the beast spear. But this time he is unable to stop the attack and gets badly injured. Now Hakumen cannot believe he can die, because he thought he was immortal and invincible. He then says, so long as you hate me I will never die. Along with this he also takes the name Shagakusha. But Tora says, For whatever reason I just do not hate you anymore, because nothing comes of hatred. Along with this, he was also remembering Rama and his sister. Then Hakuman says before he dies, someone say my name in a quiet voice, because my name is not Hakuman. But he is unable to tell anything beyond this, and his last tale also gets destroyed, in which we see a picture of a baby, and Ushio is surprised to see this. This is how Hakuman gets destroyed and everything calms down here. Now Ushio wonders if Hakuman wanted to become a baby. Then Tora says that I have no idea, but that was a good way to go. However, he was badly injured, so he understands that he does not have much longer either. Seeing him in this condition, Ushio gets very emotional. Then Tora says, "Beast, do not cry, because you will never be me." Hearing this, Ushio says, "Don't you dare die yet, because you are gonna eat me, aren't you?" But now Tora's body starts being destroyed. Still he is happy and tells Ushio that I already did. After this, he changes in energy and disappears in the sky. This makes Ushio very sad. But now he could do nothing. Suddenly his body starts changing into beast. Seeing this, he thinks that he is going to turn into a beast after all, and he will become Tora. That's when Giame and Gurayu's souls come out of the beast spear. Then Ushio tells them that we did it. But after this, beast spear gets destroyed, and Giame tells Ushio that we cannot thank you enough. So let us our souls now rest within the warmth of your soul, because then you will not become a beast. After this, Ushio's body becomes normal again. Then he faints and starts falling down from here. On the other hand, Saya decides to go to the underworld, because the gate to the underworld can only be shut from inside. So she has to go in and shut it herself. Hearing this, Reiko and Hiyama get worried. Just then Omamori decides to sacrifice herself. Seeing this, Saya forbids her to do so. Then Omamori says, "My escort has already arrived, so you need not worry." After this, Omamori goes inside the gate, where Saya's mother's soul had come to pick her up. Now Saya becomes very emotional on seeing her mother, but Omamori shuts the door and tells her to take care of herself, after which the gate also disappears from here. On the other hand, Shigure holds Ushio in his arms, and Inoue is also deeply saddened by Tora's death. Now Osha tells everyone, "You guys did pretty well yourselves, and please tell Ushio that he did well." After this, all yokai start going somewhere. Seeing this, Ushio's mother immediately asks about it. Then Osha explained that this country is starting to sink, so we monsters will turn to stone and support the parts that collapsed. And it is a good thing Ushio is asleep, because he would probably try to fight us to make sure we did not go. But we are not going for your sake, because the reason is we love this country, so never forget that we live within this country's foundation. After this, all yokai leave from here. But Osha tells Reishin, Kagari and Izuna to stay here, because they have been deeply involved with the humans, so they need to stay behind, because it will be lonely if none of they remain when they come back. Next we see Inoue, who is going to college with Kiryu, but she still cry when she hear the word hamburger. Seeing this, Kiryu immediately takes her with him and says, "I will eat all the hamburgers around you." On the other hand, Ushio is about to be late for school. That's why his father gets angry with him, but he doesn't want to leave behind the food that his mom made. After this, Ushio leaves to go to college, but he stops suddenly in front of the warehouse, because he misses Tora, and this makes him sad. In the last scene, the mirror expert explains, once humans die in the earth, they will never return to this world. But those who do return to this world that are yokai, so maybe someday Tora will return.